Given the opportunity, he will be the one who can transform and stabilize the country's economy. JoyNews' Upper West Regional Correspondent Rafiq Salam report from Wa.
The press conference, which was held at Niriyangpong, a place reserved for the selection of a new overlord of the Wala traditional area, was attended by Nabi or royals from all the 4 recognized gates in the Wala traditional area that are heirs to the Wala throne. According to the Wala royals, among the 10 competent, fine and respected gentlemen that have expressed their intention to put themselves before the special delegates of the new Patriotic Party MPP is one of their own and Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Governor Jamaldeen Adam Akbarala read a statement on their behalf.
After a deep reflection and critical scrutiny of the aspirants, we have come to a firm conclusion that His Excellency Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia is the man of the moment with the requisite qualification, experience, competence, appeals to the voters, temperament, vision, strategy to consolidate the gains made so far by the government of President Akufo-Addo in its march to transform the structure of the economy and accelerate the socio-economic development in today's technological and digitalized global setting. The country saw a steady economic improvement between 2017 and 2019 with pro-poor policies of free education, improvement in roads, health, agriculture, industry, employment for the youth. The challenges of COVID and other global issues have twisted this trajectory. The government is holding on and a turnaround is envisaged. Given the chance, Dr. Bawumia will see this country through and put her on the course of economic transformation and stability.
Given the opportunity, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia will put the country on the right track, transform the economy, and stabilize it. They averred that the vision and principles of the MPP and the Akufo-Addo government is in sync with that of the forebears of the Northern People's Party in pre-independence.
Alhaji Biki Adama Wala South, Jato Kaleo Wala North, SD Dombo, Jirapa Lambuse, Abaifa Kabo, Lora Nandong, Momunu Bawumia, South Mampusi East, CK Tedam, Kasina Nankana North, J.A. Brima, Gonja East, Adama Amandi, Boku, Yakubu Tali, Tolona, Dagomba South, to mention a few. These were proud princes of the North, most of whom later in life ascended to traditional kings and continued to serve their people. This is what Dr. Bawumia brings: leadership without discrimination and leadership with a vision to confront the challenges in contemporary times where technology and information shape the global economy. He has shown his mettle and capacity that, given a chance, he can harness this party's rich human capital to accelerate the party's transformation agenda to raise the fortunes of this country, to take up Ghana's true place as a front runner in Africa's development.
Now, the head of mental health unit at the Techiman Zuno Hospital, Twang Gilbert, has expressed concerns over the lack of mental health facilities in the area. He said the number of mental health illnesses recorded in farming communities is on the rise, as most farmers are into the abuse of hard drugs to aid their work, and steps need to be taken to incorporate mental health services into the National Health Insurance Scheme. And Asabet has more in this report.
Substance use and misuse can affect every aspect of a person's life, and health experts say substance abuse is contributing to the increase in mental health cases, particularly amongst rural folks where access to treatment centers are limited. Head of Mental Health Unit at Zuno Hospital, Twang Gilbert, says most farmers are into hard drug abuse due to its ability to aid their work whilst on the field.
In my area of practice as a mental health officer, I've come across so many conditions of mental health concern. In our jurisdiction, commonly we come across the tramadol and then the weed or marijuana abuse, which is leading to addiction. So we have realized that in this our area or this jurisdiction, the mental health cases arising are commonly from the substances. And we know we are surrounded by a lot of farming communities, which commonly they abuse some of these hard drugs just to be able to work or to stay on their feet and work. And then the cases we have recorded so far accounting to mental health conditions are coming from the hard drugs.
The mental health expert expresses worry at the unavailability of rehabilitation centers throughout the Middle Belt and asks that Zunio Hospital is working towards establishing the first rehabilitation center in the region.
If you look at the area from the Middle Belt coming to the Northern Belt, we can only count one, which I know is in Kumasi Rehabilitation Center. The rest, we have to transport patients from Techman and then from the north to Accra or Cape Coast, who have the major rehabilitation centers. Apart from that, we cannot boast of any rehabilitation center in our Northern Belt, even in Bono East or Bono region. So we have taken this initiative. We want to be the first facility to set up this facility to take care of the needs of people suffering from addiction and their mental health problems.
He wants the National Health Insurance Authority to incorporate mental health into its care. He also wants government to subsidize the treatment cost of mental health to help enroll more mental health patients onto the scheme.
To the best of my knowledge, NHI doesn't cover rehabilitation. That is to the best of my knowledge. It is very necessary if NHI or government, Ministry of Health or Ghana Health Service is able to incorporate this into the client care. A lot of people come into this because of their own will. Some are peer group influence, some are lured into it. So you realize that some people are really willing to get out of it, but the resources to be able to get out of it is what the problem is. So if government is able to subsidize the treatment or management of addiction or the rehabilitation care, a lot of people will be willing to enroll on it.
Reporting for Joy News, Anas Sabit, Tichiman.
All right, this is still the AM on the Joy News channel. Now, the union has announced 60 Ghanaian students selected to pursue the prestigious Erasmus Mundus Joint Master's Degree program in top academic institutions in Europe. The EMJMD is one of the initiatives under the Erasmus Education Scholarship, which supports international mobility and contributes to strengthening Africa's technical and higher education space. There is more in this report.
The all-expenses-paid master's degree scholarship is a unique opportunity for students to broaden their career horizons, gain top-class knowledge, and develop global perspectives while studying in renowned European universities. The selection for the Erasmus Plus Mundus Joint Master's Degree is a highly competitive process, attracting numerous potential students from Ghana applying for the coveted opportunity. At a pre-departure event in Accra, the EU ambassador to Ghana, Echad Razali, said the opportunity offered the successful applicants is one among the EU's commitment to its partnership with Ghana in education. Echad Razali is confident that the scholarship will prepare the successful student for a competitive career.
So today we organized the 7th event for the young Ghanaians who have benefited from Erasmus Plus scholarship. This is one of the most successful EU program in Europe and throughout the world. And this year I'm very, very happy and proud to see that we are sending 60 young Ghanaians to perform studies, undergraduate and graduate studies throughout Europe. This is so far the highest number of students that we are sending. Last year we have sent 45. We are very happy already, but today is very rewarding because these are new students will discover Europe, will learn in the best university in Europe, and hopefully will make a contribution for their communities and for the country.
Some beneficiaries spoke to JoyNews. The EU says it is increasing investment in quality education and working with partner countries to strengthen cooperation on research and innovation.
How I landed this scholarship, I would say that it was recommended by my friend. It was something global, so he sent me the link and I applied. They have their own criteria. I just followed. You put up your motivation and all that, so I did everything, and I was waiting on them to call me. So I was there one time in June, and they texted me that I'm now a beneficiary of the scholarship, and I'm very glad. It wasn't that easy because there were a lot. I was once on a reserve list and I was later pushed to the main list. There's a whole lot. It has not been easy though, but in all, I just want to say I'm grateful to God too.
I got to know about Erasmus Mundus program online. It was, I think, a recommendation because of my past searches, right? So I got to know about it. Then I went through the entire master's programs they have. I read about what they were doing within those programs. Then I selected the ones I was interested in. I noted down their opening dates, and then I incorporated them into my calendar. So whenever they open, I got an alert. Yes. Yeah, and then I realized you could apply to more. Initially, there was a cap on the number of programs you could apply to, but I realized there was more. Like you could apply to any amount, any number, right? So I applied to just two because I felt it wasn't really a good use of my time if I was going to do so many of them. So I applied to two, and I got into one.
Karen Obing's report read to you.
Now, Ghana's biggest street art festival went on a full blast on day 2 of the carnival, offering patrons an array of creative displays. Artists depicted extraordinary pieces of art that communicated many stories. My colleague Jacqueline Ansumaya was at the event and reports.
Yet another day, and it's time for the second day of the Chalawate Festival. And yes, you're right here at the Osu Castle, as I told you yesterday. And today is still all about the celebration of art and culture. Now, I got here not long ago, and I've been attracted by all these artworks that I'm surrounded by. I go over to talk to most of the artists who are partaking in the 13th edition of the Chalawate Festival.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. What's your name?
My name is Charity Debia Katie.
Tell me more. Join me here. Yes. Tell me more about this beautiful artwork. It's like I see a man, I see a woman, I see a lot. Tell me more.
Okay, so both of these artworks, especially this one, talks about slavery, and especially the focus on Afro-Brazilian slaves and the way they were able to leave Brazil and come back to Ghana in 1836 and eventually settled in Jamestown. So I tried to talk about the women, especially the women.
Just because you're a woman.
Just because I'm a woman, and their contribution towards freedom. So this is more like how they wish their lives were, a pillar, an undisturbed environment. So this is just about this one. And so most times I would do my work on bleached fabric, not the conventional use of canvas as you always.
So this is a bleached fabric?
Yes. So I prepare this myself. I tie it like the way you tie tie-dye, and then I use bleach on it, and then at the end of the day I have accidental patterns. So that's my own style.
When you say accidental patterns,
yeah, accidental patterns, because I don't do that, having a circle there and do that, but I just tie, and whatever the bleach gives me, that's what I get as my background.
So, but this is beautiful. And are these, what are these?
These are cow horns.
Cow horns?
Yes.
I'm just trying to picture a cow. So you just cut them into pieces?
Yeah, I cut them into pieces and arrange them in a figure portrait, and I weave them with a fishing line to create my portraits, to tell stories about we the blacks and how important cow horn is it to us, but rather we pay less attention to it. We rather see it as a waste product but we don't take much attention to it. So I cut them into pieces and try to make figure out of it.
Okay, that is really interesting. How long did it take for you to make this one?
It took me about 4 to 5 weeks.
This cute thing here, is this your artwork? Tell us a little bit more about it. It looks very cute. I might take it away. Tell us more about it.
Yeah, that's actually Toaje the Red Hunter from the north.
Toaje? I hope I got the pronunciation correct.
Yeah,
Toaje the Hunter.
Yeah, the Red Hunter.
Tell us more about Toaje the Red Hunter.
He's actually a warrior and a chief that led some of the Dagombes in the old times. Yeah.
Like from Dagomba?
No, please, I school there.
Oh, okay. So that inspired you a little bit.
Yeah, he's actually retelling Ghanaian stories, so he inspires me a lot. So I used to talk about it.
Okay. How long did it take for you to make this?
It's actually a day. A day's job.
Oh, you used the day to make this? Oh, and it's heavy too.
Yeah,
what?
It's actually hollow.
It's hollow?
Yeah.
But it looks very heavy. But anyways, what materials did you use to make this one?
Red clay.
Red clay.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's something that you've been doing for how long?
About 12 years now.
He's speaking to patrons who are here on their thoughts about the 13th edition of the Chalawate Festival.
Vanessa. I'm from Denmark. So I'm here for vacations. It's good to experience this festival. It was my friend who introduced about this. So it's really good to know the culture. I like arts, but African are different, so it's something I can learn. I don't know too much about it, so I'm here to learn also about it.
Missed out on the Chalawate festivities. Live and colored happening right at the Osu Castle, Christian Borg Castle inside Accra. Just take a car and come. Witness beautiful art and culture. We've had the procession, there's art, there's food, there's music, there's film labs. Just as you see behind me currently, ongoing is a film lab for the artists talking about the history of Africans, the slave trade, a lot more about the themes that they worked on. So don't miss out. We still have more days to go on the 13th edition of Chalawate. For JoyNews, Jacqueline Ansuma Yeboah.
So do pass by today and experience the sort of incredible art on display at the Chalawate Festival. It's ongoing in Osu. So do make a date with it today. And that's how we wrap up today's bulletin. There's more news on myjoyonline.com. Up next is a news review on the show. Stay with us.
Hi, Joy Business One. I'm Judith Akos Atama, the founder and CEO of J24 Foods. Welcome to Honey World. J24 Foods started close to 10 years ago. During national service, I happened to run into some business idea. I was posted to Forestry Commission. We went for some inspection in one forest reserve. I met with the forest manager who introduced me to beekeeping. Honey is not the only product. We do coconut oil, we do hibiscus tea, and then we do palm oil. So, but honey is the one that brings in the money. Yes, so we do on the average, all the sizes, you do on the average 8,000 to 10,000 bottles in a month. We want to reach every part of this country.
The Joy Business Van, this Wednesday on TV, radio, online and on ground. The Joy Business Van is powered by Joy Business and supported by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank and MTN. What are we doing today?
That's what we tell each other every day. At Joy News, we tell your story. You have a story the world should know about? Tell it to Joy News. We are your home of bold, credible, and fearless journalism. I am Emefa Apau.
Think of Ghana's forests as a pair of lungs or kidneys, cleaning our air and water, regulating rainfall, sunshine, and serving as a buffer against natural disasters. Those kidneys and lungs are currently being attacked and perforated at a faster rate by illegal mining.
The forest is a no-go. It is an illegal area for anybody to mine. If the colonial masters saved these resources, how come our fourth republic is the one destroying these resources?
34 of the country's 288 forest reserves have been affected, with an estimated destruction of 4,726 hectares.
This is purely criminal.
Erastus Asardonko goes deep into major forests under siege. Forests under siege, a Pamprama Forest Reserve.
This is a pear. It is very good.
The first time was at Accra Mall. We got in and Eamon started to read everything it says in the room.
2-year-olds usually are not reading. They start reading around 4.
I can't explain how he is able to put all these things together. It's really a marvel to us ourselves. I didn't teach him anything of that sort. To sit one-on-one, no. Even if you have your device with you or you are doing something on your PC, he's so curious. He's interested in what is this.
They teach themselves how to read. They teach themselves how to decode words and how to put sounds together.
Hands. Eyebrow.
Imagine a family without a home. Imagine a song without a voice. Imagine a church without prayers. Imagine a government without citizens. Imagine democracy without journalists. Imagine a world without the media. Life is full of issues and stories about people, communities, and governments. Stories that have to be told by well-trained journalists. That's why you can't imagine news without JoyNews.
Welcome back to the AM show. It's time for us to review what the papers are reporting today. And if you just joined us, this is the JoyNews channel. Grateful that you could allow us into your space. Well, I have the Daily Graphic today, the Finder newspaper. I have the Ghanaian Publisher, the Daily Guide, and I also have with me the Custodian. Now, to help us review the papers is Dr. Kwame Asah-Asante. He is a political scientist and the director of the Center for European Studies at the University of Ghana. Doc, grateful for joining us here. Good morning.
Good morning, Kojo.
I trust all is well.
I'm happy to see you again. I'm very well. I'm very well.
Great. Let's start off from...
I'm well, Kojo. Yourself?
By grace, I'm well. Let's start off from the Daily Graphic newspaper. On the front page, Tamale International Airport opens. Digital audio transmission here. Technology trial takes off. Republic Bank Africa sets up hub in Accra. Ghana saves $1.5 billion from GMPC Gensa deal, Parliamentary Select Committee. We'll delve deeper into that particular story later on. But there's this interesting story at the back page of the Daily Graphic. It says, youth form 85% of prison inmates, age range between 12 and 35. Now, the story written by Elizabeth Kunedu Boache and Diana Mensah says, or it reads, the country currently has over 9,000 youth locked up in various prisons. The number represents about 85% of total number of inmates, which is over 15,000. The Deputy Director of Prisons, Millicent Owusu, made this known at a multi-stakeholder dialogue organized by the National Youth Authority for actors within the youth development ecosystem. She described the situation as worrying because the percentage of young people who were between the age of 12 and 35 years did not have access to the many benefits that the youth in the country had, which made them a liability to the country. The Deputy Director of Prisons therefore pleaded that some national activities geared towards the youth in the country are also implemented in the prison so that young inmates could also benefit. This is worrying that 85% of inmates, are youth. But what story does it tell? Okay, so we'll get back to him, but it should be, a source of worry for all of us in the country that, we have such a number of people who could, contribute more to the development of the country locked up. Why is that the case? What are we not doing right that we have all of these young people, locked up? They are not locked up because they have, the system says they should be locked up, but it's because of something they did. But why did this happen? I mean, something that should engage all of our thinking this morning, that youth forming 85% of prison inmates. That's quite shocking. I wish that we could even get your thought on this on our social media platform. What do you make of this story? What should we do to reduce these numbers? Because this is huge. Now, the Chief Executive Officer of the National Youth Authority, Pius Enam Hajide, said it was the responsibility of the state to account for the young people in the country, and that it was also important to work with non-state actors to ensure that the issues of young people were addressed. That, he said, was the reason the authority had chosen the month of August to amplify the challenges that confronted young people and also collaborate with stakeholders to discuss the solutions that could be rolled out to deal with the challenges of young people. But if you're a young person and you're watching us this morning, there are a lot of opportunities in this country. Maybe you're not aware, but for example, if you go onto the www.neip.gov.gh platform, there are numerous opportunities, and that's why it's important that you listen to this conversation we have today, so that we can expose ourselves to all the opportunities that we can take advantage of. And it's coming up later on in the show. We'll be speaking to the CEO of the NEIP, to expose all of us to the many opportunities that exist in the NEIP so that we can take advantage of them. I'm sure if we do, we can minimize some of these instances that we see gets our youth in there. Now, let's turn to the banner headline story on the digital audio transmission, which is to take off. The story is written by Mary Ann Amponsa and Dixon Walanyo Doche. It has a new radio technology, digital audio broadcasting, that enables the transmission of digital audio content over the airwaves, has gone live in the country. This makes the country the first in West Africa and fourth on the continent to embrace the innovative technology. DAB brings in an era of radio broadcasting that will improve on the traditional frequency modulation, FM, by using digital signals instead of analog, resulting in improved reception quality and reduced signal interference. With increasing demand for sound broadcasting services and limited FM frequency availability in major cities, the country's deployment of the latest version of DAB, the DAB Plus, will address frequency constraint for FM radio and allow stations to reach more cities while broadcasting the same radio content. Okay, let's see how that goes. Let's turn to other stories in the Daily Graphic newspaper. Okay, let's see. Okay, so we had this story here. Let's see. Now, Tamale, the northern regional capital, was ushered into a brand new life yesterday afternoon when Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia inaugurated the second phase of the redevelopment project of the Tamale International Airport TIA at a brief ceremony. The airport, which has now gained international status, is formally open to passengers. This follows successful test and simulation exercises on the project by the Ghana Airport Company Limited. The expansion works, costing $70 million, included the construction of a modern terminal building and other ancillary facilities such as VIP lounge, 2 boarding gates, 4 self-service check-in kiosk, 8 check-in desks, airline offices, commercial retail areas, and multi-purpose terminal for Hajj travel facilitation, and a 5-kilometer road network. The airport also has a 350 capacity car park, a technical area which includes a reservoir for potable water and firefighting, and a sewage treatment plant, among other facilities. Inaugurating the facility, Dr. Bawumia indicated that the terminal was designed for passenger throughput of 400,000 annually, adding that with the opening of the new terminal, a number of airlines would now be flying directly from Tamale to various parts of the world. So today, if you are from the northern part of the country and you're traveling anywhere in the world, you don't need to come through Accra. All you need to do is to go to Tamale, and then you can travel. You can fly from Tamale to Paris, to London, to Canada, to US, wherever you want to go to. He said the project was in line with the government's effort to expand the infrastructure in the airline industry to boost the agribusiness in the country and attract foreign investors while making Ghana an aviation hub of the West African sub-region. So even if someone wants to fly into Burkina Faso, he can come into Ghana through Tamale, and then he goes into Burkina. Wonderful. Let's see how this goes. My only worry will be how we maintain this facility. I mean, that has been a challenge in this country. We build fantastic infrastructure, but when it comes to maintaining them, it becomes a headache. There are so many roads that are going bad because we fail to do maintenance on those roads. I was driving on the Anaje Highway sometime last week, and I was telling myself, how have we allowed this road to even begin to have these potholes? Small potholes have started to develop on the Anaje Highway in Takrade, but authorities are watching on for those smaller potholes to deteriorate before we spend a lot of money to reconstruct the roads. I mean, that's the challenge we have in this country. So as we reopen the Tamale Airport, fantastic, but I only hope that when the smallest of challenges come, we should tackle them from the early stages so that they do not deteriorate. That has been our culture in this country. And for that Anaje Road that I'm talking about, we're all here. let's give ourselves a year. We'll bring stories of that road and we'll see how wider the potholes have become because authorities are failing to act. That is how we are in this country. So my only plea is that once we have opened such a fantastic project, let us up our game when it comes to, maintenance, because for our lack of maintenance, a lot of infrastructure have gone bad in this country. Now, when you go to page 16 of the daily graphic, it says, Minerals Commission discusses exploration of lithium at Mfantsiman. Now, the Minerals Commission is holding preliminary discussions with Atlantic Lithium Limited, a mining company, on the development of the Ewoya lithium deposit in the Mfantsiman municipality in the central region. The project has, however, not received the approval of the Minister of Land and Natural Resources. Neither has a contract, transaction, deal or stake for any person, company or entity been signed. By law, the Commission is mandated to make recommendations to the Minister for the granting of mineral rights, including a mining lease. Once that has not been done, no company can mine in this country. And that's why those who are mining without these, we call them illegal mining. So if any company is mining lithium in the Mfantsiman area and you know about it, you have to report. They don't have the license, per what we are reading here. Now, it says the Chief Executive Officer of the Minerals Commission, Martin Kwekwe, you see, told the Daily Graphic that the Commission had not made any such recommendations for the granting of a mining lease for the development of the lithium deposit at Ewoya. He explained that Atlantic Lithium had a prospecting license which it acquired through its Ghanaian subsidiary, Barari Development Ghana Limited. Quote, at this stage, Atlantic Lithium Limited still holds a prospecting license in the name of its local subsidiary, Barari Development Ghana Limited, and unquote. Martin A.C. added. Now, the interview comes in the wake of claims by Piedmont Lithium in respect of the company's acquisition of a stake in the Ewoya lithium project in Ghana. The press release by the Commission follows the Australian mining firm Piedmont Lithium had acquired a 22.5% stake in Atlantic Lithium's Ewoya project in the country. The CEO of Piedmont, Keith Phillips, was quoted in a release saying, quote, "We are pleased with the result of the Ewoya lithium project, definitive feasibility study, and our election to earn our initial 22.5% interest in Atlantic Lithium's Ghanaian lithium project portfolio," unquote. Now, Cabinet on July 27 this year approved a new policy framework for the exploitation, management, and regulation of lithium and other green minerals in Ghana. The overarching goal of the new framework is anchored on the principle that exploitation of green minerals, including lithium, must benefit the people who are true owners of the mineral resources. How are we going to ensure that the people benefit from this? It's another conversation we need to have. But now we do know that nobody has been given the license to, exploit the mineral. All that they have is prospecting to determine the, amount of lithium we do have. So if you see something, you need to say something. If you see someone is, mining lithium out from those areas, you need to alert the authorities so that the right things can be done. Okay, so we've been joined now by Dr. Kwame Asante on the phone. Doc, great to have you back. Yeah. So I wanted us to start from the youth forming 85% of prison inmates. We are told they range between 12 to 35 years. And I was asking, what real story does this tell?
This is a very unfortunate story, and it's not good for a country such as ours, and of course, it's not good for any country. Why are we in this? A number of factors come to the fore. Okay. If you look at it straight away, it tells you that there's something wrong with our socialization process, where we inculcate certain values in children for them to develop to become the best for society. What we are seeing tells us that there's something wrong with that. Let's cut our mind back to the family and to see how far have we been able to or how far have we fared in terms of our development, our contribution in this regard? Do we offer children the best of training in terms of what will make them fit into society? The answer is no. We have allowed children to do their own thing, and we have all manner of difficulties. People also have broken homes that have contributed immensely to some of this. Added to it, you can also talk about issue of what a lot of youth who are energetic and are what idle, doing nothing. Issue of unemployment and skills training is missing. So you'll find them into vices that will lead them into prison. It is unfortunate. And this means that our institutions must up their game alongside with families, with schools, with other agencies of socialization. They have to come in seriously because this country cannot do without the youth. And look at their number, the age bracket, 12 to 35. That's in other jurisdictions where you see a number of people who are in the labor front working, and here we have them in prison. It sends a very wrong signal to us that all government efforts, all the efforts of stakeholders, we are still having a sizable number of our youth population locked up in prison. It is cause for worry, and stakeholders must sit and act now.
How must we deal with this? I mean, what is the solution to this?
The solution lies in some of the things I've said. We need to tighten the noose around the what are the things that will make children or growing children become fit for society. So families must take seriously the process of socialization to inculcate. Let's continue to do that. Inculcate values into children so that when they grow, they live by them. Problem of what? Families. We need to also look at that and resolve them one way or the other. And then government must strengthen its effort to provide employment for the youth. There are a lot of them who are ready to work and they have no job. That doesn't mean, let me also state it clearly, that doesn't mean that if you don't have job, you must go into vice. That will take you to what? Prison. No. But the old adage serves us better, that the devil finds work for the idle hand. Let us engage them through what? Certain training, and then let us occupy them with something that will help them in their development, and that will deal with some of these problems. I know it will not go completely, but we'll be able to what? Nip it in the bud or reduce it to the barest minimum.
Okay, now let's turn our attention to the Finder newspaper now. On the front page it says, government settles 2.4 billion coupons on new bonds. No licenses granted to mine lithium, according to Minerals Commission. Research to find one traditional dish as Ghana's national food underway. And $70 million phase 2 of Tamale Airport commissioned to increase economic activities in northern Ghana, according to Dr. Bawumia. Now, the story is on page 2 of the Finder newspaper. It says, Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia has commissioned the Tamale International Airport Phase 2 project at a colorful ceremony in the Northern Regional Capital, facilitated under the auspices of the UK-Ghana Business Council. Established in 2018 and co-chaired by Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, the project is part of government's aviation sector infrastructure development program designed to expand the frontiers of the aviation industry and to make Ghana the aviation hub within the West African sub-region. Dr. Bawumia, who broke ground on August 15, 2019 for works to begin on a project, expressed delight that 4 years on, the Tamale International Airport Phase 2 project has been completed. Quote, this project is so dear to the government and particularly the hard-working people of the Northern region and its trading partners across the length and breadth of the country and the sub-region, unquote, Dr. Bawumia stated at the commissioning. Quote, the completion of this ultra-modern terminal building together with a multi-purpose terminal and other ancillary facilities are expected to provide needed impetus for increased economic trading activities and to reinforce the status of Tamale as a sub-Saharan hub for flight to and from neighboring West African countries and Sahel regions. Doc, I was saying a while ago that, well, this is good, fantastic project, but our only problem should be maintaining them. What do you make of this the commissioning and what the prospect that this brings to the northern part of the country?
Yeah, you couldn't have said it better. We need to develop that culture and sustain it. The culture of maintaining very important things or anything that we put our resources into. We need to maintain them to the best of what is required of us, so that it serves the purpose for which it was developed. In modern economics, you cannot do without aviation industry booming and then attracting a lot of people to use facilities within the industry. So this is a good call, and it has come at no better time than this time. But we want more in other places so that it will open the frontiers of the country's economy and allow us to rake in the necessary revenue that we need to propel our economy from its current state of that we find ourselves.
All right. Government, we understand, has settled some 2.4 billion coupons on new bonds. And the story is on page 4. It's written by Elvis Darkon. It says the Ministry of Finance has issued instructions for the settlement of first matured coupons of new bonds issued under phase of the domestic debt exchange program. In a Twitter post, the Finance Ministry said that the payment is in line with credibility of Ghana's domestic debt operation. Quote, in line with government's commitment to the continued success and credibility of Ghana's domestic debt operations, instructions have gone out for the settlement of 2.4 billion cedis first coupon payment of the DDEP due today, the tweet stated. I mean, what do you make of this? When the whole thing started, there were a lot of people who didn't participate because of, people not trusting the process. But here we are. What does it say?
If you look at this, it is a good thing, but my prayer is that it should be maintained or sustained. We don't want a one-day wonder thing where you pay today, the next day you default, and people picket at the ministry and all that. It doesn't bode well for a country which is struggling to maintain its image in this direction. It doesn't bode well at all. And you do yourself good. I'm talking about the government, if you are able to right that wrong and make sure that you do it well, and then you ginger people to want to contribute to financing government through the public sector. Without public finance, definitely governance process is going to be affected. So it is incumbent upon government to do the needful and then respect the terms of contract relative to this type of agreement so that you pay people on time. We need more of such finances to stabilize the economy, and government need to do what is required of them to also bring smiles on the faces of those who put in their hard-earned resources. But the nonsense, I'm sorry to say, of government always taken out at the last minute when people have contributed and they want their returns, government will come out with all cock and bull stories, and then government push that, which is always annoying. I think must cease so that we'll have an environment that will be attractive enough to get people into that sector and support government in this effort.
All right. Moving on to the Daily Guide newspaper. It says Cecilia Dapaah stolen cash case, third suspect granted bail. We saved the economy from collapse. That's according to BOG. Bawumia opened 17 million Tamale Airport Phase 2. Compensate Africa, Nana tells of the West, and 2.4 billion released to settle DDEP first coupon. Now on page 3, the story is written by Charles Techi Bwedu and says President Akufo-Addo continues to mount pressure on the need for Western countries to pay compensation to Africans and their countries for the negative effect of the transatlantic slave trade. The subject of restitutions, he said, must go along with the matter of reparations, since, according to him, quote, no amount of money can restore the damages caused by slave trade and its consequences, which have spanned many centuries. Your thoughts?
This issue about reparation and all that, I have a different story, or a different thinking about it. Because if we're talking about slavery, it didn't take one person or one group of people to do it. It was a joint effort between our people and the slave masters. So who is paying who a compensation? Sometimes when I hear this, there's something that we have to sit down and do, and that is to interrogate the literature the more, and then see the causes, and then who perpetrated the act. And then if there is any reparation, we can look at it and look at it carefully. And that is why we always cry about this. Say that I endorse slavery and all the effects. I hate it, and I was a student of history, and we were taught slavery. I detest it. I have visited places in the U.S., such as Monticello, where I've seen the effect of slavery and the rest of them. But look, it's a very complex matter. We have to look at it very well if we want to make sense of the world. And then we're trying to see what we can, demand out of that, out of which we can create problems and people will laugh at us. But aside this, I want to also say that let us not bang our hopes. I'm not sure we are banging our hopes on this thing to believe that we will definitely be giving us that type of reparation and all that. With or without it, we should, prepare our minds that we move on and that we use slavery as a bitter lesson to guide our future conduct and develop our country on our own.
But Doc, there's no argument about what the West did. Some of them have even said that, I mean, when they read history, it pains them the sort of things their grandfathers did to Africa. So is there a debate about who is supposed to do what?
Yeah, but the issue is that you are asking for reparation for, the act of inhumanity that was meted out to black people ferrying them from Africa through the difficult terrain of Atlantic Ocean to the New World and the rest of them. And I'm saying that the source, the beginning, who were those who took part in slavery? It was a market where there were suppliers and those who also demanded the commodity. And so was it the case that it's only Western world that was guilty of this and our people did contribute? Remember, before even invent of transatlantic slavery, domestic slavery, and then even with the introduction of transatlantic slavery, there were people who took part in selling people. You can go around this country and check our history of man in here in Africa, in Ghana, in Africa. Talk of Benin, King Kosoko and Co. would not stop selling slaves because it supported the economy, the Benin economy, and the rest of them. And I'm saying that having taken part in these ugly business, that is one actor plus another actor, why are you demanding reparation from the person who also was on the market after you have supplied? That, for me, is a lingering question that beats my mind, and I need answers from the public.
Interesting. All right, Doc, I'm grateful to you for joining us here on our news review segment of the show. Do have a great day. Dr. Kwame Asante is director of the Center for European Studies at the University of Ghana. This is the AM show, and we're grateful to you for joining us here. This is the news review segment. We'll take a quick break. When we return, we'll bring you sports. But just before, this segment was brought to you by Endpoint, and they're doing some free screening for both males and females. For females, they're doing fertility screening. You can pass by their branch, which is a Spintex, opposite the billboard, and then in Takrady at Anaje in the Nzima area. They are located in Esiama. Techiman, they are located in Hanswa, and then in Kumasi, in Kronom Abwe here, behind Angel Educational Complex. Do get to them so that you can know the status where you are, and they would ensure that they treat you. They say that, endpoint and to chronic diseases. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll bring you sports.
Hello, my name is Abeku Agri Santana. If there's anything that makes my life so easy, it is my bank. I love hanging out with my boys at our usual fufu joint. But even without cash, we still dey chop better with EcoBank Mobile. No matter the time of day, my bank helps me stay in touch with my beautiful wife whenever she's away. And when my beautiful wife is in town, she never misses out on her favorite TV shows because I'm able to pay up all my TV subscriptions from the comfort of my mobile phone. Whenever she has to get groceries too, my bank makes it cashless and convenient. And the part my wife loves the most is when my bank makes it possible and easy for her to shop from any part of the world without moving.
Welcome to the smart world of EcoBank. Download EcoBank Mobile from Google Play Store or the App Store and discover the smart way to bank. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see S-I-N-T-E-X. Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
Water is life. Water gives life. Water moves through nature in a never-ending cycle. Observe the beauty of water as it flows all around us, refreshing and restoring. Gaze in wonder at the stillness and beauty of nature. There's harmony in nature everywhere around. Water revitalizes the body and keeps you going strong. Water is life. Water gives life. Drink Awake Purified Drinking Water. One for life. So relax and unwind, and in the calmness of nature, find the rest you desire. For every bottle of Awake you buy, an amount to be donated to the National Cardiothoracic Center. This advert is FDA approved.
Hi, Joy Business One. I'm Judith Akos Atama, the founder and CEO of J24 Foods. Welcome to Honey World. J24 Foods started close to 10 years ago. During national service, I happened to run into some business idea. I was posted to Forestry Commission. We went for some inspection in one forest reserve, I met with the forest manager who introduced me to beekeeping. Honey is not the only product. We do coconut oil, we do hibiscus tea, and then we do palm oil. So, but honey is the one that brings in the money. Yes, so we do on the average, all the sizes, we do on the average 8,000 to 10,000 bottles in a month. We want to reach every part of this country.
The Joy Business Van, this Wednesday on TV, radio, online and on ground. The Joy Business Van is powered by Joy Business and supported by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank and MTN. What are we doing today?
Let's do sports now on the AM show. I am Muftar Nabila Abdai. Good morning. Now, we start with Team Ghana's preparations for the World Athletics Championships, and the team finalized their training session on Tuesday ahead of the 200 meters heat later today. Joseph Paul Amoah and James Dazi will be in action. James Dazi is in heat 4, while Joseph Paul Amoah is in heat 6 of the competition. Head coach of the team, Elom Aminakwa, has been speaking to my colleague Fenty Utahiru, and he believes that the boys have got what it takes to qualify to the semi-final of the competition.
Being in a camp is what we've been asking for a very long time, and this time around we're able to spend at least I think 8 days in France, and then we are back here in Hungary doing the same thing that we are doing. So looking at the training and everything, I think we are ready to hit it. Qualification is the toughest in this tournament. To advance from the round 1 to round 2 is the most difficult, and then looking at his heat, the seasonal best of the athletes that he's going to run with, I think he stands a chance of qualifying. It's just about him executing what we are talking about, our race plan and everything. So I think he has a chance of advancing to the next stage.
Darcy, his race, his heat seems, for want of a better word, maybe relatively manageable. He has the fastest time in there. But he has a strap on his hamstring. Talk to me too about his physical situation.
Hamstring is something that comes and go, and it got to do with your mental toughness too. When you are returning from injury, you are very conscious about it, like hey, it can come again and all those things. So he needs to, get it out of his mind going into the race tomorrow. If he thinks about it too much, it's definitely going to affect him. But hey, that's Jim Dazi. He's a tough guy, and his running is late night. When you're running in late night, you have a lot of work to do. Meaning you really need to run a very fast curve, and he has to get the hamstring injury out of his mind, like if he has to qualify to the next stage.
Also, when it comes to the sprinters, apart from the relay team, with Joe Paul and James Dazi, what have you been working on specifically in this? Is it the speed, is it technique, or what have you been working on the most?
We have some few days to train. Adaptation-wise, you can't say that we can use the 10 days that we spend to work on somebody's speed. It's about their preparation that they have with their various coaches before coming here. My duty here is to just maintain it and then to polish it so that they don't lose that form that they have from the previous year.
Coach Elom there, speaking ahead of the 200 meters later today. It starts at 9:25 a.m. Now, let's hear from my colleague Fenty Utahiru, who was at the training grounds and brings us an update of what he witnessed when he visited the team's training camp.
Yeah, so they've been training quite well. team after the Deborah Akwa got, missed out on a chance to qualify for the women's long jump final. Team Ghana, since Saturday, they've not competed. In fact, their first competition is on Wednesday, that's tomorrow, when 2 of our athletes will take into the tracks to compete in the 200 meters heat. Okay. And, James Darcy, of course, I saw him. He's training really well, but he does have a bit of a plaster on his hamstring, so he's not looking very good. Remember, he got injured after he ran the national record back at the end of April. I think he ran that race on April 30. So he still hasn't fully recovered from that. Yeah, so in the shot, you see that's Elom in the Ghana shirt with Joseph Paul Amoa, who will also be running in the 200-meter heats tomorrow. And the relay team are the ones in your shot at the moment, obviously, also training because the relays, the heats, for that is on Thursday. And so some of these guys would also be involved. So that's Edwin Gadai, Raymond French, and Isaac Bosio in your short. The 2 200-meter runners, Joseph Polamo and James Darcy. And that's James Darcy. You see the plaster on his left hamstring there. And he's not looking very good. However, the good news for him is that his heats looks really good. Look at the numbers in there and what have you. But Muftau, in fact, after the conversation, you also see that the Ghana team are wearing all kinds of, everybody's wearing their own thing. I have also been told that an airline has lost their training kit. So it's a really bizarre situation because, and Team Ghana is not the only one to have lost kit. Yesterday, I met the president of the Athletics Federation of Zimbabwe, and he was running across. And I asked him, why are you in such a hurry? Muftar, this man, he's so big. But he was running and he was holding a bag. And I asked him, what's in the bag? He said, they are spikes. So what are they for? He's going to give them to one of his athletes to use to run a race, not just training. It was race day and he was still chasing spikes because an airline lost their spikes on the way.
Wow.
The airline lost my bag as well. So it's not.
So I was actually going to mention that you've also lost your bag.
Yeah. So that's the problem. So it's been very chaotic in terms of the organization. But Team Ghana has been training well. They have been here since Thursday.
My colleague Fentio there bring us up to speed on what Team Ghana has been doing ahead of the 200 meters and the relays, which will be happening. 200 meters is today, and the relays will be happening on Friday. But now, let's take a look at what transpired on day 4 of the World Athletics Championships as Faith Kipyegon cemented her name as the first ever female athlete to win the 1500 back-to-back as she won it with 3 minutes 54 seconds, and it was Ethiopia's Chigeyo who came second before Shifan Hassan also came third. And in the high jump, Tamberi also got the better of Mutaz Bashim, who had won the high jump for 3 consecutive competitions. Now, the Italian is now the first ever in the history of his country to win gold medal in the high jump competition. We've got this and many more.
Kipyegon is well clear though. Chamchechia back in 5th place is out of this now. And Kipyegon with 5 meters, 6 meters, goes clear. Hassan running for a minor medal here. Waltechi producing a wonderful run. She's run 3:55. It's going to be no player outside that here. But it's Kipyegon's gold, as expected. Waltechi the silver for Ethiopia. And Hassan the bronze, 3:54.87 after a very slow first 800 meters. I said before the race, how do you defeat Faith Kipyegon? Well, that question is still writ large up in the sky above this gorgeous stadium in Budapest, because she has retained her title 3 times a world champion now. Tamberi here at 2:36. Here's the Italian, the Olympic champion. A first time again. Oh, after one hiccup at 2:25, he's gone first time, first time, first time.
What about this from Tamberi? The Olympic champion, the former world indoor champion, becomes the first Italian male to take this title.
Tausaga then in this women's discus. Now, Lalauga Tausaka, well, the American in round 5 throws big. She throws very big. A lifetime best, 65.5 meters, 69.49. She hits one so right, does the 25-year-old. Her hometown Spring Valley, they'll be dancing in the streets with that one.
And Soufiane El Bakkali is going to become a multiple world champion at the 3,000 meter steeplechase. El Bakkali reigns supreme once more, and it's yet another runner-up finish for the silver man. It was a great chance for Germa to turn so many silvers into a gold, but he just didn't go early enough, he just didn't go hard enough, and El Bakkali's reign at the top of world steeplechasing continues. Safely away, and it's a good start by Kenny Harrison, and Devon Charlton going well on this side, which is why she got that world indoor silver. Kenny Harrison, and if that time is accurate, that is sensational.
Sensational round there from Kenny Harrison as she won the heat in the 100 meters hurdles. But now let's hear from Faith Kipyegon. She became the first female ever in the history of athletics to win the 1,500 meters back to back. And she's been speaking to my colleague Fenty Utahiru on becoming very fast after giving birth.
Mia, Ali, everybody's having a kid and coming back and running faster than before. And I always like to ask that question, what is so special about coming back from childbirth and doing much better than before?
I think that is the strongest point and the strongest thing, the strongest point of our career, being mom and coming out here and execute as much as we can to show other women that everything is possible. Not only going to maternal leave and coming back, you can be stronger than before.
Your last lap was 56 seconds.
Thank you, Stefan.
Your last lap was 56 seconds. what is that the best you've ever closed? What's your best last lap ever?
I don't know. I didn't see the watch. I was just going for the gold medal. That was my biggest thing. So I was just running fast as I can to defend my title. You've broken so many.
Now, let's also hear from Nia Ali. She's also been speaking about becoming extremely fast after giving birth.
But I don't know. It's my first time doing it. But it's cool. I don't know.
One last question for you. You're running your fastest now.
Right.
And at your oldest. I mean, what's the superpower about having a baby and coming back? Because you're not the first person.
Yeah.
A lot of you have been doing it. It's crazy.
You know, yeah, I can't speak for the others. For me, I would say that before I had children, I was kind of like, just like young, vibey, out and about, not really like tunnel vision. So I think that that's really what made all the difference for me, like just kind of locking in a little bit more, like each year, after each kid, knowing that when I get older, because some of the people in the past told me, like, you know, when you get older, you know, you hear that, you're not going to be able to do that, you're not going to be able to eat that, you're like, whatever. But now that I'm older, I'm like, oh, where is the vitamin store? Where, like, you know, I need to go to sleep. So I think it's just doing all the right things now and just still leaving that little bit of room with the balance, but knowing I have that little bit of room to improve, just capitalizing on that.
Yeah, I was going to talk about that balance,
Yeah.
how to get it right. Like, what kind of support system you need to absolutely get that right?
Oh, like my mom, Andre's mom, like our family, they hold it down. Like, my family really, really holds it down. So if I didn't have that, I wouldn't even be able to focus the way I can. But they're with my family, so I don't even need to worry about my children when I'm out here. And I think that's the best part about it, having that village.
T, can I ask one more question? You know, I was in Doha when you won that championship, and then I was in Oregon when the drama happened. I mean, it's been a lot of ups and downs. I mean, how does that make you feel? Because from being a world champion to falling over in Oregon and then running your first time, all in the space of like 2-3 years, it's crazy.
Yeah, it makes me feel good, and it makes me feel more confident than ever right now, because I feel like I really got a handle on myself and my career, and that's the most exciting part about it all. I learned from my experiences.
Thank you. All the best for the semis and the final.
Thank you.
Now let's hear from Toby Emusan. She's speaking to the media for the first time since she was charged by World Athletics Integrity Unit for missing 3 separate tests. Well, it was her time to also have a go at journalists, saying that they should cut her some slack and that they claim to know her more than she knows herself.
In as much as I don't like to reference things, but I hate when people feel like they know me. Myra is in California. You wrote an article and it felt like we were buddies and I actually gave you intel on what to write. I read that article you wrote and let me tell you, it brought me to tears. And that hurt my feelings. Disrespected me as an athlete and my coach and all my athletes. You didn't know what surrounded that track meet. Or you just sat down and wrote whatever you want to write. You didn't know what I was going through. Or you just started typing. That's a kid. Because that was at my lowest. And you wrote everything like you get in this career. That's how I got. What charges?
No, I'm asking the charge about the Brics violation. Like, because a lot of your fans and the edits public.
Mr. Carter, I am done answering your questions. You asked the same questions like 5 times now.
That's the first time I asked that question.
Yes, thank you.
All right, so Toby,
ridiculous.
Yeah. Listen, Toby, we're so. Yeah.
You run fast, they want to talk about your shoes. You don't run fast, they want to talk about what's going on. Like, come on, cut me a slack.
All you gotta do is say no thank you.
No thank you, no, then I'll tell you no thank you.
To be a Musan there, not having it lightly with media, saying that some of them report as if they know her more than she knows herself, and also said that many of those reports brought her to tears. Now, we'll wrap up with some football, and the Ghana Football Association, they will be assembling in Tamale for an elective Congress. Vice President of the Ghana Football Association, Mark Addo, says that they've been putting together the right structures that will ensure the successful governance of football in the country. And he says that the technical department of the Ghana Football Association, headed by Bernhard Lippert, is yet to achieve even 20% of what they dream for football.
We came in October, I think October 29th of 2019. Yeah. There's been a massive improvement in terms of purely from restructuring the organization to ensure that we'll be able to put the right programs in place, you know, in all aspects. Restructuring the finance organization, bringing in good technical people, hiring new CFO, putting the right controls and systems in place in terms of accountability. Because FIFA demands, the levels in terms of FIFA expectations are very high. We brought in a new marketing director to help in our campaign sponsorship, which has yielded tremendous results. We have over 25 major sponsors for the FA, which you can see in our financials compared from 2019 to 2020 to 2021. You can see that. The 2022 financials just closed. It's being audited as we speak. And once we go to Congress again, it will be made public. And then we also we set up a new legal department to help in the FA work. We've also hired a new HR manager. We hired a new HR manager. Can you imagine not having an HR manager in our organization? So we did that as well. The prosecutor was mandated by FIFA, which we hired. So in terms of the right structures in place, we have done all that just to make sure the organization and then it's properly structured for growth. So that's what we've done, and there's a whole lot of work that goes on in this contest. On the back of it, we've been able to meet all our FIFA audit requirements, and it's been tremendous amount of work that gone into to get that done. In terms of also in our statutory reporting, we've also met that as well. You know, by filing our financials with the Register Journal. So from organization structure, example, turnaround structure, I think we're on the right course. Then you veer into competitions. So all these things, of course, we have to have the right people to plan for the competition, for the clubs and for the league. We've also have to work on the other aspect in terms of refereeing, which was a big challenge when we came in. Restructuring that to get a referees manager, the technical development of our referees. Our same as we set up we didn't set up, we enhanced the technical directorate by hiring Bernard Lepere, the technical director, to do it. They've done a lot of work at the technical directory, but still a lot of work needs to be done. We are not even 20% of what we expect the technical directorate to do.
That's your sports for now. We do have more sports stories on my joyonline.com. The show continues right after this.
Hello, my name is Abeku Agri Santana. If there's anything that makes my life so easy, it is my bank. I love hanging out with my boys at our usual fufu joint. But even without cash, we still dey chop better with EcoBank Mobile. No matter the time of day, my bank helps me stay in touch with my beautiful wife whenever she's away. And when my beautiful wife is in town, she never misses out on her favorite TV shows because I'm able to pay up all my TV subscriptions from the comfort of my mobile phone. Whenever she has to get groceries too, my bank makes it cashless and convenient. And the part my wife loves the most is when my bank makes it possible and easy for her to shop from any part of the world without moving.
Welcome to the smart world of EcoBank. Download EcoBank Mobile from Google Play Store or the App Store and discover the smart way to bank. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
My name is John, and this is my long-time crush. My cookie dipped in strawberry yogurt. On this scorching hot afternoon on our way back from a long job hunt, we met this good Samaritan who offered us a ride.
6 weeks later,
big night, you shall a special wedding reception for her bride and groom.
And there she is, my cookie, dipped in someone else's yogurt.
Don't be like John, who holds the mullah, calls the shot, play game pack games, the easiest lottery to play and win. Pick 4 numbers from 0 to 9 up to 3 times daily to become one of our daily lucky winners. Dial *946# to play now. Or you can also play online at www.gamepackgames.com. Game Park is regulated by the National Lottery Authority.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up and in no time our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the Eco Park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown crane, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults, this price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
Hi, Joy Business One. I'm Judith Akos Atama, the founder and CEO of J24 Foods. Welcome to Honey World. J24 Foods started close to 10 years ago. During national service, I happened to run into some business idea. I was posted to Forestry Commission. We went for some inspection in one forest reserve. I met with the forest manager who introduced me to beekeeping. Honey is not the only product. We do coconut oil, we do hibiscus tea, and then we do palm oil. So, but honey is the one that brings in the money. Yes, so we do on the average, all the sizes, you do on the average 8,000 to 10,000 bottles in a month. We want to reach every part of this country.
The Joy Business Van, this Wednesday on TV, radio, online and on ground. The Joy Business Van is powered by Joy Business and supported by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank and MTN. What are we doing today?
This is a player. It is very good.
The first time was at Accra Mall. We got in and Eamon started to read everything it says in the room.
2-year-olds usually are not reading. They start reading around 4.
I can't explain how he is able to put all these things together. It's really a marvel to us ourselves. I didn't teach him anything of that sort. To sit one-on-one, no. Even if you have your device with you or you are doing something on your PC, he's so curious. He's interested in what is this.
They teach themselves how to read. They teach themselves how to decode words and how to put sounds together.
Head, eyebrow.
So welcome back from the break. Let's talk about the issues making rounds in this country. And but before then, our new review segment was brought to us by Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic, and they are offering free prostate screening and free female fertility screening. They're located in Accra here, Spintex opposite Shell signboard, Kumasi Chronoma Boy here behind Angel Educational Complex. In Takrade, you can locate them in Anaji Estate, Tema Community 22, Techiman Hanswa. In Nzema area, Siaman. Give them a call on 0244-867-068 or 0274-234321. Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic, the end to chronic diseases. Well, so let's get straight to the issues and discuss, the issues that are coming up. Now, if you go to the Daily Graphic, page 20, they are reporting a story from Parliament where they say the Parliamentary Select Committee on Mines and Energy has stated that the country saved about $1.5 billion from gas sales agreement between the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation and the Gensa Energy Ghana Limited. The contract is to deliver 329 million metric British thermal unit, MMBTU, of gas to GNPC for 16 years. The committee said the sales agreement would also reduce the transmission losses by $418 million when the Ameri plant is relocated to Kumasi and made operational. The parliamentary probe follows criticism by some civil society organizations last year that the agreement would cause financial loss to the state. The committee said in its report that after a careful evaluation of testimonies from stakeholders, the country would derive some benefit from the sales. Now, from the sales agreement, civil society groups, Imani Africa, and the Africa Center for Energy Policy, ACEP, alleged that Ghana bought gas for $95.8 million and sold to Gensa Energy for $43.5 million, accounting for $1.5 billion loss to the state. But Parliament's Mines and Energy Committee interrogated the management of GNPC and the Ministry of Energy over the said gas supply deal with Gensa Energy, which Imani Africa and ACEP had criticized. The sales agreement was signed in 2020 and amended in 2021, following a directive from the Ministry of Energy. Let's get more from this. Ben Boache is the executive director at ACEP. He joins us via Zoom for us to go into these issues, for you to really understand what the issues are. Because as we speak, the Senior Staff Association of Ghana Gas is also rejecting this report from the Mines and Energy Committee of Parliament. We'll be speaking to them as well. Now, the minority on the committee is also distancing itself from the same reports. What is really happening here? Ben Boache, good morning to you, and thanks for joining us, sir.
Hey, my brother, and thanks for having me.
Great. Now, help us understand. I mean, for those of us who are, not really at your level in energy sphere, we really want to appreciate this. What is really at stake?
Right. Sometime last year, around September, we chanced on a contract that has been operational between GNPC and Gensa Ghana Limited. Let me put that in perspective. Gensa Ghana Limited is a foreign entity with Ghanaian faces, or led by Ghanaian. So GNPC entered into a contract with them for them to extend a pipeline to Kumasi, and also be able to allow GNPC to use their infrastructure over a period of 16 years. And for that period of 16 years, GNPC was going to pay them about $1.5 billion. So the question that came to us is that if GNPC signed such an agreement, for what we call capacity reservation, what that means is that GNPC will be allowed to use the infrastructure of Gensa over the period when they need it, and pay that much money. So if GNPC was going to pay that, what is it in reality getting in return for that? And we did the numbers, and we saw that that capacity reservation that GNPC is talking about is just a ruse. It's really to cover the whole transaction and how shady it is.
Okay.
Because one, there isn't enough gas for the capacity that GNPC says it's reserving in a Gensa pipeline. GNPC says it is reserving 130 SCF in the primary pipeline of Gensa, and then about 65 million standard cubic feet of gas in their branch pipeline. So cumulatively, they are reserving about 195 SCF capacity. And that is what they are paying the 1.5 billion for. And they said, where in that corridor is GNPC going to use that gas in the next 10 to 15 years to warrant they are going to such an agreement? And we don't see anything. The only thing we see is the relocation of the Ameri power plant that we had earlier criticized, which in fact, even if that was relocated, could only take about 30 SCF maximum.
Okay.
If you're not running over the plant, it means you're doing less of that capacity. So is it just for the Ameri power plant that GNPC is committing in real time? And in fact, they have already started paying since 2020, but they have not even used a molecule of gas. So all that subsidy that they've granted to Gensa over that period of time, 3 years, has been of zero benefit to the corporation. So we criticized it and thought that this needed the attention of government for that contract to be reviewed and also help save Ghana some money. So when we started talking about it, the committee in Parliament, the Mines and Energy Committee, also rebutted. They said, we probably should have gone to speak to GNPC and got clarity on the issue. And we said, hey, no. I mean, the attached here is a lawyer. Honorable Katie Hammond is a lawyer. And if for anything at all, they should understand that if you have a contract, a written and signed contract, that contract should make meaning to everybody who wants to read it. Because if you have to go look for those who signed it to get interpretation, then there's a problem in that contract. Right? So we did analysis based on a signed document, not speculation, not hearsay, not a letter, on the document, but the document itself is what we actually analyze, and therefore there.
We're on with Ben Boache. He is Executive Director for African Center for Energy Policy, ACEP. Now, this discussion we're having, the key findings from the report by the Parliamentary Select Committee on Energy and Mines on Energy says GNPC and the GENSA Ghana Limited Gas Transmission Agreement savings to GNPC is $1.462 billion. Their argument is that if Ghana had borrowed to do the same thing, construct the pipelines, it would have cost us $1.625 billion. Well, they also argue that it would lead to reduction in transmission losses by $480 million once a Mary plant is relocated to Kumasi and made operational. Okay, so we have Ben Boache back. So Ben, you're making a point when your line tripped.
Oh, my line has been on. I think yours tripped. I don't know.
Oh, okay, okay. So probably it's from our end. That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was making the point that we had actually lost faith in the committee. When they decided to investigate the matter because of the prejudicial comments that the chairman and Honorable Katie Hammond made, regarding the whole arrangement. But we thought that we could still appear before the committee and provide evidence to show that, one, there is no free gas anywhere or cheap gas anywhere for GNPC to discount it from the market price of 6.08 to 2.79 for GENSA. Number two, we thought that we could help the committee to appreciate how Ghana is bleeding from the energy sector, for which reason the needed social investments are not being made. Rather, we are paying energy sector commitments and not building the schools, the roads, and the hospitals that are required to be built. As we speak, even at the time we appeared before the committee, government had paid over $700 million for gas subsidies or under recoveries that GNPC couldn't pay for. Right? So a further discount was going to exacerbate the situation. And today, in reality, we paid so much and we still have more than $600 million outstanding debt to be cleared on gas payments alone. So we thought that those were interesting issues that the committee could pay attention to and get answers and responses from GNPC, why they would sign that capacity reservation in GENSA's pipeline. And let's be honest, GENSA is using those pipelines for its own needs, right? So GENSA supplies power to the mines, is build the pipelines to supply gas to them. Beyond the one that is going to Kumasi, GENSA has use for those pipelines. So why is GNPC shouldering all the costs for building the pipeline? And beyond that also, the infrastructure remains that of GENSA. So GENSA can build all the pipelines, power plants across the country and use their pipelines that GNPC is paying for free. And that's essentially what GNPC has gotten into on behalf of the people of Ghana. So we're hopeful that even beyond the prejudicial comments, the committee would open up to those real issues and ask germane questions. Where is GNPC going to get a chief gas to give to GENSA, and why are they showing that kind of commitment, which really essentially is going to be a loss on the public purse significantly. So those were the things that we were hoping that the committee could do.
Okay.
So we wake up to the report of the committee that really shocked us. And we read the committee's report, and you see evidently that the committee job was just to whitewash the agreement and even change testimonies, when it suits them, to align to a certain narrative that they were pushing in that report. Because we have the testimonies of GNPC, which was a PowerPoint presentation. And in that testimony, GNPC was saying that the discount they gave to GENSA was approved by the ministry as an industrial tariff. And then when GENSA also comes to the committee, they also says that, no, it wasn't an industrial tariff. It was the WACOG, or the market price, that they discounted for the investment that they were going to make. But the committee finds itself in a situation where it then reconciles GENSA's testimony with GNPC's testimony to make them one. To now say that, no, it wasn't an industrial tariff, but it was the WACOG that was used to achieve the 2.79 tariff. And that, for me and for us, is quite disingenuous for the committee to have actually done that. The committee also has opportunity to speak to the minister and the Ministry of Energy on policy matters, whether the ministry approved the transaction or knew about it. And the minister appears to them before them and says they didn't know about it. They were not part of the transaction. Meanwhile, they had evidence that there were letters from the ministry sanctioning and approving the transaction. So this lie was also repeated in the report of the committee when they had letters from the ministry showing that, in fact, it was the ministry that even told them to extend the pipeline to Kumasi, and the letter signed by the minister. But all of that will not be captured in the report. But to say that the ministry said they didn't know about it is the Ministry of Energy saying that they don't have policy on the gas sector. That cannot be the case. When, prior to the signing of the agreement, the Ministry of Energy issued a policy directive saying that Ghana Gas should be the only transmission company. How then does GENSA become a quasi-transmission company without license? And that all that is not captured in the report of the committee. So the committee essentially sought to support the GENSA transaction by hook or crook, and that's what they have done. No interest in looking at what you and I are going to lose as a result. Right? Today, there's tariff increases. And these tariff increases are going to go up to be able to accommodate this kind of uselessness that we are seeing in some of these transactions.
Interesting. Now, you made mention of the fact that there's been some subsidy payment for 3 years. Do we take it that the payment have already started then?
It has started. And you see what? The committee's work, I'm now beginning to sense that they probably just wanted to delay so that GENSA can finish its pipeline, and then they just say, oh, the pipeline is here, so let's keep paying. All right? So they have been paying even before they did the extension of the pipeline to Kumasi, and there has been no benefit in that period to Ghana and to GNPC. But we have been paying that subsidy. So that bill goes back to the central government, and government pays with our taxes that should go into development, to GENSA. And GENSA has been enjoying the subsidy for that period. Right now, they are even saying that they want to decouple their whole infrastructure from the gas supply because they are seeing GNPC struggling to pay them the money or give them all the gas they need. So they want to decouple and now say that GNPC has to find a way to, to pay them. They also want parliamentary ratification. Now, I'm sure maybe the committee would have advised them to do that. They want parliamentary ratification for the deal so that they can always get their money. So that is the situation. They want to lock us in and pay them the 1.5 billion at all cost. And even the new letter that I've seen, if you compute what they are asking for now, it goes in excess of $1.8 billion dollars. And the fundamental question is, for what?
How much do you estimate we've paid in the past 3 years for absolutely no work done?
That will run into several millions. We haven't computed that. But the fact of the matter is that we have been paying. And what is intriguing, really, is that you have another state agency, Ghana Gas, that has been fighting GENSA on these things because it is a sole entity with transmission infrastructure. And they had prior agreed with GENSA to pay them for those transmission projects so that if GENSA spends to build the pipelines, they get paid for their investment plus interest. And then Ghana Gas owns the asset. Now they move that agreement to GNPC, and we don't get to own it unless GNPC at some point decides that they want to opt to buy the primary pipeline. So if GNPC decides not to buy it, or doesn't even have money to buy it, then the asset remains that of GENSA forever. And they are using the transmission corridor of Ghana and owning that asset and selling gas to the people of Ghana, the gas that we own. Somebody now takes control of the gas and sells the gas to us, when we want it. And this is a tragedy of the transaction that we were hoping that the people's representative would have looked into it and, save us money. But that's what they have done, just whitewash the whole agreement. And I don't understand what a rush even is. When you have delayed for almost a year, this whole investigation concluded in November last year. I mean, they have spoken to all the people they wanted to speak to. What has kept Honorable Atachia from, producing that document from January to now almost September before he issues his report?
Interesting. Ben, kindly stay with me. Let me bring in the senior staff chairman of Ghana Gas, Richmond K. Alamu, is manager asset integrity and maintenance, gas processing plant. Grateful to you for joining us here. Now, you disagree with the findings of the committee. Why do you disagree, and why do you think this deal is bad for the country?
And good morning to your cherished listeners. And let me first and foremost state emphatically that we've seen the Select Committee on Energy's report on this issue, and it's a misappropriation or misrepresentation of what we expected to see. There are a lot of facts that are missing in the report, and from the onset, the way this GENSA issue started, I mean, how they started their businesses, the discounted gas price that was given to them at the cost of the nation, a lot of issues. I mean, we sat down far too long to get to this level. Let me also state again, Amandi constructed the pylons for Greco, and Amandi doesn't own
the pylons
transmission line. Yes. So if we don't understand today why our main primary source or gas transmission will be given to a foreign entity to own, we have stated this entirely that is very, very wrong. And it's we, the ordinary Ghanaians, that are going to suffer. We, the Staff Association of Ghana Gas, we don't do politics. We don't belong to any political party. We are professionals, and we always make sure that we work to the benefit of the nation. Let me tell you, as a nation, there are a lot of areas that we need to improve on. And the last thing we all expect is for this energy industry of ours that brings a lot of revenue for bad decisions to be made, which have bad consequences on we all, including our forefathers that have fought for the nation to get to this far, our parents, our family members. We are all going to pay for this. And we were very shocked about the report that came out. The parliamentarians the Parliamentary Select Committee, we trusted them and put them in office, and we are shocked about the report. Well, from yesterday, it looks like we've seen that there were some miscalculations in their report. So at that area, I think we'll pardon them, and we have already started engaging them to do the corrections in terms of the figures. But one, from the report, Energy Commission, if you look at the report that was brought in, Energy Commission was invited to the committee. But Energy Commission's testimony was absent from the report that was submitted.
Okay.
Now, I think clearly it was omitted because GENSA is not licensed to, own a gas pipeline or gas transmission. So obviously that was why it was omitted. Let's ask ourselves why Energy Commission's testimony was taken out of the report. Secondly, the nation Ghana in the past years have committed a lot of resources into this gas infrastructure. One has to do with the fact that there's about 60-kilometer offshore pipeline that the nation Ghana, the taxman, including myself and the Ghanaian listeners listen to us, all paid for. And we are supposed to maximize those efforts. Now today, if GENSA is given this opportunity to do that, now what we are supposed to maximize that offshore pipeline, currently that transport the gas from offshore to our gas processing plant and then to Saprade, to VRA, even including GENSA, we are not going to maximize it. Now, if GENSA is not going to construct a pipeline all the way offshore, then onshore to their various facilities, that cost as a businessman will go to who? They will subcharge it on we the customers or we the Ghanaians. It's not going to be free. A private man is here for his business. Now, again, my point is, if you look at what Ghana Gas have done through the years, even including the COVID time, right, and supporting a lot of issues or challenges that we have as a nation, it belongs to the nation. So the nation has the right to look at other areas in which the resources need to be channeled to. Now, you are bringing a foreign entity that is 70% owned by foreigners. What? The revenue that they get, we can't control that. And currently, we keep on trumpeting and keep on crying. The Ghanaian public keep on crying for this GENSA deal to be aborted. But we'll only consider the fact that there were calculations in terms of the figures that were submitted yesterday from the report. We will make sure they know the right calculations. Or most of the figures are totally wrong and it's very false. If you also go to the report, I can tell you, it's saying that there are a lot of things, there's a lot of problems. If you go to the report, if you read the benefits, they say a lot of benefits in bringing GENSA into the gas transmission pipeline, right?
Yeah.
And this is what I have a lot of challenges with.
I mean, they speak about 50 million tons of carbon dioxide reduction per year as a UP01, UP03 will reduce flaring and bring all flared gas to onshore for processing and utilization, as well as 0.225 million tons of power generation in Kumasi, saving about 40 megawatts of transmission losses. But we're still flaring gas, right? Okay. So this is like a game changer for us, isn't it?
It's not. Let me tell you.
Okay.
That's why I'm saying the report is very, very false.
Okay.
That gas that is currently being flared, Ghana Gas is building a second gas processing plant. And that's the same gas that we are going to use for the second gas processing plant. So nobody should throw that into anybody's eye. Sorry. So those issues are there. Before GENSA came in, that's what Ghana Gas have already brought as a flag or a vision. And they've stated that. Let me tell you as well, they did go ahead to say that they are substituting CNG as part of that, the benefit. I think is it 5 or 6? I don't have the report here. Yes.
They said 75% fuel cost reduction by substituting CNG for diesel.
And again, the CNG, you can ask Free Zone. You can ask Ghana Railways. The CNG is a project that's already been undertaken by Ghana Gas. So another falsehood that is being peddled in the report. I do not want to, go on but I expect them to do better.
So Mr. Lamu, you are saying that all of the things they are asking Gensa to do are things that Ghana Gas has already started doing them.
Yes, of course. Apart from that, we are saying that we are not against private investment. We all like private investment. There are a lot of areas that the private investor can invest in. If they come to the association, we can give Gensa a lot of areas that we think they need to improve on. But we can't sell our best right to Gensa. The main transmission line for gas infrastructure should not be going to Gensa. Currently, they also made mention of creating jobs here and there, which we know as well as after Gensa going to the mines to supply gas to them, we know they've also taken the jobs of ERA, ECG, Gridco. You understand? So this is what we are saying. That everything, if you go to most of the countries that we have in the nation that have gas, nobody has their primary infrastructure to a foreign man or a foreign agency. We want Gensa to invest in the nation, but not in the gas. Not the way they are going. It's totally wrong. And that's what we are saying. We need investment. We encourage private investment, but not our primary source of transmission. We cannot sit there and say Gridco belongs to somebody from, any country. Can we rule the nation? Or can the nation be a better place for us? It also has a national security implications. Let me tell you, if you go across the world, there are conflicts between countries. I can mention a lot, but I do not want to mention. Which, for instance, there's Russia and Ukraine. Ukraine has some facilities in Russia. Russia has similar in Ukraine. As a result of the conflict, those facilities are not running. We will say there will be a conflict between we and South Africa or the partners, the foreign partners of Gensa. But when that happens, can you control the infrastructure? You stole your best right. Also, Gensa will decide or can decide as a business entity to know who they are going to sell their gas to, because they will look at the maximum profit of theirs, not to the profit of the nation. That's what we are talking about. So, just like you have the land, own the land and let people invest on or do things on, because the land belongs to you, then you can control it. We can decide that based on the gas infrastructure that belongs to the nation, we are taking this amount of money to invest in this area of challenges in the nation. Just like we did during the COVID, Ghana Gas currently, even apart from the COVID, there are a lot of corporate social responsibilities. Many of them, over 2,000 of them, that Ghana Gas have done. To be caught is a government agency. That's what we are talking about. There are more to the report. And if you are permitting, I can go into it. They are total falsehoods. And we expect the parliament. I think they've seen the mistakes that they've done. And it's been transferred to the finance committee. And I'm also happy, I think yesterday and the past few days, the minority came out to, what's the name, disassociate themselves from that report.
Yeah. So
we expect something better. We need to stop. We need to go further than that for this thing to die down.
So Mr. Lamu, are you saying that in the report they say over 400 million export revenue from NGL, LNG, liquefied natural gas, processing and export per year, over 980 million direct investment in Ghana with the same amount of forex invested. You are saying these are not factual?
They are not factual. They are not factual. If you see, I do not want to go. We are engineers. You understand? And I know the politicians, some of them are also engineers. If we sit down and do the calculation, we will draw their attention to some of the figures that they have stated and some of the calculations that they've done, which is totally wrong. Some of the hydraulics that went to it, simulation that went to it, is totally wrong. It's totally wrong. And apart from what they are saying in the report, right? If Gensa or if a foreign man wants to invest and save us money, right? It can be done in a way. We don't understand. And let me also take this opportunity to thank the workers of Ghana Gas in the head office, SEMA, Sakradi, Prisia, Atuabo, and Esiama for at least coming down on this issue. They keep on blaming leaders of our nation, but please, they should come down as well, right? Yes, the figures are wrong. It's not about, we don't want to what's the name, personalized issues.
Okay.
But in the long term, most of the issues that are stated in the report is totally wrong. There was no broad-based consultation, and most of the facts and figures are mismatched to what needs to be in the report. And we will give it to them. We are going to take the opportunity to give to them and clear most of the doubts of Ghanaians on this issue.
Mr. Alamu, clear this for me. Was this agreement one that was signed earlier between Ghana Gas and GMPC before the Gensa people came in?
Agreement between Ghana Gas and GMPC in terms of gas?
In terms of, gas transmission.
From Talo?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So
yeah, so this is what happened. So I think if time will permit me, I can go.
Explain for us. We have all the time for you, sir.
So then the approval was given for Gensa to come in to take gas, right? Right, for power generation.
Okay.
Right? Yes. But now, not because the license from the Energy Commission starts for the name gas transmission belongs to, for gas transmission is Ghana Gas. So when they came into it, along the line, there were reductions in prices here and there. Well, they will say it's a good business negotiation. If you want to go into that again, it's another problem which I know Ghanaians will be very upset. Right? Then they abrogated the contract and then went to agreement with GMPC. And I think that, what was the name? And they went to an agreement with GMPC. They had a gas sales agreement with GMPC. And now they are saying that they want to now own a gas transmission line.
So you said it started that Gensa was supposed to take gas from Ghana Gas for power generation. Is that right?
Yes.
And then there were some reductions in the whole agreement.
There were a lot of discounts that they had, which I do not want to even go through it. They will tell you that it's their business negotiation. But everybody that is giving anybody discounts, and anybody are leaders of the nation who are giving discounts to people or to any foreign entity. I don't want to go into. Let me leave that aspect.
Okay. Okay. So, Mr. Alamu,
I want to make a point here.
Okay.
We should know, as a Ghanaian, whatever decision that we are taking will have their consequences in the future on our children and our family's life. So whatever decision, that's why myself, yourself, we're having this conversation.
Yeah. We
need to do something to uplift the economy of Ghana, not to bring the economy of Ghana into drain.
So I mean, Gensa was supposed to take their gas from you for power generation, and they left you guys to sign the agreement with GMPC directly. So you were left out of the deal.
Yes. It's not a problem. It's not a problem, right? But in the first place,
why is it not a problem when I mean, you own the transmission lines. So they came to you to sign an agreement that give us gas for us to generate power. Now they've left you to go to GMPC. Why did they do that?
Not leaving us is not what I'm saying. It's not a problem. What I'm saying is not a problem. Gensa can decide to have any negotiation with GMPC. That's what I mean.
Okay.
But in terms of the reason why they abrogated the contract, my brother, if I keep on telling you that I think you weep as a person, as a Ghanaian.
No, I want to weep, sir, because we are at a point where we should put the country first. So let us know what are really the issues, so that if we will cry, we cry for this country.
I think GMPC should answer that, and also the ministry should answer that, because the ministry is the head of the supervisory of the energy industry among all the companies. The ministry should answer that. They should answer that, and I want to leave it for them. You understand? And you will see the problem or challenges that they will face with that answer.
If you don't tell us what you know, we might not be able to question them rightly.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that the ministry needs to answer that question. Why they gave approval for Gensa? Not only the abrogation of a contract with Ghana Gas, the agreement in terms of GMPC, the discounts, and also the various approvals that the Gensa had to even start considering building a gas processing plant or a gas take over the gas transmission line to an extent. The ministry should answer that, and we need a better forum for all the energy experts. Let me also state here that from the Parliamentary Select Committee's report, we need an external energy consultant, reputable one, to vet that report as well and give their comments, whether it will be right for we to go on the tangent we are going. It looks like Ghanaians are crying, but it looks like some few people, what they want to do is what they are trying to do. But I'm telling you, this Gensa deal will not see the light of day. And that's what, as an association of Ghana, we will have another forum to explain all the facts and nitty-gritties in this Gensa issue.
Mr. Alamo, so do I get the impression that with this agreement, it will make useless the second gas plant that Ghana Gas is putting up?
It will not make it useless. But already the second plant, the investment and what's the name, construction has already started.
Yeah.
So what it means is that, and it's a Ghanaian mine to be subcharged, because it's a Ghana Gas, just like our processing plant currently, that treats all Ghanaians and also helps in power generation. It belongs to me, you, and the Ghanaians.
Sure.
You understand? And even the investment that we put in, we expect more revenues from the investment. And the second processing plant has already started. So what it means is that, what's the name? The capacity or the benefits of the second processing plant, we are not going to have it to its entirety. So while we want the politicians and the Parliamentary Select Committee to know, the Select Committee is both the minority, the independent candidates, and I think the majority. So, but the minority have come out to separate themselves from the report, which I think is good. But what we want them to understand is that the investments that have been placed into this gas processing plant belong to us. So we need to maximize it. The second plant is coming on stream. So we will not get the maximum benefits of the second plant.
Okay.
Apart from that, the market is going to be controlled by a foreign man. That's what we don't want.
Okay. Okay.
So you can decide. If I'm Gensa, I can decide that you are Ghana Gas, so I can decide that if a third person comes in, is going to pay more for the gas, I'm going to give to him because I'm a businessman. I have the right to make sure that what will maximize my company, I do. So we, the ordinary Ghanaians, in terms of power generation, it's not going to be fulfilled. It's not going to be met. It's not going to be fulfilled.
So has Gensa laid 8 pipes to the FPSO to take the gas?
They've not.
They haven't done that.
Yes.
And this is something they intend doing.
Yes.
Wow.
And that's what already we have a pipeline. You see, that's what I was saying. We have a pipeline from our gas processing plant, 60 kilometers offshore the FPSO.
Yeah.
Which we are maximizing it every day in, day out for we the Ghanaians. So now, if Gensa is going to construct another pipeline, obviously, who that charge is not going to be free. After that, who is that charge going to be? It's going to be on the consumer.
Okay.
After
all right.
For them to run their business, it's going to be on we the consumers.
Okay. Mr. Alamu, we have Ben Boachi on the line. You were talking about CSO, and they are one group that have been speaking up against this. I'll come to him, but kindly confirm this for me. Ghana Gas was supposed to construct a pipeline to Kumasi. Where are you on that one?
So, this what went on. You know, we have various phases of projects. And in terms of financial, what's the name? We use the Chinese loan to even build a gas processing plant.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And again, we use the Chinese loan to build a gas processing plant. The Chinese build the plant, including some few Canadians from EB and some few companies or nations around to assist in building the plant. Again, the Chinese didn't own their plant. You get me? They didn't own it. They built it, and that's just like I said about Mandi building the Great Coal pylons. They didn't own the plant. So Gensa, the approval, that also has to go to the ministry. Why Gensa was given the mandate or approval to build to build a pipeline from our Prisia enclave. I think they are getting to Kumasi now. And Gensa has built a pipeline. They have built a pipeline. And that was supposed to be our next phase of our project. And
so you built the line from Atuabo to Prestia, and they have continued to Kumasi.
And we are transporting gas through into it for them. That's when we expected that they were going to take the gas for power. We understand, but they now have taken the opportunity to what's the name? Go from Prestia, taking it to Kumasi.
Okay. All right, Mr. Alamu.
So from the beginning, the whole Gensa issue is really confused in terms of the decision making of the leaders that make these decisions. So I think there are lots. If the opportunity comes, I mean, Bembuache and ASEP was Imani and Co. They are all crying the same, and some more Ghanaians are also crying. And also, let me tell you, VRA, UCC, and our sister companies and Grateful are also crying. So the point that we have to make clear is that everybody wants the best for Ghana. Nobody is against anybody if you have money and you want to invest in the nation. There are lots of areas that you can invest in. But the strategy here is totally wrong.
Okay.
And this Gensa bill.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much, Mr. Richmond Alamu, for joining us here. He is the chairman of the Senior Staff Association of Ghana Gas. Bembuache is still with me. Mr. Boache, you've listened to Mr. Alamu there, and I'm sure you can feel the frustration in his thought, and that extends to the senior staff of Ghana Gas. Why are we where we are? What is this? Why is this happening when a deal has been agreed with Ghana Gas to own the transmission lines, and then today we're bringing in a private player? And Mr. Alamu says it's like you're giving your birthright to a foreigner.
No, I think what is being said is that when you look at this whole transaction and the value chain of stakeholders, the regulators, workers, power companies, everybody is against this transaction, apart from the ministry and maybe the minister and the members on the committee, a few members of the committee, Gensa and some people in GMPC. There is widespread condemnation of this transaction. So it tells you what have these people, these few people, seen that all of us have not seen on this agreement. What are they reading differently from what everybody else is reading, right? And Mr. Alamu just told you that the testimony of the regulator, the one that is supposed to give license for transmission, was omitted from the report of the committee. So some few people want to cook this deal and shortchange the Ghanaian public, and we pay with our hard-earned money, for it, and that is really sad. When you speak to Honorable Atachia and some of the members who are pushing for the transaction, they tell you that it's a local company. They haven't even paid attention. They don't even know where Gensa is coming from. All right? The fact that you see Ghanaian faces doesn't mean that it's a Ghanaian company.
Where is it coming from?
It's a US-based company, operating in Ghana at this point. So that is what it is. And like Mr. Alamu said, we are selling our transmission infrastructure and corridor to the private company, and they are now going to determine who has access to the pipeline at any point in time. After the expiration of their 16-year, now 25 years arrangement with GMPC, they still own the pipeline, and they decide who can access the pipeline. Even today, if there is limited gas, the politicians will ensure that Gensa gets gas before any other power plant will get gas.
Wow.
So that is the kind of situation we are in at this point. And GMPC is signing to sell 60 scarf of gas at a discount, and they're not even telling us where they're going to get the cheap gas from. But the gas we are buying is costing more than that. Today, the gas price is up almost $7 per MMBTU, and it's going to escalate over time because the cheap gas has gone out. We had Jubilee Foundation gas, about 200 million standard cubic feet of gas given to us for free. The ministry itself recently approved $2.9 per MMBTU for the Jubilee gas. What that means is that there is no more free gas. So once you bring that into the port, the price has to go up. And then we are still selling it at 2.9 when we are buying at almost 7 to Gensa. And I've seen people say that, oh, it is not all commodity cost because you buy the commodity, you transmit it, there are regulatory fees. So let's look at the commodity cost. But for Gensa, what they buy from GMPC is the cost, the full cost of bringing the gas to their pipeline at Prestia. So it goes through pipelines, which has to be paid for, owned by Ghana Gas. It is regulated by the regulators, and the regulatory fees have to be paid. So before it hits Gensa's infrastructure, the full cost of that gas is the weighted average cost regulated by the Public Utility Regulatory Commission, PURC. So let's not kid ourselves. It is gas 6.08 at the time, discounted to 2.79 for Gensa, and we need explanations why that discount exists and what GMPC is going to do to optimize that pipeline reservation. Let's have the numbers. Which power plants do they have dotted around the country? Where is the gas coming from? Let's not just put numbers together to justify this transaction. And it's funny what the benefits they recount in their report. CNG, export of liquids. And where are they? Where are they going to get those liquids from? None of those exist. We are talking about CNG today when everybody is moving to renewable energy. You know, now even some trotros are moving to electric cars. Right in our faces in Ghana, you are talking about CNG.
They said they are substituting CNG for diesel.
They are substituting diesel for CNG. That's what they are saying.
Okay.
But it's not happening. So these are trumped up figures and numbers to justify this transaction by that select few that I talked about. All right. So that is it. So we're going to have, and GMPC keep pushing for PURC to put that rebate or subsidy into the tariff.
Okay.
So what that means is that the benefit that are going to Gensa, all of us are now going to have to pay for GMPC through the tariff.
Wow.
All right. Don't be surprised if your electricity tariff keep going up. Already we have done more than 100% in less than a year, and it will keep going up and up to be able to recover some of these wasteful contracts that GMPC is hanging on our neck.
You made mention of the fact that Ghana Gas is the only company that has to own the transmission of gas in Ghana. Is there a law backing it? And if there is, why are we not exploiting that to say that what GMPC is doing is illegal?
See, the ministry got to the committee and said there is no law, there is no policy. And that is essentially a lie. You know, in 2020, the ministry signed a policy letter to Ghana Gas and GMPC. That letter was before the committee. And that letter said that into the future, Ghana Gas will be the sole transmission company. So they will be the ones to own all transmission infrastructure. So what is the policy directive that is supporting Gensa now becoming a transmission company and owning pipelines? There is no document. That is where the lacuna is. That's where the problem is. It is Gensa's behavior that is not supported by law or any direction. They are operating pipelines without approval from the Energy Commission as a transmission company. And they are now managing a broader network of pipelines, almost 300 kilometers, without a transmission license. What kind of country are we building? That once you know the minister and the minister likes you, you can do anything without policy or without regulatory sanction. Or once some few select members of a parliamentary committee supports you, you can be given the power to do anything you want in the country. And that is what, you know, these people are supervising and telling all of us that it is a good deal and we have to continue to prop it up so that our loss becomes the gain of the promoters of this transaction.
Ben, this is, I mean, listening to you and Mr. Alamo this morning, it's quite sad indeed. But is there nothing we can do?
No, there is everything we can do. It has to be reviewed. They have to now look at the numbers. And the committee should do serious work if they really want to look at the national interest. Let's look at how much investment is going into it, into the building of the pipelines. Let's fairly compensate GENSA for the construction of the pipelines with interest. That is all there is for them. They cannot just push out phantom numbers and just get benefits from the state. We are paying for the entire infrastructure. They are going to own the infrastructure and determine who can even have access to the infrastructure. So now, across the entire network of GENSA, they can build pipelines and get gas from GNPC and sell the power cheaply to take up the market from VRA and ECG. And ECG has already complained to PURC that some of the market has been taken over by GENSA because of the cheap gas that we are giving them.
Okay.
So you are giving them cheap gas, they're able to generate electricity and sell to the mines. So the big ticket consumers are being taken away by GENSA because it is being subsidized by the state.
All right, giving money to the private.
So you and I pay more through the electricity to go and subsidize the business of a private company.
Giving money to the private man at the expense of the state. That's what this is. Thank you so much, Ben, for joining us. Grateful. Ben Boache is the Executive Director of the African Center for Energy Policy, ACEP. Well, what are your thoughts on this one? Join us on Facebook and leave your comment there. I'll read that to the rest of our viewers. Well, also on the show, we'll engage the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program, NAPE. Now, NAPE says it has trained 24,000 youth in innovative agriculture under the Ghana Cares Obatampa program and has dispersed grants to 1,000 beneficiaries so far. I mean, and also some 30 tech hubs across the 16 regions of the country have benefited from government's 80 million cedis capacity building program under the NEIP Hubs Acceleration Grant Program of the Ghana Economic Transformation Project, GTEP. Our guest is Kofi Ofosun-Kansa, CEO of NEIP. So thanks for this opportunity to get into NAPE and to understand what you're doing currently. What's happening in the office so far?
Okay, thank you very much. A lot is happening. As you know, in the year 2017, the President set up the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program as a flagship initiative to provide integrated national support for startups and small businesses. And this support comes in the form of business development services, training and capacity building, funding support, connecting our beneficiaries to markets, that is access to markets and market linkages, providing access to quality assurance and regulatory agencies like Food and Drugs Authority, Ghana Standards Authority, so that our beneficiaries will get the right certification and licensing to be able to undertake their businesses, take their products to market, and other business development support services that startups need. And it's been an interesting journey so far. It started at the Business Development Ministry under Honorable Dr. Awa. My senior brother John Kuma was the first CEO, and they rolled out a couple of interesting products. I'm talking about our programs, you know, for the program. And some of these programs were the presidential pitch, presidential business support, the presidential empowerment for male entrepreneurs with disability, presidential empowerment for women entrepreneurs with disability, our greenhouse project, the Students Entrepreneurship Initiative, and others. And we've been running those programs since 2017. We've been able to train over 70,000 beneficiaries, you know, through these programs. And so far, we have created some 100,000 jobs from them out of the 12,000 or so grants and loans that we've given to these beneficiaries. So that has been the journey so far, and it's been very interesting. And that is what I am building on. So I am continuing with these existing programs like the presidential piece. So just last Friday, we had a 4th season of the presidential pitch, and the presidential pitch is a business competition for young people, 40 years and below. They come and pitch to the president. We get entries across all sectors of the economy, TVET, manufacturing and processing, agribusiness, and what have you. And we select the last 30. We come to Accra, take them through preparatory sessions, and select the final 10 for them to pitch to the president. And the whole idea is to select high growth potential startups, to invest in them, to expose them, you know, to put them out there for the general public, prospective investors, angel investors, those who be interested in investing in such businesses, to see them so that they can invest in them. Even though we give them good grants, it's not bad. This year, for instance, the winner got 200,000 Ghana cedis. But we do not think that will be enough for the entrepreneurship journey. So what the presidential pitch really does for the winners or the contestants is to put them out there, you know, for would-be investors to see them and then to come on board and invest in those businesses for them to become the unicorns that we want to have in future. So an example of a startup which has done very well from the presidential pitch is Chicken Man Pizza Man.
Oh, the beneficiary?
Yeah, which, he was 10th in the 2nd season, which was held in the year 2019.
Oh, okay.
And with the little capital that NEIP gave him then as a K University student, he was able to start his first branch, Pizza Man Chicken Man. He is today. Other investors have come on board to invest in the business, and he's employing over 1,000 individuals, young people in Ghana, and he has the largest restaurant chain in the country now, you know, creating value for Ghanaians and contributing to our economic development. So that's the whole idea of the presidential pitch, to zoom in on high potential startups who have the high probability of doing well, so that in future they can then, you know, expand and create more jobs for the good people of Ghana. So if we look at what is happening in the economy, the government is building an entrepreneurial nation, you know, to achieve 2 things. One, fiscal consolidation, and also to help with job creation. Because our finances are not all good as a developing country, but we believe that if we're able to nurture the big businesses, if we're able to support people to create alternative employment avenues aside the regular government payroll and private corporate sector, then we will be churning out future Kwame Despite and Zoom Lions and the rest, so that they will in turn employ lots of people. So this is to mark a conscious departure from job seeking to job creation and ownership. So a lot is happening in the entrepreneurship ecosystem. Our sister agency, Ghana Enterprise Agency, they are doing a lot of grants through various World Bank programs. NEIP, we're also doing the same. I'll be talking about other programs that I have also added on to our portfolio since I took over. And all these are geared towards telling our young people that, hey, you don't have to finish school, go through the formal sector to do national service and sit home to wait for government. You can start something, because government is creating the conducive environment for entrepreneurship to thrive, for innovation to thrive, to encourage our young people, for them to know that if I start something, government will do the hand-holding, government will provide the support and help us to also reach our destination. Because entrepreneurship is also challenging. It is very, very challenging. So we will continue to provide these supports through our programs and various interventions. Because the president himself is very committed. That is why at our programs like the presidential pitch, you have the president sit for 2 hours just to see young people pitch their businesses to him, you know, so that he can also continue to provide the support that they need to grow the businesses.
Okay. Yeah, there's one thing helping them to set up.
Yeah.
And there's another thing helping them to sustain the businesses. What is the plan?
So we have good sustainability plans. One of which is our collaboration with the startups, the tech hubs, the various innovation and tech hubs. So we have a nationwide arrangement with the tech hubs, and they are like our branches. So wherever our beneficiaries are, we assign them to the tech hubs in the communities, and then they would be going to the sites to inspect the businesses, to give us reports on how the businesses are doing and all that. We also have our internal M&E team, monitoring and evaluation team, which also goes to the field to the business sites We call them, we take reports from them, we go to inspect what they are doing, and that is what informs us to continue supporting them. So there are some beneficiaries who have accessed support 2-3 times because they are doing well and they need more support.
Okay.
So we do a lot of monitoring and evaluation together with our partner hubs to ensure that the businesses are using the grants and loans we give them for the purposes for which they took them. Yeah.
I remember that one of the key things this government wanted to do in reshaping the economy was the Ghana Cares of Batampa.
Yeah.
And I know you play a huge role in it.
Yeah.
What's happening?
Okay, so the Ghana Cares of Batampa program is an ambitious 100 billion cedi revitalization program. When COVID happened, a lot of businesses were affected across all sectors of the economy. So government thought it wise to bring a stimulus package sort of to help with the restoration and revitalization program. And it's a very big program. There are over 20 government agencies on board, and NEIP happened to be one of the agencies pushing the youth side of the Ghana Cares of Batampa program. So far, we are on board to help with the youth get interested in farming, especially commercial agriculture. So last year, for instance, we launched a youth and innovative agriculture program under the Ghana Cares of Batampa program, and this sought to train 24,000 youth in innovative agri. We received 40,000 applications from young people of Ghana. And what is happening now is that there's a high appetite for entrepreneurship. So any call for application that we do, we get over subscription. So after the 40,000 applications, we were able to train 24,000 of them across 40 agri training institutions in the country. Training was in vegetable farming, tubers, we had yam and cassava, we had cereals farming, we had agro-processing, those who do the fruit juice, plantain chips and what have you, did agri-tech, and also did livestock and poultry training. And it was very interesting. The interest level was very, very high. So after the training, what we are doing now is to face the disbursement of grants. Last year we were able to do 500 grants. We disbursed grants to 500 individuals, and this year, just about 2 weeks ago, we've done another 500. So we are going to face this until we reach all the 24,000 people that we trained. Another program that we are doing on the Ghana Cares of Batampa program is the Economic Enclave Project. And this is a commercial farming project where enclaves are being designed and developed and set up with all the infrastructure that is needed for commercial farming. When you go to abroad, the Western countries, farmers are one of the richest people. So that is what we want to model. We want to move the youth away from the subsistence farming that our parents and grandparents were known for, the cutlass and hoe farming. So if you go to Asuchare, for instance, the Chopoli area, which is an enclave in the Greater Accra region for the Batampa program, we are putting up hostels where the students will live on the farm to do their farming. We are getting the machinery ready. We have anchor farmers. The Ministry of Agri gets us a good variety of seeds for planting. The irrigation authority is helping with irrigation. So this is technology-driven agriculture, technology-driven commercial farming, to tell the young people that agric isn't that frustrating or difficult to do. We are creating the environment for you. The machines are doing the plowing. The anchor farmer will teach you how to go about the farming. Even taking your produce to market, you have an anchor farmer who has ready market to connect you to the relevant buyers for them to buy your rice. In case of the Asuchare farm, when the rice is harvested.
Okay, so Asuchare is for rice.
Asuchare is for rice. We started rice there. Oti is also being developed. Oti is going to do cereals and vegetables and tubers and other crops that we don't import. We're also doing same between the Kumau and Agugu, Santiachim area, and this is the Front Plains area. And we have plans of starting the northern region one in Savannah also very soon. So if you realize, recently the president came up with some crops that, or some products that he thinks we should be able to stop their importation as part of our import substitution agenda. So we factor all these things in the choice of, crops that we grow. Because, we still import onions sometimes from Burkina and Niger, some West African
we do import it heavily.
So these are strategically done to ensure that we are producing enough for local consumption and also to produce more for the international market. leverage after to enter the sub-regional market of 400 million, and also the entire regional market, African regional market of 1.3 billion, and also to add value to this agriculture process. Because what is it with these agri products is that they have a long value chain. Whatever you produce, you can add value to them, package them, get a relevant certification and licensing, and take them to market and even export sale. So it is a cluster of various businesses within the enclaves.
Okay.
So you have maybe cereals cluster, you have livestock cluster, because from the waste from the cereals, you can even feed the livestock. You know, from fruits and vegetable process, you do packaging. The packaging can be done materials from, let's say, the waste from the cereals and what have you. So that is the grand plan, and it's a very ambitious project, and the Millennium Development Authority is leading this under the Ministry of Finance to ensure that all other agencies are also on board and playing their part. What we really do as NEIP is to onboard the young people on the programs.
Okay.
Yeah, so currently if you go on our website, www.neip.gov.gh, we have a link there through which you can apply for the rice production program at Asuchare in Cape to become a rice farmer.
Okay.
We are currently building the hostels there. They are near completion. We are going to do the training at a greenhouse estate. Then another Entrepreneurship Center at Dawenya. That is where we are going to train them in the rice cultivation and also give them the business development skills, because whatever you are producing, you need the business side of it and the soft skills to undertake it well. And then once they are done, we'll go to the field and start the rice cultivation with the support of the anchor farm as well.
So as we speak, there's no one there.
So as we speak, the anchor farmer is there. And we have even started.
The beneficiaries are not there.
So the youth beneficiaries are not there, but the process has started.
Okay.
They are going to continue. We've cultivated about 500 acres already as a start, and harvesting has even started. You can take your cameras there.
Who did it?
Sorry?
Who did it? Who did the cultivation? Yourself?
The anchor farmer. No, we have somebody who is a model for the youth.
Okay.
Who is leading the project.
So he's being supported by the
Exactly. Okay. So government gave the farm impulse, you know, the seedlings and all those things for the planting to be done, and he is leading it. So that is the model we are using for the enclaves. So we have a number of anchor farmers. So if it is within a 10,000 acre cluster, he is the example, he is the model who is, you know, showing the youth around. This is how, because he has done it for several years. He's exposed into the international market, agro-canes and now rice. He does it. So he's the anchor farmer that government has chosen to lead the youth who will come on board the project to do same, so that we can have more thousands of acres and be able to have enough rice for local consumption.
So if I'm a youth and I want to be part, how many acres can I be entitled to?
So I think that depends a lot on what happens on the field when you go there, the capacity you show. But the last time I was in a meeting, the discussions were around giving them minimum 5 acres for them to start with. But if you show capabilities and you can do more, why not? Because we've secured 20,000 acres in Sushari alone. And there's an opportunity to even extend that. You've secured 30,000 in OT, Fram Plains area between Kumau and Agogo, we've secured another 20,000, and there's even more to be done depending on how the pace goes.
What am I supposed to come on board with if I'm interested?
You just have to come with your whole being. That is all. Yes, yourself. That is it. Because government is providing everything: the seedlings, where you will sleep, the resources, logistics, and even connect you to the market, so that probably when the produce is sold, you know, it will be used to defray some of the operational costs, and then you can have your money as a young commercial farmer who is...
I don't have to own a company before?
Not at all. It's a very simple... All what you need is your Ghana card.
Okay. To
come on board. And this is similar to arrangements we have in all our other programs. You know, like as I said, we've introduced some other new programs. NEIP, we start with the beginners. You know, we provide support for startups and small businesses. So when you come, we will start from the beginning, from the basis. We will nurture you, we will do the hand-holding, take you through even business registration, any regulatory support that you need for you to become a proper business. Other agencies deal with the existing SMEs. And for them, if it is a big grant especially, they will expect you to have certain documentation before you come on board. But we deal with the youth who are starting businesses, who want to do something, who want to start something. So we have that patience for them to take them through the registration process, and for almost all our programs, from the presidential page to business support to period to pyramid to the greenhouse to the new ones that we've introduced, like the Youth in Innovative Agri, to the Enclave project, to the partnership that we have with UIEA to train them in vocational skills, to the prisons one we did, to our innovation programs. We have 4 new innovation programs: the National Innovation Challenge, High School Innovation Contest, the National Innovation Hackathon. Everything is from beginners. You just have to identify as a Ghanaian. And then I think the only program that we needed business registration was the support that we were giving the hubs, because that was specific. We were providing support from 1 million Ghana cedis to 2 million Ghana cedis to entrepreneurship and innovation hubs. They are like our partners. They help us with the training, with the capacity building. So we needed to check that, of course, they are in the space, they are profitable, what are their figures like, what kind of training do they do, what kind of incubation activities have they done, what kind of accelerator programs have they run, what is their sustainability plan, because you cannot give Ghana government money of 2 million cedis to any company at all. So the entrepreneurship support agencies like NEIPG, Matlock and the rest, the support that we give depends on the quantum of amount. That is what, informs us on the documentation. Of course, if it is some 5,000, 10,000 cedis for you to start something, we can take the risk and start with somebody who hasn't even registered in the company.
So as we speak with the Enclave project, you spoke about rice. Have you started any other thing? Because you mentioned that you have to start the northern area as well. Aside the rice, which the field is ready, you are building hostels.
So as I said, the crops are specially chosen to fit our import substitution program. So if we go to the Kumawu one, I know they are cultivating tomatoes and
that has also started.
That has started, and the OT one has also started. There is another one that is yet to start. So far we have 3 Enclave projects
that have started. But for all the site, we don't have the youth there. We are yet to send
currently starting the onboarding process. That is why I mentioned that if you go on www.neip.gov.gh, we are currently doing onboarding through an expression of interest to the Esutuare Enclave in Chopoli for the youth to start doing that activity.
So you've not started the onboarding to the other sites?
No, we are doing the land preparation and the other infrastructure development, because it's a comprehensive project and you need to give the youth where they will even lay their head, and all the facilities that they need to do proper commercial farming before you can start. But at least the project has started and infrastructure is being put in place.
So when do we expect to get youth to Esutuare, for example? When is the target date?
The training is going to start next month.
Okay.
Yeah, the training is going to start in September. So I'm sure latest by October they should start the farming.
Okay. Yeah. And so the chance is open for people to apply. How many people are you expecting?
We have 10,000 acres, so as many youth that are interested. But of course, the infrastructure there can take up to a certain number. So we are looking at starting with about 300 to 500 now, and then we will be increasing the numbers as we go on, depending on the infrastructure capacities of what we've done there. Yeah.
So if you don't know about it, now you've heard about it, kindly go onto the NEIP platform, apply and then be part of this Enclave project. An interesting one, of course. Yeah. I'm looking forward to the number of young people who would start there. Aside that, take me more into the innovative agriculture you spoke about.
Yeah.
What really does it entail?
So the innovative agriculture was to support the youth who are doing their farming already. The Enclave project is to introduce them into commercial farming. But innovative agriculture, we targeted the young people who are doing agric already to train them in best agric practices, to train them in modern technology, which supports agriculture, and also to provide them grants to buy farm inputs like fertilizers, insecticides, for those in the livestock, the feed, the chemicals that they use, to prevent diseases from attacking them, and all that. Same with the poultry and the livestock. And so far it is going very well. Last year, Some came for support to start aquaculture. And now there's a gentleman in Central Region who started with just 20,000 cedis. Now he has 5 big ponds in his aquaculture business. So we do support in the fish farming also as part of the Include project. Our brothers and sisters in the north, most of them are doing the cereals, the millet, the maize, the sorghum, and the rest. And we did exhibition in our last disbursement ceremony, and it was very interesting. See some of these cereal products being processed into drinks and other, processed foods, and it was very interesting. Some are processing plantain and what have you, fruit juice, and that's another exciting area, because if you look at the basic food that we consume, the processed tomatoes, the processed rice, and processed fruit juice, every year the nation spends about 2 billion Ghana cedis to import this. The idea is to give young people the capacity locally so that they'll be able to produce substitute goods as replacement for these things, so that instead of going to a shell shop or any mart to buy processed fruit juice with the dollars that is difficult to find that we used to import, we would rather patronize our own locally made fruit juice and stop importing these things. Once we do that, of course, wealth creation happens, and also our currency will also be strengthened, because the money that we used, the 2 billion cedis that we used to import this annually, will be kept here. We wouldn't have to go looking for dollars. The cocoa process, which is $2 billion that we get, ends up being used to import these basic things, which we can produce. And so far, I think the response has also been good. Our people have a huge appetite to do these things. The resources and the logistics and the tools and equipment and machinery that is needed to do them are not difficult to come by. Sometimes all they need is a domestic blender in a hygienic environment to start processing the fruit juice. We connect them to FDA Standards Authority, they get the approval, and then they are on the market and they are selling. And they are actually natural and taste better than, the juices that we import from us, which has a lot of artificial additives. So we will continue to support them. It's being phased. Anytime you get funds from the Ministry of Finance, we do the next quote. We will do it until we cover majority of them.
So how many people are on this innovative agricultural scheme? So
we trained 24,000 of them last year across the 6 areas that I mentioned: vegetables, tubers, agro-processing, cereals, poultry, livestock, agri-tech, and we have disbursed grants to 1,000 of them so far. We are expecting to do about 2 or 3 cohorts before the end of the year. The next year we will continue with the disbursement.
How much does each receive, depending on the business?
So they receive between 10,000 cedis and 100,000, depending on the scale of the business. There's a gentleman who came for the recent disbursement ceremony who has over 100 acres of maize farm in the Bono Havu region. Of course, he is going to receive more than somebody who has, let's say, 100 or 200 chicken in his poultry business. So the level of support we give depends on the size of the farm. Our monitoring and evaluation team goes on the site to do due diligence and brings a report, and that's what informs what grant we decide to give each farmer.
There's also the belief that sometimes some of these projects, you target, in quote, people who belong to your political parties for support. How do you ensure that, whoever you're giving the money to is not only a member of your party, but, a Ghanaian?
Yeah, we want to make impact. We want to create jobs. So we cannot focus on only those who are identified as MPP. Our processes are very transparent. If you look at the presidential pitch, for instance, we had a panel of judges who did the selection, and we didn't intervene in the selection. It is the same with the grant committee, which does the disbursement through the Youth in Agri program. It is very transparent. We have some metrics that they use to do the assessment. So all the 50 people who came for the disbursement ceremony, for instance, if you call them, they will tell you that they were just called at random to come to Kama conference room where we had a disbursement ceremony, and then they were given their dummy checks, and we've disburse the money to them. So it is a very transparent process. But MPP people are also Ghanaian. So if you're MPP and you have a farm and you qualify, of course, MPP people have gotten it. Some are NDC, some are neutrals. It is for young people of Ghana.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I also read that you wanted to do something in the prisons.
Yeah, so that is our Entrepreneurship for Restoration program. And we focused on the prisons because we have a 15,000 youth population in the prisons. We cannot be deploying entrepreneurship support programs in the ecosystem without thinking about these 15,000 who find themselves there, unfortunately. So what we did was to sit with the prisons DG and design a program for them. So these are hands-on programs, how to make soaps, like liquid soap and other medicated soap that they even use in the prisons, how to process cereals like Tom Brown, processed rice, and the rest, fruit juice processing, and other, regular consumables that we use in our homes. And it didn't just end at the training. We've given them business development support too, so that they can market whatever they are producing. And we've set them up in the prison. So as I'm talking to you now, 6 prisons across the country, including in Sawam, Kumasi, Akusi, and others, have equipment for production of some of these products, liquid soap, Tom Browns, fruit juice, and what have you. Local drinks like Asana and the rest. And these are products that they are producing and using, and they can even sell them to the markets, like the way they used to process tissue paper at Instagram and others. So our prisons are gradually becoming factories now.
Okay.
Thanks to the collaboration between NEIP and the Ghana Prison Service too.
So when I go to these prisons, I'll see some of these productions. You're calling them factories?
Yes, there are many factories already, because if you are to look at the pictures of our launch, which we had with Honorable Interior Minister, the products from the prisons were exhibited.
Okay.
And the minister was even surprised that within a short time they had gotten this training and they were producing some of those things for their consumption already. Of course, they have to go through certain processes before those products can go to the market to be sold, because they are new products.
As you sit here, I'm sure you have a tenure within which you have to work.
Yeah.
If your tenure comes to an end and you arise from this seat, or you rise from this seat, what sort of legacy do you want to be, remembered by, or do you want to live here?
Okay, that's a very good question. So fortunately for me, I met a program that is the Ghana Economic Transformation Project, and this project seeks to reposition NEIP as a stronger entrepreneurship and innovation agency. So we've done the audits and we've highlighted the weaknesses of the agency, and we are reinforcing the agency based on the audit that was done. So if you go to ecosystems like Kenya, South Africa, Israel, there is an authority which oversees innovation and entrepreneurship. We were set up with an executive instrument, and that is not big a legal framework enough. I would want to leave an NEIP which is backed by law, with an act of parliament, with all the powers to give incentives to startups for them to be able to thrive in the ecosystem, to grow, to become the unicorns of tomorrow, so that anybody who comes here will have a template to work with. And agencies like the Israel Innovation Authority, the South Africa Technology Innovation Agency, because the systems are there and government has provided those incentives, it doesn't have to take somebody who comes to sit on the seat to think about what to do. Because you know that as an innovation authority of Ghana, let's say if it becomes Ghana Innovation Authority, if NEIP becomes that, you know that this is the mission, this is the vision. Not that we don't have some today, but it will be properly put in context with a legal framework, with a board, with possibly a fund, with support of the development partners and the private sector. Everybody will play their role. And with a checklist, you will know that this is what we are doing for innovation to thrive, for those who have ideas to help commercialize and launch the ideas. And this is what we're also doing for existing businesses already, for them to grow and become the unicorns of tomorrow. This is what we are doing for mass businesses, for them to multiply easily, to create more jobs, so that we have a ripple effect in the economy. So that is a kind of NEIP I can envisage, and I hope to sincerely hand that over before the tenure of President Nana Addo Dankwa comes to an end. We are working on that with the relevant agencies. We are working on the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology, to see where there will be synergies to explore and exploit, to ensure that we are not duplicating activities in the ecosystem, and we are working in unison to ensure that we have a robust innovation agency to support the private sector to grow.
Okay. I guess you've started the legislation process then, because you have like 2 years?
Yeah.
Less than 2
So
years.
there's a committee working on the act, and we are collaborating with relevant agencies like the MST and others to ensure that it is passed. And government is supporting us.
Okay.
Even under the Ghana Digital Acceleration Project, the GDAP, there is a fund which is allocated purposely for the passage of that act. Okay. So it is ongoing.
All right. Yeah. Thank you so much. But a lot of your young guys are going into politics. They want to go into parliament. Do you want to go as well? Which constituency?
Yes. I'm a full-time politician, you know. I've been a full soldier since my test days.
I mean parliament.
Yes. So why not? Parliament is one of the political growth processes. So I have that. I've actually contested primaries before.
Oh, okay.
I contested in 2020 and I hope to contest again next year when the party opens nominations. My constituency is Santiago Central and I hope to represent them soon.
Okay. Yeah. All right, then all the best then.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so that is, if you haven't been to the NEIP website, kindly do, because there are so many opportunities there. Go grab one for yourself and let's help build Ghana together.
Everybody knows Acrobato. And if you know Acrobato, it means you know Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic. Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic is my pillar. Let's hear what others are saying about Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic. Who will be careful Endpoint one?
Chese na me ankasa me period na se problems wom ntina ma wo ho idea ma me papa chese na nya asem ketewa na me coin point no mo hwe me mogam no mo hwe bibia na so mo meduro me fire no ene ma won kra mienu hofro kwa na mkwan mu a eba
head everything yourself
me ma me no adwodwo eda ho a wontumi nante ene ne ko Endpoint o mama nuru a ene ne ho eden a watimi asori anante.
That's Endpoint for you.
Of Acrobato.
Hello.
Hey, ohwehwe what che?
Okay.
A free bra wo di Endpoint wa dance. Me ko ye no. Me Johnson sema na enkoyie person na maye mre nyina na magina sabema na me be fie for there e ho na nyina jaresa.
You heard everything. I have secret. Endpoint is my secret. Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic. I'm free.
Score HD, the new exciting football channel, is now available only on HD Plus and brings you football from around the world. Watch Sadio Mane and Daniel Kufitre in the top weekly match of the Bundesliga 1 and DFB Cup, Primera Liga, Copa de la Liga Profesional, see Ronaldo in the Saudi Pro League, as well as daily sports news every other hour. Also, get updated on Messi and Mbappe on PSG TV and many more. Feely on HD Plus channel 151. Agronaede HD Plus, the Feely experience.
Everybody came out, everybody's looking good, displaying their art, beautiful art everywhere. This is my 5th year coming in a row. So I'm here every August for the festival. It's been amazing being with my black people all day, every day. It's been great.
It's so fun here. There are a lot of art things to do. So I personally love it. And I love the artworks. I love Charlotte 2022.
It's fantastic. This year's experience is marvelous.
It's amazing. It's Charlotte Festival, y'all. You ought to be here.
The paintings, the people, the Ghanaians were awesome.
Everyone, when you're in Ghana around the same time, make sure you check it out. It's really happening.
My name is John, and this is my long-time crush. My cookie dipped in strawberry yogurt. On this scorching hot afternoon on our way back from a long job hunt, we met this good Samaritan who offered us a ride.
6 weeks later.
Big night, you shall a special wedding reception for her bride and groom.
And there she is, my cookie dipped in someone else's yogurt.
Don't be like John, who holds the mullah, calls the shot, play game pack games, the easiest lottery to play and win. Pick 4 numbers from 0 to 9 up to 3 times daily to become one of our daily lucky winners. Dial *946# to play now. Or you can also play online at www.gamepackgames.com. Game Pack is regulated by the National Lottery Authority.
Welcome back. Now, today we tell the story of help that has come for, Abam, a yogurt seller and level 200 student of the University of Ghana who was aspiring to be a geophysicist but feared his hopes will be dashed because there was no help. This is what we have for you on AM Business, brought to you by courtesy of EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. And that's what we focus on, telling the story of the support that has come to Abam, someone who dreams to be a physicist, but lack of funds, he feared that his dream was not going to be realized.
The work I do to support myself, pay my fees, then feed myself. I started last year. By then, I was working with Robotic Ghana Limited at Tema, but the salary was too small. It was too small, so I decided to sell yogurts. My parents are there. My parents are there.
They are there?
Yeah, they are there.
How come are they not supporting you?
Oh. If they would have supported me. Both of them are into fishery. My mom is a fishmonger and my father is a fisherman.
Where are they
from? From
These were the words of Abam, a 21-year-old student at the University of Ghana who used to juggle between school and manual job of selling yogurt on the street to make money for himself and his education.
That one I would say is not easy, and so I have to work small to support myself. That is on Saturdays and maybe Sundays, but for the Sundays not all that regular. I only work on Saturday and use Sundays and the non-working and the working days to study.
Abam was on the verge of dropping out of school a few weeks ago due to lack of support. The hopes of the young man of becoming a geophysicist was nearly dashed.
In fact, I can't learn with empty stomach. So I have to, find something. And as I'm schooling too, I can't say because of the challenges I will stop. And the fees too is not easy. Last year I paid 2,106. And this year I paid half. I paid 70% rather. Being a non-resident, I will first of all talk about the TNT. They don't actually know me, and we are in Accra. All of us are minding our business, like we struggle to feed ourselves. So that one, I don't think it has nothing to do with me and my customers. Daily, my average ranges from 60 to 70 cedis a day.
That is how much you make from selling?
My profits,
Okay. So in a week, we are looking at almost 300 cedis plus.
Yeah.
And that's enough for you to pay your school fees and all that?
It's not enough anyway, because out of that amount, I use some to, buy food, then save some for my fees and others.
The goal of becoming a geophysicist has now received a massive boost. He believes this could go a long way to support his education.
After this story, I have received a lot of feedbacks, some from friends and from our supporting company, that's Ghana Gas. Yeah.
So talking about friends, now let me understand. Did your friends contribute to give you anything? Did you get monies from other places at all?
Yeah, my friends helped me a lot. Some encouraged me, some too contributed something to help me, and others. A day then I had a call, and I pick it, and the voice turned out to be a call from a Ghana Gas. Yeah, so he just asked me details of my parents, and I provided. And he took my contact and asked me to register bank accounts. Yeah, that's all what the person who called said. I said it earlier in the story that I don't know whether the transmission wasn't good or something like that. But the person who called didn't talk about the letter. He just went ahead and then asked me of my details, that of my parents, and then myself, and instructed me to register an account. Yeah, they did mention the money that they have given me is solely for my hall fees and then school fees. So I have to also manage it properly. Yeah, so since they have given me everything, I think I have to look for the hall and then pay the school fees myself. So I am also looking forward to get a hall.
But have you applied for any hall on campus?
The protest has not been open, so I'm looking forward. And I am also trying to talk with the senior hall tutors to find myself an accommodation.
Despite having a difficult upbringing in a very low-income family, Abam has defined all odds to succeed.
Let me say, even though I have gotten the support, I shouldn't say because I have gotten that I will also, cost them a lot. In fact, I have to consider certain things. Yeah, so for the hall, I'm basically looking for the one of the local halls. Yeah, that one is quite affordable, and I think it will also help. I have not heard anything like that, but I believe it will continue. Yeah.
When did you receive this particular 7,000 from Ghana Gas?
Just 2 weeks ago.
That was when you were done creating a new account and all.
Yes, please. Yeah. For the internship, I'm the one who is supposed to tell them. Yeah. So I will try that one too. I will try.
But let's look at academics generally. From before the story and after the story, where you've gotten some help from Ghana Gas now, how is academics going? Is it that tedious? Are you still going back to sell the yogurt, or what exactly?
Now I'm no more selling the yogurt again. And academics is also, good. Yeah.
And now you could see some improvement in your GPA.
Oh yes, of course. I have seen a great improvement, and I think it will even be better. Yeah. It's to express my heartfelt thanks to them. In fact, they have been a source to many, and I am one of them. So all what I will do is to thank them, express my heartfelt generosity towards them. Yeah, I thank them very much. Yeah.
All right. So still, the dream of being a geophysicist is still in mind?
Yes, please, yeah. For that one, it's still, kindle me. So my focus is to be a geophysicist. Yeah. Me personally like helping people. Me personally, yeah. I like helping people. So I think I will also
do a lot for people.
Coming from a fishing community, Abam aspires to change the lives of other students after achieving his dreams of becoming a geophysicist. For Joy Business, James Ishen.
For crystal clear and thrilling podcasts and live shows, download and listen to us on Apple, Spotify, TuneIn, Google Podcasts, MyJoy Online, Amazon services like Echo, Amazon Music, and Audible, Stitcher, Adom Online, Overcast, and Pandora. Take note of everything. Sign up for the multimedia digital platforms now to stay updated.
Everybody came out, everybody's looking good, displaying their art, beautiful art everywhere. This is my 5th year coming in a row. So I'm here every August for the festival. It's been amazing being with my black people all day, every day. It's been great.
It's so fun here. There are a lot of art things to do. So I personally love it. And I love the artworks. I love Charlotte 2022.
It's fantastic. This year's experience is marvelous.
It's amazing. It's Charlotte Festival, y'all. You ought to be here.
The paintings, the people, the Ghanaians were awesome.
Everyone, when you're in Ghana around the same time, make sure you check it out. It's really happening.
We've had news file over the weekend, and an interesting part of the conversation focused.
Oh no, we are out of range.
Oh, don't worry, Daddy. I have Alexa in my bag.
Alex, what?
Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana and play Joy FM.
Super Hits Radio, Joy 99.7.
Listen to Joy FM, Hits FM, Love FM, live on your Amazon Echo. Listen to your favorite multimedia radio stations live on your Amazon Echo device by saying, Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana, play Joy FM or Hits FM or Love FM. Or catch up on your favorite podcast by saying, Alexa, play, and then the name of your favorite podcast from Multimedia Ghana. For a list of all podcasts available, say Alexa. Ask Multimedia Ghana to browse programs.
And we are back like we never lost signal.
Alexa, welcome to Multimedia.
Get ready to enjoy the 11th edition of the innovative Ghana Garden and Flower Show from 30th August to 3rd September. Come to the Ifwa Sutherland Children's Park for 5 amazing days of fun, networking, education, business opportunities, and many surprises from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. daily. Theme: Green Fusion, collaborating for climate action. The Fun Pack 5 days specially created for you, your family, friends, work colleagues, and all. Calling all who want to see our earth preserved for our collective good. To partner, sponsor, or book a stand, call 020-209-6696 or 0249-77696. The Ghana Garden and Flower Movement is an initiative of Stratcom Africa. Experience the Stratcom Africa difference.
Welcome back to the AM show, and let's delve a bit deeper into us. I mean, our being as African people and people of African descent. And come in studio and have this discussion with people who are really, have committed themselves to trying to reunite the African people with our our forefathers and what happened to them, and the need for the West to really, for lack of a better word, pay for what really happened to us so many decades ago or centuries ago. I have in the studio Ibrahim Khan, a special advisor at Open Society Foundation, and also I have Veronica Chatelain, senior programs officer with the Open Society Foundation. Hi, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome.
Morning. Thank you.
Why is it so important for us at this time, to have these frank discussions about restitution of African cultural heritage?
Well, we are at a turning point in international relations. You heard about the prospect for African countries to get a seat at the G20.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You heard about the meeting of the Brics.
Yeah, which is currently ongoing.
Yeah, go. I think we are at the crossroad where it's important for Africa to really design the way they want to see international election conducted. We were subject. We want to be an actor. And to be an actor, you need also to bring on the table issues that are really of importance to you, your community, and the continent. And in that prospect, revisiting the past is really very important for all of us. Okay. Revisiting the past to know who did what, but also to make sure that in the future we will avoid the same problem, we will avoid the same mistakes. I think that's what it is. And also, the heritage we are talking about, it's part of our life. Mm-hmm. It's that heritage that distinct us from other communities in the world. And some of them were looted in a very violent manner. Some of them were taken probably for more study. Now that they've done the study, that they've done everything, we want this thing back to our community, because we want our community, the young generation that is coming in our society, to also learn about their own history, their own heritage, and to start thinking on using those elements to build their own future. The future depends on us, particularly, and this is what we want them to do. And to be able to do that, we have to bring, this gathering that we are having this week in Accra, it's all the black from the world. Because we have all been victims somehow of practices that nobody can accept now. So we want together to think about our own future. We want together to also design the new way we want to be part of the world.
Why must I bother about restitution? After so many years, why should I even be bothered by it?
Very interesting question. You know, if I can take an image, after the restitution, I think you will not be dressing like this in the future.
I'll change it.
You will change it.
I'll wear my kente.
It's a way of changing our mindset.
Okay.
It's a way of making us real African, knowing who we are, where we are coming from, and what we want, where we want to go. Because it's not just about symbolism. It's also about our economy, our politics, our culture, everything. You know, if something is restituted, it will help the community first to know itself, but it will, also help the community to think about how in the future to get better organized, to get better structured. You know, maybe the way of our way of dressing can change. The way we design building can change. Many, many, many things can change. And that's why we need, and it's timely because we are in international relations. You know, for example, that the decolonization is really ending at this moment. France is no longer what it was, the British are, but that's a good momentum for all of us to reshape, you know, our relationship with the rest of the world, but to also think about what we are bringing in the new international relations.
Veronica, this has some political implications. What are these?
I think that's a better question for Ibrahima.
Oh, Ibrahima. Okay, then take it from me.
Yeah,
I mean, what are the political implications of all of this?
The political implication is, first, Africa will no longer accept the way it was treated in the future. The political implication is for us as African to determine how we think ourselves in terms of our political relationship among African states. You know, for example, in this restitution issue, we had to adopt an African common position on how restitution should be done. We are not going to the Western world divided. We are going to the Western world united, having accepted the same strategy, having adopted the same strategy. And also, when these things are restituted, it's for the whole continent. At the time it was looted, there was no Ghana, no Mali, no Guinea, no Nigeria, no Kenya. So when it's come back to us, it's a tool for reuniting us, for making sure that we know each other, our culture, our tradition. Those are very, very important in the context where we are all talking about integration, we are all talking about African unity. This is the time.
And I think also as part of African unity is we've been told who we are, we've been told how to dress, we've been told how to do our hair. And I think that it's not just about restituting these objects, it's about restituting the knowledge systems of what our ancestors were trying to teach us that has been stolen from us. So rather than going to school and learning Western forms of education, we'll be able to now design our own forms of education and really learn about our own histories, because the people of African descent, whether you are abroad, whether you're from here, Caribbean, US, whatever, we are divided. Asian communities are not divided. Western communities are not divided. The Black community is the only community that has been divided by the West. So now we'll be able to not just repatriate our objects and our heritage and human remains, but also ourselves and who we are, so that we're able to create our own blueprint of what the future looks like. You know, imperialism is crumbling, and this is the most opportune time to move forward with what we want to see the future of Africa.
So are we looking at a geographical location to say, bring back everything you took from Africa to Africa? Because we know we have our brothers and sisters in Haiti, for example, in Barbados, in Jamaica. All of these people are Africans, but they have been taken out of the geographical location of the continent. Is that what the focus is, or?
I think it's both. I think it's both geographical,
But I think it's also, like Ibrahim Khan said, it extends beyond what borders are, because borders were something that were created by the West. So I think that to answer your question, it depends on the region, right? Like for Haiti and Barbados, our restitution is more so reparations. What was the financial loss of that? Because our objects were left in Africa, right?
Yeah.
And then for the continent, it's more land, it's more artifacts, it's more human remains. But I think as a person of African descent, reparations are owed to us no matter where the geography is.
Okay. How is Open Society, you know, pushing this movement that we're in now?
Yeah, I mean, I think an example of that is this conference. This is the first conference on the continent that has brought together such a diverse set of stakeholders, ranging from artists, creative communities. We have representatives from the African Union, ECOWAS. Former President of Sierra Leone, Ernest Bai Koroma, was there to give the opening, and the keynote was President Nana. So it's very rare that this has been done on such a great level. And Open Society, about 2 years ago, we launched this initiative for the restitution of African heritage. So over the span of 2 years, we've been able to support African-led organizations with a budget of just at $10 million to help push the dial on this, and that includes convenings, that includes collaborating with the African Union for the Common Position document, supporting ECOWAS, and also supporting the real activists that are on the ground in the community and civil society.
Interesting. So, Mr. Ibrahim, we're having this discussion about restitution. Someone may probably be asking him or herself now, so what is this African heritage restitution we're talking about? How would you answer that question?
Well, it's many things. You know, people started with the restitution of artifacts. But then when you read the AU Common African Position, it's talking about heritage resources, because it's not limited to artifacts that were stolen. It's related to many. She talked about human remains, but when you go, for example, on the scientific area, universities, many of our knowledge was stolen. And we want that knowledge back in our universities, so that our universities can teach those, have many resources that they can use to teach African their own history, their own science, their own culture and everything. So it's really very large. Now, sometimes the request is done by communities, sometimes the request is done by the state itself, but usually it's done by communities. And because we are in international relation, and international relation is relation between states, communities have to go through the states to make their claim accepted, or at least to continue to pursue the claim at the international level. For example, I come from Senegal. Many African communities used to make claims, but the claim used to go to the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Okay.
So the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will examine the claim, but to continue the conversation, they need the states, either Benin or Senegal or Mali, to continue the conversation, because it requires, a relationship between two states. And then when they are successful, the artifacts will come back, or the heritage resources will come back, and now given back to the community, and for the community to decide what to do with the artifact, because this was not stolen in a museum. We don't know the concept. The Western concept of museum is not our concept.
Okay.
It was coming from royal houses, and sometimes even in places that the worship places,
family homes,
yes,
shrines.
Exactly. Jewelries, in the French system, what the military used to do, every time they conquer a space, they will go after the families, the royal families, and steal all the jewelries. For example, in France now, Senegal, a community in Senegal is claiming the jewelries of their own family. You know, and it was coming from a French general.
Okay. Very interesting things. But what will we see for you, the Open Society, and all of us to know that we have achieved the objective for this restitution?
Well, I think there's many goals, right? Our goal is, yes, we must bring these artifacts back, but bringing them back is not enough. There's financial loss that needs to be repatriated. There's knowledge systems, and there's healing that needs to happen. There's healing that needs to happen between communities. There's healing that needs to happen amongst ourselves, and there's healing that needs to happen within states. So I think there's not just one goal. There's many, many goals, but right now we're focusing on getting the objects back. And you know, my colleague Ibrahima here, he just said something very important, that the West, their version of what a museum is not what ours is. And I think that, you know, in order for Africa to strive, when it comes to the museum space, we need to think about what a museum is and why are we bringing back these objects, also to just have them sitting behind glass. What does that teach us? So I think that this is a very opportune time for us to really rethink and reframe how we want to move forward with these objects, with our future. And really, you know, we should not be going to the West. The West should be coming to us.
Okay.
And I'll leave it at that.
Can I also add something which is really very important? What we discover in collaborating with community and state is that we created a situation whereby the state itself realized that it doesn't have the mechanics, it doesn't have the institution, the infrastructure, not only to communicate with the community, but also to discuss, to negotiate with the other, the external actors. Okay. So mechanisms are being put in place in many, many countries. And even ECOWAS, the AU, have now taken up the issues and making it their own issues.
Interesting. Really, like I told you yesterday, I pray that we regularly have this kind of conversations, because look, yesterday when we spoke about this, my hometown people were all over, because then it brought to memory our king who was beheaded. And it started a whole discussion. So I think we need to have more of that, and to serve as a source by which we try to reignite, you know, the African in us, and to help us struggle for what is ours. But there's this Chalet Water Festival that is happening now. I don't know if you know about it.
Yes.
You know about it?
Yes.
What was it a coincidence that this event is being done at the same time we're doing this, or? Yes, I mean, I think you know, we did know Chalet Wote was happening. I'm very aware of the street festival, but it was strictly coincidence. Okay. But you know, I think the universe is guiding us and saying that this is important and we should be here at the same time. At this time, I get it. So are you going to pass by and to do something there? We will try our best to pass by, but as you know, we have a full schedule. Okay. All right, grateful to you for passing by. Like I said, try and come by most of things so we can do this. Yeah. Yes. Veronica Chatelain, Senior Program Officer with the Open Society Foundation. Ibrahim Khan, a Special Advisor with the Open Foundation. Very, very solid people doing so well for the continent. Our prayers are with them. Well, at this point, let's cross over to Osu. And to join the Chalet Water Festival, IB, Ibrahim Bembrako, is at the Osu Castle as we speak. Let's go there now. IB, what's happening there now?
Well, Brace, thank you so very much. And we are still here. It is the third day of the Chalote Street Art Festival, and we're still here at the Castle Gardens. Well, I've been talking to Thamu, who, well, the name might sound like a South African, but he's from the Netherlands. And this is what he's doing. Beautiful thing. I don't know if you can see it, but I'll tell you what it is. Well, yeah, Thamu, sorry, let me take you away from your work again. Yes, you're telling me how you got to hear of the Chalote Street Art Festival, and this is your first time being part, right?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So when I came to Ghana in January, I reached out to some people in the creative industry because I wanted to actually express myself also when I was in Ghana. And they told me I had to be at the Chalet Water Festival because it's one of the biggest. So that's why.
Are you expressing yourself enough?
Yeah.
Have you done it enough with this?
I hope so. It's getting to be a big artwork. So yeah, for sure.
15 of you or 16 people have been working on this.
Exactly.
How long has it taken for you to come to this particular stage?
Since beginning of this month. So we've been doing workshops with them, creating a design, and then actually painting it also. So it took a while.
Are there any importance with the colors you decided to use?
Yeah. So some of the colors, they are like based on colors you see often in Ghana. We had different color options, but the group like collectively chose this one, and I think it also refers to the Ayalolo buses.
So that is what he is painting, and he has incorporated some Ga symbols together with the letters. So AAYALOLO, that is what is on each canvas, and with some Ga symbols. Okay, good. I'll let you go back to working, but when are you finishing this?
I hope to finish most of it before the end of this week, and then on Saturday during the Chale Water Festival we will have a dance performance in front of the painting at 3 p.m. And then we'll all be there, all the painters, and we'll put them all together and have a great performance.
And this will happen at the Independence Square, right?
Yes, I think so, yeah.
Well, thank you very much for all your time. Well, we're still here, and I've seen another artist who's also going to be part of, the Charlotte Street Art Festival, but his art is different. So many times, probably you see it on a TV and you haven't witnessed it live before. But if you want to see it live, you need to be at the Charlotte Street Art Festival this weekend. Araka, how are you doing?
Yeah, fine, doing fine.
Great. Araka, so you tell me, what kind of art are you into, or are you going to be doing come this weekend?
Okay, actually, if I want to say, I'm a multi-creative artist. Okay. That's, let me say that, because I'm a dancer, I walk on the rope, I ride bicycle, and I do a lot of things, so I don't actually know who I am.
So this Saturday, he's actually going to be walking on a rope. You are walking on a rope, right?
Yeah, and I'll ride a bicycle also. But I won't dance for this year, I won't dance, yeah. Mm-hmm.
But you're riding bicycle and you're walking on a rope. When is it happening?
Oh, it will be, the rope will be Friday, and then the BMS tricks. Me and my crew work on Saturday and Sunday.
Okay. Well, I'm very interested in the rope. I'm very, very interested in the rope. Exactly where is it happening, and when should people come in wanting to see what you are doing?
Okay, this year, what I want to do is I want to do it like a workshop. I want to teach the children how to do this thing for the rope session. Okay. Because I'm training, I always want to give it out for the children. So this year it will be inside, the rope it will be inside here. But the BMS tricks and things will be outside, Independence Square and on the street.
Like the rope will be here at the castle.
Yes, here at the castle.
You'll be teaching.
Workshop.
Oh, okay, a workshop.
Like a workshop to train the children how to do it. The juggling, acrobatic tricks and things. Yeah, okay. I will show the children here. I'll make a bit workshops. Yeah.
Well, Abraka, thank you very much. I'm so eager to see that workshop. Probably I will even join and take a few steps on the rope.
Yeah.
That is if I won't fall.
Yeah, you won't fall.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And that is the excitement that has been built here at the Charlotte Street Art Festival. But let me just update you on what will be happening tonight. Well, this evening there's going to be the film screening or the film labs, which is done together with Charlotte and the Black Star International Film Festival together with the Film Society Africa. That is what will be happening. Some of the films that will be screening will be the heroines, the Ganaba the drama. This thing, Charlie, this my guy is very bad, but let me try it. Ashwe Puena. And a few other films, and it's starting at 5 p.m. and there will be a lot of films. There are also going to be workshops, and there are going to be other forums that are going to portray and also highlight on film writing and film directing. So a lot of things are going to go on today and also through till the weekend, and it is open, it is free gate, so a lot of people can come and see how it has been done before it is finally being installed at the Independence Square. This is where it all begins. You saw what Thamu was doing. I've also had a few conversations with Gato AE and Christy, the wonderful lady amongst the men, or she's the only lady. Wonderful, beautiful art that has been happening here. So you can come here and see. Please, I implore all of you, come and appreciate art, and also come and see some of the short films and the docuseries that will be screened this evening. Very educative It takes us back into who we are. It gives us self-actualization and also get to know our roots to be able to appreciate our culture. All this is being told, and we are just telling our culture and traditions to the world. So, Brics, that is what is happening here, and that is the updates.
For that one. So that's what is happening at the Chale Wote Arts and Cultural Festival. Do pass by and reconnect with your soul, the African soul. That's it for you. And as we do that, don't forget to drink enough water, because water is life. Whilst you're doing it, remember to take Awake, because Awake is premium purified water treated through a strict purification process to ensure that every bottle on the market refreshes you better. We have the perfect sizes for all purposes: 330 ml and 500 ml bottles to fit your pocket and bags, 750 ml for the heavy drinkers, and 1.5 liters for those who always want more. 19-liter jar bottles are ideal for homes and offices. All you must do now is drink Awake purified drinking water wherever you go. Choose a bottle of Awake purified drinking water today and get quality hydration. Awake purified drinking water, we say one for life, because for every bottle you buy, an amount is donated to the National Cardiothoracic Center. And this Awake is another quality product by Casapreco Company Limited. For bulk purchase, call 0262-351-251. This advert is FDA approved. Well, good morning to you, Asase at Ghana Gas. You and your guys, thank you for all that you do for Ghana. Well, on that note, from our team here, on behalf of the team, I say thank you for being part of us this morning, allowing us to be part of your morning. We meet again tomorrow. Until then, please be good. News Desk is up next.
In a political party at a crossroads where destiny hangs in the balance, the stage is set for a showdown of epic proportions. 10 contenders, 5 slots. Who will rise to claim the throne and secure their place in the final 5 with a chance to be the MPP flag bearer? Get ready for a political battle like you've never seen before. The clock is ticking and every move matters. On Saturday, 26th August, all shall be revealed, and your election headquarters will make sure you miss nothing. Join the best political team on radio, TV, and online from 7 a.m. for the most comprehensive coverage of the MPP Super Delegates Conference, only on your election headquarters.
Hello there. To provide timely information and to explain educational reforms and to discuss school models and interventions, the Ministry of Education, in partnership with the Teacher Education Journal, presents to you the first ever education TV talk show, The Edu Talk Show. The Edu Talk Show keeps you informed and updated on trends in the world of education.
The Ghanaian teacher is so versatile. Provide him the opportunity, train him, and that teacher will perform wonders.
Where are the women? They're doing very well academically, but they're not in the sciences and all of that. So technology is missing a lot more women that they could have had.
You need to tell the parents, at the moment, what you are getting is covering only an aspect of your child's education. And therefore, it's very difficult for you to make any decision with the limited information you have.
We still have more to do when it comes to safe school.
So join us as we speak to our guests on reforms taking place in Ghana's education sector. My name is Blessed Soga, and I am your host.
Welcome to News Desk with me, Mamiesi Thompson. In the next hour, driver shot and a number of trucks banned by suspected terrorists on the Burkina border with Ghana. Farmlands in parts of the Upper East region already being lost to flood waters resulting from the spillage of the Bagri Dam. We have details as NADMO advises farmers and community dwellers to stay away from the water body due to uncertainty in water levels. And from our election headquarters today, Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia optimistic of securing overwhelming victory for his loyalty, dedication and sacrifices for the NPP. More in our build-up to the party's Super Delegates Congress. Details of these and more, including business news updates in this edition. Don't go away. Let's dig in now. A number of trucks carting foodstuff from Niger to Ghana have been banned at the Burkina Faso border by suspected terrorists. Driver of the lead vehicle is responding to treatment after being shot in the attack. Before now, several drivers have died in similar attacks, with over 10 Ghanaian trucks being banned. Nanaya Ojima of our foreign desk has more in the following report.
The Doli route into Burkina Faso from Niger has been abandoned by long-distance trucks following heightened activities of terrorists in the area. Videos available to JoyNews show many trucks burnt at the border by terrorists earlier this year.
In Burkina, at first we was passing there, and there was a Boko Haram over there. They burned our cars, so many, about 15 cars with onions. And we diverted to Benin.
Niger supplies Ghana with onions, beans, potash, cowhide, and local tea, popularly known as attaya. Following the closure of the Benin border as a result of the ECOWAS sanctions against Niger, some drivers have had to consider other options. The Dambala enterprise owns 35 trucks, which have often been involved in carting food from Niger. For many days, some of the trucks have locked up in Niger. According to Masaoud Dambala, one of their vehicles opted for the Doli route, which is less preferred due to security concerns. The trucks broke security protocols after their inability to secure military escort to cross the border for many days.
They were standing there waiting for combine escort, yeah. So they were waiting for it, and then the escort is not coming. So one of the cars, that one is not our car, decided to follow the road. So when he succeeded, so the rest they say, okay, they too will try their best and see. So immediately they start going there. Those jihadist people come out, try to stop them, they refused, not knowing that there are plenty people there. So they decided to start to shoot them. So they stopped, some of them stopped, and some of them go back. And then even some drivers leave the cars and run away. So our car is in front. So when they reach there, they bend the car. The car take like 450 bags of beans. So they bend the car. And then the case is they shoot the driver. But now the driver is alive. So they bend the car, and then they bend like 3 or 4 cars. So the rest turn back and go to Niger.
So where's the driver now, and what's his condition?
Yeah, he's in Niger, but the condition is somehow better. So he's in Niger now.
One of the 3 affected trucks was carting onions bound for the Kwadaso market in Kumasi. All 330 onions in the affected trucks have rotten away after the vehicle was bent. Masaudu Mazu counts his loss. The leading truck was transporting beans, and the next one was transporting my onions. Those were the first to be attacked. They called me later to break the news to me. I couldn't ask them any further questions. Presently, the transport and import company, Dambala Enterprise, has closed operations to Niger. 15 of their trucks are locked up in the landlocked Niger. Masaudu Dambala is worried about the situation.
If you go to harbor, anything concerning Niger, you cannot take it. So it's only Burkina that you can cross. I can tell you that this is the amount that I'm losing. I can't tell. But if I tell you that this is this, I will lose this, no, I can't tell. The only thing is that I see that the business is rounding down.
Many food importers in Kumasi stand the chance of losing their investments if the situation continues. For JoyNews, Nanaya Ojima reporting.
The Ghana Railway Workers Union is this afternoon up in arms against the management of the company for its current state. According to the association, there's a huge debt hanging around the neck of the company, resulting in the non-payment of the state contributions of workers and other statutory payments of the staff. These were revealed by the Secretary of the Union, Godwin Intama, at the media engagement in Takrady.
Salaries go into 3 or 4 months arrears before some efforts are made to effect some payment. Again, snake payments are in arrears from October 2022 till date, which has compelled SNATE to take GRCL to court to enforce payment. The company is owing GCB Bank millions of cedis, while workers' Tier 2 payments have also not been settled since May 2022 till date. The limited liability company, to me, is useless because you can't have a limited liability company without shareholders. I don't know. If maybe I didn't go to school, so I don't know. But I have never heard of any limited liability company without shareholders. Ghana Railway Corporation moving to a limited liability was just a gimmick, I'm telling you. You see, we have sat down over the years and allowed politicians to play with the railway sector. And this is one of the results that we are seeing.
He laments that frantic efforts by the leadership of the union to engage President Akufo-Addo on the current situation has proven futile.
It will interest you to note that frantic efforts have been made by the leadership of the union to have engagement with the President of the Republic, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, to have interactions on the current situation facing GRCL, but all have proven futile.
Vice President Dr. Mamadou Bawumia says the Phase 2 of the Tamale International Airport, which has been commissioned with more ancillary facilities, cost $70 million. This, according to him, is far cheaper than $130 million spent on Phase 1. The Vice President made this comparison at the commissioning of the Tamale International Airport in the Northern Regional Capital.
The Phase 2 of the Tamale International Airport is built with the state-of-the-art facilities, including terminal buildings with other ancillary facilities to complement the newly constructed runway for international aircraft operations. The project, funded by the UK Export Finance and KfW PEX Bank of Germany, at a cost of $70 million, is expected to open the area to the rest of the world. The Vice President, Dr. Mamadou Bawumia, commended the contractors and consultants using relatively limited resources to achieve big results.
Phase 2 of this project, which we are commissioning today, is consisting of a construction of an ultra-modern terminal building with 400,000 annual passenger capacity for both domestic and international operations, which is equipped with a state-of-the-art airport systems. The terminal comes with a 330 capacity car park. Also, part of this project is a 5-kilometer asphalt access road off the Tamale-Bolga Road to the new terminal building. In addition, we have a multi-purpose terminal building with the state-of-the-art equipment used for hard operations at the moment. And in addition, we have a bulk utility supply area, which is the technical area where all services such as electricity, water, wastewater treatment for the airport is managed from. All these 4 separate projects cost a total of $70 million. This compares to the $130 million of phase 1 for those 3 elements of that project.
The Minister for Transport, Kweku Ofori-Asiamah, said government's policy is geared towards establishing airports in all regional capitals, adding that feasibility studies have been completed for one to be sited either in the western or central region.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as you may all be aware, government policy is geared towards development of airports in all regional capitals. It is within this framework that over the past couple of years, the aviation sector has witnessed significant development in infrastructure development and service expansion coupled with the implementation of government liberalized skies policy. It is in line with this policy that the Kumasi International Airport Phase 2 and 3, which commenced in 2018, is about 35% complete, while the rehabilitation of the Sinyoni Airport has been completed and open for commercial operations. We are also pursuing the development of a new airport in either the western or central region or in between the 2 regions, for which the feasibility studies have been completed.
The British High Commissioner to Ghana, Harriet Thompson, said the project has the potential to open up the North's economical world to the rest of the world.
The thing that I love about this project is the potential that it brings to open up the North, to open up tourism to this wonderfully rich region, to open up agriculture, not just the production but the processing, and to get that processed food out across the world. So it's a wonderful day. I'm glad to be here. I'm proud of the partnership between UK and Ghana, between the private sector and government that has resulted in this wonderful airport, this wonderful facility now being available, and I'm excited to see how it's going to get things moving in the whole of the northern regions of Ghana.
The Northern Regional Minister, Shani Al-Hassan Shaibu, on his part, commended the Vice President for his role in the initiation of the project and many other projects in the North.
For the instrumentality and role he played in the initiation of this landmark project and its execution up to completion. Aside of the well-known significant national projects and programs His Excellency has been involved in the Northern region, the Northern region will forever be grateful to him for his immense role in such high-profile projects such as the Tamale Interchange, the Tamale Road, the worldwide Tamale dualization, which is of course, and this edifice that we are inaugurating today.
On your election headquarters today, Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is touting his dedication and allegiance to the NPP, positioning himself as the suitable choice to lead the party. He pledges to carve a distinct path towards economic prosperity if chosen as leader. With the party's Super Delegates Congress just 3 days away, Samuel Mbura of our political desk sheds light on his candidacy.
He is an economist with experience at the central bank. He transitioned into politics and was the first to introduce a data-driven narrative in Ghana's political landscape, gaining trust among Ghanaians. His prominence peaked during the 2012 election petition.
Let us put down my analysis and show me one repeated polling station in my analysis. If you are afraid of the truth, then of course you will hide behind these exhibit numbers.
His father, Mumuni Bawumia, co-founded the Northern People's Party, with SD Dombo contributing to the birth of the New Patriotic Party, NPP, sparking arguments for the Dombo faction to lead the NPP, given the historical representation of Dankwa and Buzia.
They will be in trouble. They know we will break the gates. They know John Mahama cannot take me on in the north. I will beat him in the north. I will beat him in the north. They know it.
However, some contend that politics transcends tribal lines and prioritizes competence. His role in reducing the NPP's parliamentary deficit from over 80% to under 60% in the northern regions since 2008 is highlighted, making him a strong contender against NDC's John Mahama after the 2020 elections. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's candidacy garners extensive nationwide endorsements from both within and outside the NPP. Notably, Minister for Local Government and Rural Development, Dan Botry, is among NPP stalwarts supporting him.
Based on my knowledge and experiences in the party, I have come to conclude that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is the right person who holds the future of this party. So please, I will urge all of you to come out together to vote for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
The Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, is passionately underlining his dedication to the NPP, emphasizing he has never abandoned his responsibility.
I have sacrificed for the party. I have defended the party in good times and in challenging times. I have never wavered or slacked. Never.
He therefore assures that if elected, he will lead the country towards economic prosperity.
Together with you, I want to see a Ghana with an education system tilted towards STEM, robotics, artificial intelligence, digital and vocational skills to cope with the demands of the fourth industrial revolution.
Though several surveys predict a landslide victory for him, the Super Delegates Congress will be the litmus paper to test how strong his signal is to lead the NPP. For JoyNews, Samuel Mbura.
Meanwhile, royals from the 4 recognized gates of the Wala traditional area have thrown their weight behind flag bearer hopeful and Vice President Dr. Bawumia, urging delegates to vote massively for him in Saturday's conference. Now, according to them, among the 10 aspirants, Dr. Bawumia stands tall. Among all the given the opportunity, he'll be the one that can transform and stabilize the country's economy.
The press conference, which was held at Niriyangpong, a place reserved for the selection of a new overlord of the Wala traditional area, was attended by Nabihi or royals from all the 4 recognized gates in the Wala traditional area that are heirs to the Wala throne. According to the Wala royals, among the 10 competent, fine and respected gentlemen that have expressed their intention to put themselves before the special delegates of the New Patriotic Party NPP is one of their own and Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Governor Jamaldeen Adam Akpagala read a statement on their behalf.
After a deep reflection and critical scrutiny of the aspirants, we have come to a firm conclusion that His Excellency Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia is the man of the moment with the requisite qualification, experience, competence, appeals to the voters, temperament, vision, strategy to consolidate the gains made so far by the government of President Akufo-Addo in its march to transform the structure of the economy and accelerate the socio-economic development in today's technological and digitalized global setting. The country saw a steady economic improvement between 2017 and 2019 with pro-poor policies of free education, improvement in roads, health, agriculture, industry, employment for the youth. The challenges of COVID and other global issues have twisted this trajectory. The government is holding on, and a turnaround is envisaged. Given the chance, Dr. Bawumia will see this country through and put her on the course of economic transformation and stability.
Given the opportunity, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia will put the country on the right track, transform the economy, and stabilize it. They averred that the vision and principles of the MPP and the Akufo-Addo government is in sync with that of the forebears of the Northern People's Party in pre-independence.
Alhaji Biki Adama Wala South, Jato Kaleo Wala North, SD Dombo, Jirapa Lambuse, Abaifa Kabo, Lora Nandong, Momunu Bawumia, South Mampusi East, CK Tedam, Kasina Nankana North, J.A. Brima, Gonja East, Adama Amandi, Boku, Yakubu Tali, Tolona, Dagomba South, to mention a few. These were proud princes of the North, most of whom later in life ascended to traditional kings and continued to serve their people. This is what Dr. Bawumia brings. Leadership without discrimination and leadership with a vision to confront the challenges in contemporary times where technology and information shape the global economy. He has shown his mettle and capacity that, given a chance, he can harness this party's rich human capital to accelerate the party's transformation agenda to raise the fortunes of this country, to take up Ghana's true place as a front runner in Africa's development.
They use the opportunity to also appeal to the aspirants and their supporters to be cautious and measured in their campaign to ensure a free, fair, and peaceful flag bearer election.
Whoever emerges as a flag bearer will need a united party in purpose to appeal to the general electorate to win the general elections. The next government will require all competent human resources to govern and bring development, stability, and peace to the people of this country.
Reporting for JoyNews, Rafiq Salam. Wow.
Paramount Chief of the Pulima Traditional Area, Kuro Duwe Osman Nangpa III, has admonished members of the newly launched Young Urban Women's Movement to use tact and diplomacy to get work and rights shared at home. The women advocacy movement was launched with the aim, among other things, equipping young women with skills, challenge inequality, as well as to influence policy discourse in their respective areas. Kuro Nangpa Osman, speaking at the launch of the movement, called on members not to be antagonistic in their approach to deals with using tact. JoyNews Upper West Regional Correspondent Rafiq Salam reports.
The Young Urban Women's Movement is an organized group of young women across the country with the aim of empowering young urban women living in rural and urban areas in the country with skills to secure economic independence, control over their bodies, challenge inequality and discrimination. As a 2.5-year project and has been spearheaded by Akinet Ghana in the last 9 years. Head of programs, Akinet Ghana, Justin Bayo, assured members of the newly launched Young Urban Women's Movement in the Upper West region to enable them succeed.
The group has now developed to be a movement on its own, working with about 6,500 young women between the ages of 15 and 35 across 5 cities in Ghana. These are in Accra, Tamale, Bolgatanga, Ho, Somenya, and Sunyani. And since you are the novel group for Upper West at the moment, all our eyes are on you, and we are going to focus all our attention within Action Aid to the young urban movement in the Upper West region. We will ensure that all the needed support is given to you. All established ones will give you all the support so that you can grow in terms of capacity and numbers.
National Chairperson of the Young Urban Women's Movement, Dr. Zuga, threw further light on what the movement is up to.
So we are saying that as Young Urban Women's Movement, our goal is to advocate, to talk, to empower young people. Even most of the young people within our communities don't even see it as work. Sometimes they themselves doing the work, they don't even see it as work. So we want to empower ourselves to recognize that the things we are doing at home, it's a work. We are not also saying we want to use force. It's all about how we will communicate well to our husbands, our brothers at home. And the movement is out to take us through all these strategies, how we'll be able to speak to our husbands and brothers to understand that the work we are doing is a work. When they are able to recognize that that is a work, you don't need to ask them to help you share the rules. They themselves will support, and that is why we are having 3 R's, which is first is to recognize. When they recognize, they would help us reduce it by redistributing.
Paramount Chief of the Poloma Traditional Area, Koroduwe Osman Nangpa III, lauded the launch of the Young Urban Women's Movement in the region. Yoruba was quick to add that the aims and objectives will not be achieved on a silver platter, calling on them to use tact and diplomacy.
If you get up and do gra-gra, the men will keep all the power to their chest. It is the usage of the tongue that can elicit what support you can get. If your tongue is honey-laden, you will get the best. If it's acid-laden and you can use it to lacerate the opposite gender, I can assure you, you will continue to be confined to where you've been since time immemorial. So please use your tongue well and continue to appeal to us.
Other key speakers at the launch was the Upper West Regional Director of the Social Welfare Department, Ileng Pele, and the Upper West Regional Director of Gender, Charity Bature, who chaired the launch.
But please, start small and grow big together. If you are already looking at the bigger picture, you'll be demoralized. But when you're able to convince just one person, it satisfies you, it gives you that joy that you've done something. The next time you go to 2, 3, 4, you are spreading. You are starting small by growing big together. Together, because if she is doing it, she is also doing it. The next person is doing it. We are penetrating gradually and we are growing big together.
Reporting for JoyNews, Rafik Salam. Wow.
You're still watching JoyNews Desk. We'll be back with more news after this break.
Hello, my name is Abeku Agri Santana. If there's anything that makes my life so easy, it is my bank. I love hanging out with my boys at our usual fufu joint. But even without cash, we still dey chop better with EcoBank Mobile. No matter the time of day, my bank helps me stay in touch with my beautiful wife whenever she's away. And when my beautiful wife is in town, she never misses out on her favorite TV shows because I'm able to pay up all my TV subscriptions from the comfort of my mobile phone. Whenever she has to get groceries too, my bank makes it cashless and convenient. And the part my wife loves the most is when my bank makes it possible and easy for her to shop from any part of the world without moving.
Welcome to the smart world of EcoBank. Download EcoBank Mobile from Google Play Store or the App Store and discover the smart way to bank. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Score HD, the new exciting football channel, is now available only on HD Plus and brings you football from around the world. Watch Sadio Mane and Daniel Kufitre in the top weekly match of the Bundesliga 1 and DFB Cup, Primera Liga, Copa de la Liga Profesional, see Ronaldo in the Saudi Pro League, as well as daily sports news every other hour. Also, get updated on Messi and Mbappe on PSG TV and many more. Feely on HD Plus channel 151. Agronoede, HD Plus, the Feely experience.
For crystal clear and thrilling podcasts and live shows, download and listen to us on Apple, Spotify, TuneIn, Google Podcasts, MyJoy Online, Amazon services like Echo, Amazon Music, and Audible, Stitcher, Adom Online, Overcast, and Pandora. Take note of everything. Sign up for the multimedia digital platforms now to stay updated.
Everybody came out, everybody's looking good, displaying their art, beautiful art everywhere. This is my 5th year coming in a row. So I'm here every August for the festival. It's been amazing being with my black people all day, every day. It's been great.
It's so fun here. There are a lot of art things to do.
I personally love it, and I love the artworks. I love Charlotte 2022. It's fantastic. This year's experience is marvelous.
It's amazing. It's Charlotte Festival, y'all. You ought to be here.
The paintings, the people, the Ghanaians were awesome.
Everyone, when you're in Ghana around the same time, make sure you check it out. It's really happening.
Welcome back from the break. Now let's head over to the Greater Accra Regional Police Headquarters, where the minority is meeting the police over their planned picketing of the Bank of Ghana premises over their incurred losses in the 2022 financial year. Samuel Mbura is there for us and has been monitoring the situation. Samuel Mbura, what have you been learning about this meeting?
See, we know that the minority in Parliament, in accordance with Section 1, 2, and 3 of the Public Order Act 1994, Act 419, has notified the police about their impending public protest that will be embarked next week in collaboration with some civil organizations and then well-meaning Ghanaians, they say. So the purpose of this protest is to express their revulsion against what they describe as illegal printing of money to the tune of over 80 billion Ghana cedis between 2021 and 2022 to the Akufo-Addo government. According to them, this singular act by the BOG has negatively impacted livelihoods and businesses and pushed over 850,000 Ghanaians into poverty in the year 2022 alone. So they say, as representatives of the Ghanaian people, the minority in parliament is disgusted about the gross mismanagement and reckless handling of the affairs of the Bank of Ghana, which resulted in the over 60 billion Ghana cedis lost, which has a negative equity of 5.1 billion in 2022, according to them, thereby visiting hardship on the people of Ghana. So that is why they are currently meeting the Ghana Police Service ahead of this demonstration. So the demonstration is coming next week. That will be on the 5th of September. So they wrote to the police on the 21st, and this is actually a follow-up meeting. At the moment, they are in the crunch meeting with the Greater Accra Regional Police Commander, but the media is not allowed because it is an in-camera one. We're not allowed to film this in the precepts of the police, a reason we are outside the gate of the Ghana Police Service. So the agreed route is the frontage of Parliament through to Parliament House, Osu Cemetery, Traffic Light, Ministry of Finance, High Court Complex, Kimbu, Makola, Rawlings Park, Opera Square, Bank of Ghana, where they eventually picket there to demand the immediate resignation of the governor, the deputy governors, and the board of directors of the Bank of Ghana. So earlier I had brief conversations with the leader of the minority, Dr. Kesela Tufosi. He is not here himself, but we have lawyers of the party. I spoke briefly to Mr. Mahama Yarka, MP for Boku Central. I also saw James Agaga and other minority MPs going into that crunch meeting with the Ghana Police Service. So we are pitching calm whilst waiting for that meeting, and surely they will come and brief us what the outcomes are. But that is the main reason they are here, just a follow-up to the letter that they have written to the police notifying them about their pending demonstration against the governors of the Bank of Ghana. Mamiesi.
And we'll sure to update you as and when we learn of the outcomes of this meeting. Now, moving on, the Executive Director of Star Ghana Foundation, Ibrahim Tanko Amidu, says the organization will be focusing on security, volunteerism, and philanthropy in 2024. The aim, according to Mr. Amidu, is to enhance Ghana's socio-political development by providing support to civil society organizations. He made this known while speaking to journalists at the launch of the foundation's 5th anniversary event in Accra. There's more in this report.
Star Ghana Foundation is one of Ghana's active National Center for Active Citizenship and Philanthropy. Established in November 2018, the foundation transitioned from a 10-year multi-donor-funded Star Ghana program with focus on the strengthening of Parliament and civil society to enhance transparency, accountability, and responsiveness in governance at local and national levels. As an influential CSO, the foundation has consistently and aggressively pushed for active citizenship participation at all levels of governance through various projects with the support of its development partners. At the launch of activities in commemoration of its 5-year anniversary, Executive Director of the foundation, Ibrahim Tanko Amidu, said, Star Ghana is prioritizing 3 key thematic areas in the years ahead.
Star Ghana is actually coordinating the Northern Ghana Security Forum. That brings together the regional coordinating councils, the communities, traditional authorities, and etc. So that is the one area of our work. But the second is that Star Ghana is a center for active citizenship. So active citizenship, we have started promoting volunteerism. Currently, we are working to support or to enable people who want to volunteer to support community groups to be able to do so, and we'll be launching that next month. We are also going to provide support to civil society organizations who want to launch volunteerism initiatives at their level, so that citizens get connected to the development processes, that the spirit of volunteerism that gave us our independence, that helped us in the initial stages post-independence, will be able to rekindle the spirit of volunteerism.
Chairperson of the Governing Council of Star Ghana Foundation, Dr. Esther Ofei Abuaji, emphasized the crucial role the foundation plays in Ghana's democracy has become more vital in the prevailing socio-political and economic challenges in Ghana and the African continent at large.
For a role for an entity such as Star Ghana Foundation in Ghana, as well as in the sub-region, is required even more urgently now than before. Our pulse on the political, economic, and social developments in the country and West Africa suggests that the alienation of the citizenry from the processes that have been pursued as democracy is a real possibility. Therefore, actions that will amplify the voices of all sections of the population and identify opportunities for inclusive action and broadening platforms for participation and engagement are even more urgently required than before.
Chairperson of the National Commission for Civic Education, NCCE, Kathleen Adi, commended the foundation for its significant contribution to shaping Ghana's democracy, particularly in encouraging active civil participation at the community level.
Star Ghana, to be honest, has done a lot of great work in this country. They have supported big organizations, small organizations, mediums. They support a lot of organizations in doing particularly community work, which I'm very passionate about, because we need to, as citizens, to understand that our citizenship starts from the community. When we are good citizens at the community level, we will be good citizens at the national level. All of us, if we are active in the community, it will spread, and we will have a better experience at the national level as well. So Star Ghana has actually done a lot. And their vision for the future of developing philanthropy alongside active citizenship is also very important. Philanthropy meaning that getting people to donate to the foundation, getting people to commit to supporting the foundation, so that together we will grow our country.
The foundation has lined up a number of activities to climax the 5th anniversary in November this year. A report filed by Carlos Galoni for JoyNews.
The European Union has announced 60 Ghanaian students selected to pursue the prestigious Erasmus Mundus Joint Master's degree in top academic institutions in Europe. The EMGMD is one of the initiatives under the Erasmus Education Scholarship, which supports international mobility and contributes to strengthening Africa's technical and higher education space. There's more in the following report.
The all-expenses-paid master's degree scholarship is a unique opportunity for students to broaden their career horizons, gain top-class knowledge, and develop global perspectives while studying in renowned European universities. The selection for the Erasmus Plus Mundus Joint Master's degree is a highly competitive process, attracting numerous potential students from Ghana applying for the coveted opportunity. At a pre-departure event in Accra, the EU ambassador to Ghana, Echad Razali, said the opportunity offered the successful applicants is one among the EU's commitment to its partnership with Ghana in education. Echad Razali is confident that the scholarship will prepare the successful student for a competitive career.
So today we organized the send-off event for the young Ghanaians who have benefited from Erasmus Plus scholarship. This is one of the most successful EU program in Europe and throughout the world. And this year I'm very, very happy and proud to see that we are sending 60 young Ghanaians to perform studies, undergraduate and graduate studies throughout Europe. This is so far the highest number of students that we are sending. Last year we have sent 45. We are very happy already, but today is very rewarding because these are new students, will discover Europe, will learn in the best university in Europe, and hopefully will make a contribution for their communities and for the country.
Some beneficiaries spoke to JoyNews. The EU says it is increasing investment in quality education and working with partner countries to strengthen cooperation on research and innovation.
How I landed this scholarship, I would say that it was recommended by my friend. It was something global, so he sent me the link. and I applied. They have their own criteria. I just followed. You put up your motivation and all that. So I did everything, and I was waiting on them to call me. So I was there one time in June, and they texted me that I'm now a beneficiary of the scholarship, and I'm very glad. It wasn't that easy because there were a lot. I was once on a reserve list, and I was later pushed to the main list. There's a whole lot. It has not been easy though, but in all, I just want to say I'm grateful to God too.
I got to know about Erasmus Mundus program online. It was, I think, a recommendation because of my past searches, right? So I got to know about it. Then I went through the entire master's programs they have. I read about what they were doing within those programs. Then I selected the ones I was interested in. I noted down their opening dates, and then I incorporated them into my calendar. So whenever they open, I got an alert. Yes. Yeah, and then I realized you could apply to more. Initially, there was a cap on the number of programs you could apply to, but I realized there was more. Like you could apply to any amount, any number, right? So I applied to just two because I felt it wasn't really a good use of my time if I was going to do so many of them. So I applied to two, and I got into one.
Carrying Obeng's report read to you.
It's JoyNews Desk. We'll be right back with business.
We've had news file over the weekend, and an interesting part of the conversation focused.
Oh no, we are out of range.
Oh, don't worry, Daddy. I have Alexa in my bag.
Alex, what?
Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana and play Joy FM.
Super Hits Radio, Joy 99.7.
Listen to Joy FM, Hits FM, Love FM, live on your Amazon Echo. Listen to your favorite multimedia radio stations live on your Amazon Echo device by saying, Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana, play Joy FM or Hits FM or Love FM. Or catch up on your favorite podcast by saying, Alexa, play, and then the name of your favorite podcast from Multimedia Ghana. For a list of all podcasts available, say Alexa. Ask Multimedia Ghana to browse programs.
And we are back like we never lost signal.
Alexa, welcome to Multimedia.
For crystal clear and thrilling podcasts and live shows, download and listen to us on Apple, Spotify, TuneIn, Google Podcasts, MyJoy Online, Amazon services like Echo, Amazon Music, and Audible, Stitcher, Adom Online, Overcast, and Pandora. Take note of everything. Sign up for the multimedia digital platforms now to stay updated.
When everybody came out, everybody's looking good, displaying their art, beautiful art everywhere. This is my 5th year coming in a row. So I'm here every August for the festival. It's been amazing being with my black people all day, every day. It's been great.
It's so fun here. There are a lot of art things to do. So I personally love it. And I love the artworks. I love Charlotte 2022.
It's fantastic. This year's experience is marvelous.
It's amazing. It's Charlotte Festival, y'all. You ought to be here.
The paintings, the people, the Ghanaians were awesome.
Everyone, when you're in Ghana around the same time, make sure you check it out. It's really happening.
Hi, welcome to Business. My name is Darryl Kwao. As part of efforts to harness the opportunities in the non-traditional export sector, Fidelity Bank Ghana has launched the Fidelity Exporters Club with the signing of an MOU with the Federation of Association of Ghanaian Exporters, FAGE, an umbrella organization representing over 1,200 exporters and 22 sub-associations. Here's more in this report.
According to the World Bank, exports of goods and services as a percentage of gross domestic product in Ghana was 29.91% in 2021, indicating a positive effect of trade on the economy. Managing Director for Fidelity Bank Ghana, Julian Kingsley Opuni, expressed the bank's readiness to help strengthen the infrastructure required to give certainty around the growth of the sector.
In the past, banks are used to sitting back and formulating products off the back of the fact that we assume we know what they need. The idea of doing this is to work from the exporter back to the bank. What are their challenges? What support do they need? And so once we understand that, then the formulation of our products around even the interest that you will charge, around the term, how you structure loans, how you structure other support, then becomes a lot more relevant. And it's also not only about access to finance, it's about how we support them and get other partners to help support them in the regulatory environment, support for documentation, certification, etc.
President of the Federation of Association of Ghanaian Exporters, Nene Davis Koboe, called for the creation of a special funding for exporters in the agri sector in terms of interest rates payment.
We are looking at creating another niche market for ourselves, because if you talk about agri, you can't use the same interest rate for commerce against agribusiness, and that is exactly what we've been doing, saying all this year, that if we can create another funding to take care of it. So we are looking. I know currently the likes of the MasterCard Foundation is doing 10% for Barclays. We are looking at Fidelity doing between 7 to 9% for our club.
Some exporters who spoke to Joy Business say they are optimistic the partnership will create a significant impact in the sector.
This partnership is a difference between night and day. At least it's the beginning of seeing light in this system, because no bank has come up and signed up with exporters wanted to know what they do, so that together we can solve it, because what we export affects everybody, including all of us standing here.
I'm very happy today to be part of this event. It's a historical event in the sense that the bank has made a move, not only to show interest in exporters' activities, but to give concrete help and assistance and support, which is something that we have lacked for quite a while.
The Fidelity Exporters Club is in collaboration with the Development Bank Ghana.
Now, players within the network marketing industry are calling for more sensitization programs to support the space. According to them, this would clear the misconception of many describing the operations as fraudulent. According to one-star director at Longreach Ghana, Kennedy Amarco, the business can't contribute to job creation. He spoke to Joy Business.
Basically, there is a serious deficit in sensitization and then education. It's time as a nation we come together and talk about the business of network marketing. My wife, for example, had to talk to me about network marketing for 6 solid months. But what brought me into it is when I used the product and I realized that the product was good and was worth continuing to use it. As I was using it, I was getting some little commissions. It wasn't nothing to write home about. But it at least tells a story that if I open up and get better education, I can do it bigger. In fact, gone are the days where people carry products on their head, go around and sell. Network marketing is far away from that. About illegality is far away from that. But there's a thin line between network marketing and Ponzi schemes and scams. So if you open up yourself, open up your mind, get educated, I think we can all get to embrace it, understand it, and spread the news better.
And that's all in business. The news continues after the break.
In a political party at a crossroads where destiny hangs in the balance, the stage is set for a showdown of epic proportions. 10 contenders, 5 slots. Who will rise to claim the throne and secure their place in the final 5 with a chance to be the MPP flag bearer? Get ready for a political battle like you've never seen before. The clock is ticking and every move matters. On Saturday, 26th August, all shall be revealed and your election headquarters will make sure you miss nothing. Join the best political team on radio, TV and online from 7 a.m. for the most comprehensive coverage of the MPP Super Delegates Conference, only on your election headquarters.
Welcome back. Now, farmlands and livelihoods are at a risk in the Upper East region as ripple effects from the spillage of the Bagri Dam in Burkina Faso beginning to have a toll in the area. Sonabel, the dam's operators, alerted Ghanaian authorities about the spillage a week ago. Now, despite not being the usual annual spillage period, the overflow from tributaries to the Bagri Dam has already damaged farmlands along the Boku and Talensi districts. We'll be bringing you more on the Bagri Dam spillage in later bulletins. Thank you for watching. I am Amesi Nyamiche Thompson. For more news, log on to myjoyonline.com.
Today we're talking about music. If you're ready, let's go.
Look in your eyes, I know that you are the one. I look in your eyes.
Sounds like something you're already writing.
No.
You're kidding.
I just made it up.
The within.
Exactly, yes.
What kind of life is that? What kind of pressure is this?
I told my father I want to be a sound engineer. He slapped me.
Oh, wow.
Sound engineer. He says I know mechanical engineer. I know chemical engineer. I know all the electrical engineers. In fact, my friends are in that space. What is sound engineer? Just tell me you want to go and play band. But if you say band, it's a band. Catch a bit of band. Band. Band, I'm going to put them in band behind.
And thank you for joining us here on PM Express. And in the last few weeks, we've been talking a lot about the Bank of Ghana because of the historic loss that they have on their books. But beyond that, there's also the conversation around the $250 million office complex that they're currently building in the midst of an economic crisis, right? So yesterday, the Bank of Ghana governor himself addressed a news conference. He did not only address a news conference, he went ahead after the press conference to release further and better particulars regarding that office complex that they're currently constructing. Now, remember that we now have 7 days to go for him to either resign or the minority say they will begin a series of political actions, including occupying the premises of the Bank of Ghana to force him to resign. They have written to the police already, and we saw this yesterday, telling the police that they want to do this occupation of the premises of the Bank of Ghana on the 5th of September. So there's a lot to get to in terms of breaking the issues down on the back of what we learned from the Bank of Ghana just today. So stay with me as we unpack a few of these numbers and help you understand what has been happening with the central bank. And I'll get my guests in for a conversation. Okay, so what do we know so far as the issues are concerned? We know that the Bank of Ghana over the last few years have posted profits. So as you see there, in 2019, they posted a profit of 1.6 billion. And this continued really also into 2021. So these were good years. But then look at that outlier in 2022. From a profit of 1.4 billion the year before, we are now talking about a loss of 60 billion. That is actually very jaw-dropping. And that is why the conversation has been that intense. And this gives you a sense of what we are talking about. From a profit of 1.4, we are now talking about 60 billion. Something really catastrophic must have happened leading to this particular problem that we are talking about, right? For you to move from a profit of 1.4 to a loss of 60 billion, it is one that has a lot of people talking. Now, that is just a basic picture. That is a basic picture. We then began to delve a bit deeper into the numbers. And then we found interesting discrepancies. And these are important discrepancies. Because remember that we got to know about the 60 billion loss in the BOG's annual reports, right? And then yesterday, there was a press briefing. So we began to just check, very basic check. The numbers that we read in the BOG annual reports, do they tally, do they match with the numbers that we heard from the central bank governor yesterday at the press conference? And then we began to see discrepancies. The first discrepancy we saw, and I want to go back to the table I showed before. Look at the profits, right? Now, if you come to this particular picture here, you begin to see that the numbers aren't the same. So this part here is the numbers that have to do with the annual report. So the 1.8 billion profit you see there from the annual report. However, from the press conference yesterday, the central bank governor now gives us a different figure of 1.60 billion as profit. So what is happening there? What is accounting for this difference that we see in that particular number? They can be only one number. So we are asking those questions. And now you come to the next number, which is the next year in question, the 2020. Again, in the annual reports, we're told of profits of 1.57 billion. Yesterday, we're told of 1.5 billion. And it continues to 2021 of 1.4 billion, which is at the press conference. But if you read the annual reports, they're talking about 1.23 billion. So there is something there that needs explaining, right? And that, for me, is one of the first basic things that we saw in this particular numbers that we are beginning to look at. Then also, we come to the subject of some of the key things that had happened when it comes to the health of the economy. And when we got some explanations from the central bank governor, annual borrowing was just to meet the debt service and energy payments obligations. And these two items alone according to the Bank of Ghana governor, accounted for that significant hit that we had to take when it comes to our external reserves position. Okay? And so that again beginning to explain why we're beginning to see this huge loss on the books of the Bank of Ghana. But the Bank of Ghana, beyond that point, makes an issue that if you look at the loss that they've suffered, it is really down to two things: the economic crisis, the also preventing a total collapse of the economy. And if you read in between the lines, the Bank of Ghana was telling us that had it not been for the Bank of Ghana, we would have suffered the Sri Lankan curse, where the entire economy collapsed, essential goods could not come in because they have run out of funds to bring it in. But the Bank of Ghana has to step in, give government and finance, the government's own purchases, and that is why you saw the loss. And so they were the buffer, and they actually did this economy a great favor, and they had to step in. So that was a fundamental explanation from Ernest Addison on this matter, right? But then if you come to the Bank of Ghana's headquarters, and I want to go this, and I'll go back to that slide I showed before because it's important. And now we are talking about the office, right? The office complex that they are building, which is also a big conversation. The fundamental question that anybody criticizing the decision to build is raising is not that the Bank of Ghana does not need the office, but the question is about the prudence of spending $250 million at the time of great economic crisis. Even great is understating it. It is historic. It is the greatest crisis of a generation, something we haven't seen before for a pretty long time. So this is historic in terms of where we are. We have the DDP for the very first time. Government has failed to pay its debt, and people are taking haircuts. So is it prudent to spend this amount of money, $250 million, to build an office complex for the comfort of the BOG at this time? And then you begin to see what the BOG's own cost timelines are. And so the first thing we learn is that as of 14 January 2020, right, the BOG estimated the cost to be just around $100 million. But then you come to 29th January of that same year, when the PPA looked at it, it revised downwards to $81 million. And then you look at 6th of August that same year, and then we're seeing that that amount is now $121 million. That's at the time of the award of the contract. When we signed that agreement, it was that amount, $121 million. So it moved from 81 to $121 million. And the minority have asked questions about this. Now, what is accounting for this $121 million? And they've said variations. But you'll notice by now that I haven't mentioned $250 million. So where's the $250 million coming from? Because even as of 31st August 2020, when the PPA actually approved the final contract, it was still $121 million. But we've heard a lot about $250 million. So how much is it? Because this is according to the BOG just yesterday. And their upper limit figure, if we're spending anything really above what was originally thought of as of, let's say, 100 million or even 81 million, it should be $121 million, according to the BOG's own chronology, right? So that's the fundamental question. But then we began to maybe understand where this $250 million came from, right? The minority is claiming $250 million, by the way. That's their claim. When we begin to look at the cost per square meter, and then the picture then began to make sense. Because if you take $268 per $2,068 per square meter, that is what the BOG tells us that building, that office complex is costing per square meter, $2,068 per square meter. And by the way, that building, according to BOG yesterday, the total floor space is in excess of 100,000 square meters. All you need to do is to multiply this figure here by this figure here, and we got $206.8 million at least, because the 100,000 square meter is in excess. So at least the BOG's own numbers per square meter, if it's $2,068, multiplying that by 100,000 square meter should give you at least $206.8 million, right? So that then begins to raise additional questions, because I want to go back to the point that the central bank governor made yesterday in the Fed and Better particulars they shared, because their approved amount ended at $121 million. But when you do the actual multiplications based on the square meter cost, it is what I've just said, 206 million. So something must be explained, right? But the minority then adds on the variations. They have other documents that show that there have been variations that bring it to 250 million. But there is disparity there from 120 million, 121 million to 206 million to 250 million. Somewhere there must be an explanation, which is a fundamental question. But then the BOG had also argued that something that the central bank governor said that was very fascinating. I want to quote it for you. If we were to be taking the decision today, building a legacy head office would not have been a priority. That is Ernest Addison yesterday. So he agrees that the timing is wrong. But his explanation is that, well, we didn't start it today. It started in 2019 when there was no loss, as I've explained at the beginning, when we were making profit. So we didn't foresee that we will have the situation. But I beg to differ. Because if you look at the timelines here, as of 2020, this is August 31st, 2020, when the PP approved it, COVID had struck in March of that year. The economy was beginning to show signs of instability, obviously. And economic activity was slowing down. In fact, it was in March of the next year, 2021, when the site was finally handed over to the contractor to go in and start construction. My point is, as of 2021 March, when the construction site was being handed over, the economy was showing signs of instability. The signs of crisis was beckoning. The world was actually beginning to struggle because COVID was biting hard. At the Bank of Ghana, one of the things they do is to make projections, is to forecast. The world was telling us that the global economy was about to struggle, and African countries, even more vulnerable, will struggle. In fact, the finance minister was writing in the Financial Times, warning of an impending crisis. So they should have known. So when the Bank of Ghana governor makes the point that if they were taking a decision today, building a legacy head office would not have been a priority. The argument is, the evidence showed then, if the Bank of Ghana was forecasting properly, that down the line, a year down the line, we were facing a challenge. So what went into that evaluation that was done, if you reconcile that with his position on this matter? So those are a few of the things that we begin to see in this matter. And you see the revised cost there. But the Bank of Ghana argues that if you look at the per square meter of 2,068 compared to other properties on the continent, we're doing far better and saving the taxpayer a bit more, because, say, according to the Africa Property and Construction Guide, it should be costing us anything between 2,658 per square meter or 2,720 per square meter. So they are, in effect, telling us that 2,068 per square meter, actually great negotiation, and we're getting value for money. So we checked that document, and then we found two things. I mean, we of course, New York is in a league of its own, so don't focus on New York. Don't focus on London or Hong Kong or Dubai. Just look at the BOG itself talks about Africa. So you look at Johannesburg, and they had 1,190. That same document that the BOG referenced, right? And Ghana is there. So this is just a few of the questions that this still raises. Has it answered all the questions from yesterday? Obviously not. Are there more questions to be answered? Obviously yes. And that's why my guests come in. When we return from the break, we'll get their thoughts on what we've learned from yesterday into today on this Bank of Ghana matter. Stay with me.
We've had news file over the weekend, and an interesting part of the conversation focused.
Oh no, we are out of range.
Oh, don't worry, Daddy. I have Alexa in my bag.
Alex, what?
Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana and play Joy FM.
Super Hits Radio. Joy 99.7.
Listen to Joy FM, Hits FM, Love FM. Live on your Amazon Echo. Listen to your favorite multimedia radio stations live on your Amazon Echo device by saying, Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana, play Joy FM or Hits FM or Love FM. Or catch up on your favorite podcast by saying, Alexa, play, and then the name of your favorite podcast from Multimedia Ghana. For a list of all podcasts available, say Alexa. Ask Multimedia Ghana to browse programs.
And we are back like we never lost signal.
Alexa, welcome to Multimedia.
Taliwate. Everybody came out, everybody's looking good, displaying their art, beautiful art everywhere. This is my 5th year coming in a row. So I'm here every August for the festival. It's been amazing being with my black people all day, every day. It's been great. It's so fun here. There are a lot of art things to do. So I personally love it. And I love the artworks. I love Chalote 2022.
It's fantastic. This year's experience is marvelous.
It's amazing. It's Chalote Festival, y'all. You ought to be here.
The paintings, the people, the Ghanaians were awesome.
Everyone, when you're in Ghana around the same time, make sure you check it out. It's really happening.
And PMSS is always brought to you by Cherry Tree Properties. We develop spaces as though we're going to occupy them ourselves. Syntex tanks, it is strong, it is tough. Alomo Bitters, experience greatness in every moment. Ghana AIDS Commission, also by Syntex Tank. And no matter your water needs, Syntex Tank has it all. Syntex Tank is first to introduce a double layer tank, and now you can have as many layers as you want. Syntex Tanks is first to introduce white inner layer tanks in Ghana, and we now introduce to you the customer specs order, which lets you order any color and size of preference. Just imagine just calling them and having a bespoke service when it comes to tanks, water storage tanks, and they have a 7-year warranty as well for you to consider. So whatever your water consumption, size of project or demand, just choose Syntex Tanks. You have to call them on 0244 335 168 or shop online at syntexgh.com. You're strong, you're tough. Now, I also recommend to you the Cherry Tree Properties because they build with passion. Everything for them is passion. They build as though they want to live in these houses themselves. Talk to those who have Sloane Square. It's a new gated community development at Sakumono, developed by Cherry Tree Properties. It's a one-of-a-kind, well-planned luxury you've never experienced. Call them on 0553 662 366. Cherry Tree Properties, sophistication and class. I want to bring in my guest right now, Professor Godfrey Bokwe, Professor of Finance at the University of Ghana. Seth Tekwe is the former finance minister, also join us, and Nana Utu Champo. And I want to start with Prof, because Prof was on this show, this must have been early this year, and he made a profound prediction about the central bank. He almost foresaw where we're gonna go. And Prof, I'll play that clip in which you had said on the show that the Bank of Ghana will one day be held to account. And you said that they had come together, conniving with politicians, drinking champagne and collapsing the entire financial sector. As we've seen, the consequences of those actions are coming to play. We'll get that clip just to start the conversation because you saw this coming. And I'll bring in my other guest shortly. But let me bring in Prof. Prof, when you make those pronouncements early this year, what were the foundation? What was the basis for it? And do you feel that the reality of what we are talking about today is a vindication of that position?
Thank you very much, Evans.
Russia go to war with...
Sorry, please proceed.
Our cherished viewers. Yes. So, Evans, this is not to take any glory from that. I've held the view long ago that the central bank was behind the curve in terms of what was going on. And then the Ministry of Finance was also behind the curve. So if you look at the data, it was quite clear to us that we were heading dangerously. In fact, from the third quarter of 2021, Evans, it was clear to us that the country needed to have signed up for an IMF-supported program. Then the government introduced e-levy. We assessed the e-levy as a policy instrument, right? We interrogated assumptions underlying the e-levy. We looked at it from the perspective also that if government were to be able to rake in all the revenue from e-levy, it wasn't going to solve the problem. And that the 2022 budget failed to assure investors of a fiscal sustainability pathway. Way back, early 2022, it was clear to us that going to an IMF and given the fact that we made the call so late, Evans, there was going to be a debt restructuring with a haircut. It was clear to us, and the data was very clear. We picked this also from, look, Evans, if you look at Ministry of Finance own internal debt sustainability analysis towards the end of 2019, it was very clear that we had breached a number of the debt sustainability policy dependency thresholds. So the way we were going, and then also the accommodating nature of the central bank and the lack of transparency and the denials, but really we were picking the signals in terms of all that was happening. So you could do the projections. You could do the projections,
that's why he did that. But guess what? Former Finance Minister Setekpe, who's also with us, also predicted back then, and he also was reported very widely, including our own network, warning about an impending challenge for the Bank of Ghana if it does not curtail the excessive financing of government's appetite. And Mr. Setekpe, let me bring you in here on that point and challenge you a bit with what we heard from the Bank of Ghana yesterday. The Bank of Ghana admits they did what you were telling them not to do. They were overly exposed to the government, but they had to do so to save this economy from total collapse like Sri Lanka. They had no choice, did they not? Hello, Mr. Tekwe. Please unmute for me.
Yes, can you hear me now?
I can, yes. They had no choice. Yes, you warned, but they had no choice, did they not?
There was a choice. Because I think we should put a lot of focus on the budget deficit, the bailout costs being added as footnote and excluded from the calculation of the deficit, which we have been pointing out since 2017, 2018. The depletion of ESLA, collateralization, instead of using it to pay the energy sector debt, today it is part of the domestic debt exchange. And I can go on. And we have cited this, we've written about this. But the connection with the central bank is becoming obvious. In the statement that was issued, no timing was given, but you could see in the statement that Bank of Ghana there were auction failures. Those of us who were, auction failure means BOG, Government of Ghana needs, let's, for simplicity, 100,000, it can't get 100,000, or 2 million can't get it. All it could get was, say, 1.5 million. And then BOG comes in and supports. That's what the auction failure means. It means that, it's in the statement. It's also mentioned, we did mention. In fact, in 2019, the IMF won. The IMF actually adjusted our deficits and debt numbers, in Article 4 before 2020, which is why the IMF is pointing out, prior to the program, if you read the board release, that there were pre-existing gaps, and they want in the rapid credit facility, right? So the financing that was sought, we gave to the 1 billion, was equivalent of 3% of GDP. Evans, if during COVID we have had 6 to 8 billion, $6 billion US dollars, including Bank of Ghana's $1.7 billion equivalent, IMF 1 billion, World Bank with African Development by approximately 1 billion, SDR 1 billion. How we are not downplaying COVID, but we did say that there's a gap for which COVID is being used as a reason. All these flows could have been used to make a correction. And don't forget that the Ministry of Finance or the government requested a special waiver for Ghana to treat the COVID loan as budget support, when in actual fact the tradition has been that anytime funds come from the IMF in particular, it went to the central bank as buffer, for our forex reserves, for which reason it was the central bank that usually paid for that, because that is where they got their money, right? So the bells were tolling when, in 2020, after the one in 2019, we went for that. Part of the SDR was supposed to be used for deficit financing, right? So, Evans, in short, if you keep following, or you kept following, Ministry of Finance's own budget, offsets that were being made of budget, financing. Let me pause with 2 points. For as long as you are not provisioning, you'll be making profit. For as long as you are not anticipating losses, and you have to make a provision for it, right? You will be making profit. But when the losses hit you, it's same as government. When the losses hit you during crisis and the rest, then that's when all the profits you've been making become paper profits.
But can we say, though, can we say, because the Bank of Ghana is very clear yesterday that they had to do this because of the economic challenges the country found itself, and they became the buffer. In fact, if they had not stepped in, would have gone the Sri Lanka way. Can we say the Bank of Ghana was reckless?
Good listening. It's not the time to use tough languages that would divert. I want to focus on the facts.
No, I get it, but I know you want to focus there, but if we can't say that, then doesn't that justify their point that they were actually reasonable in what they did to save the economy?
No, that's the point I'm coming to make. The Bank of Ghana is financing the deficit. Remember, the only body, supreme body in Ghana that approves taxes, approves revenues, approves expenditure in the Appropriation Act, a law, is Parliament. Remember when this alert was being raised, the Speaker, through the Finance Committee, requested the Bank of Ghana, should come and explain, how the budget was being financed. You remember that long letter that was reading from the, lawyers, the banks? So the second point I was going to make is probably a separation of dependence and accountability. DRA has independence, operational independence. Policy is Ministry of Finance. It's not supposed to interfere in the calculation of a tax, whether for the president or for anybody. Nobody can interfere with that, even when it involves the president himself.
And the Bank of Ghana? And the Bank of Ghana?
The Bank of Ghana has independence. But it's not, there is, even in the Constitution, there is a point of accountability, but it is on the reporting of the forex dealings of the states. It didn't go, it is not a comprehensive. So you wouldn't see in Ghana, that is where the issue is, the lacuna is, as lawyers would say. You wouldn't see the central bank. By the way, I stood for independence, right? We insisted on a 5%. It's true that some members of the, even then opposition, were opposed to it at Akosomo, right? But we insisted, thanks to the late Akoto said another. So the time will come in a depression when, even if you are doing zero financing and crisis hit, you may need a 5%. That's how come we are funding it. But to the majority at the time, it would have been zero. So what is being flouted is not just, 5%, but, not but a zero, which was what the majority at the time were proposing. It was a few who joined the opposition to make it. So I'm saying that no. And the reason I'm saying that is that, let's go global because
before we go global, I want to bring in Nana to jump on this. Nana, so we've had the Bank of Ghana explanations. Of course, Professor Bokping and Setekpe obviously believe they've seen the explanations, but it still doesn't justify what they decided to do when they overexposed themselves to the central bank. Do you buy the central bank governor's argument, what he put out yesterday, that he had to step in to save the economy, and that the loss that we've seen is not because they were incompetent, but it's down to two things: the DDEP and obviously the other technical losses that they had to take?
Yeah, I agree that losses were made, but I think all this argument is coming about because of the losses that were made. And it would have been appropriate to start with dissecting those losses.
Yeah.
Now, this 60 billion loss that was declared was principally caused by the DDEP, which formed 80% of that 60 billion. 48% was DDEP loss from that figure, and 6 billion was from normal loan losses. Put the two together, and it's 90% of that 60 billion loss that had been declared. So I think the argument of bringing all those technicalities don't help the average Ghanaian to understand what had happened. What we need to let the average Ghanaian understand is that, yes, Bank of Ghana came up in 2022 as opposed to 2019, 2020, and 2021 with a loss of 60 billion. And what is the composition of this 60 billion? And I'll re-emphasize that 80% of that 60 billion was as a result of the DDEP. And the DDEP, we know, was occasioned by two major events, the COVID-19 and the Russian-Ukraine war. So I think there's no gainsaying in coming up with, I predicted that Bank of Ghana was going to make a loss, and they've really made a loss. Because if DDEP hadn't come in, they wouldn't have made a 60 billion loss. Look at the financial statement. They made an income, or first, let's define what is profit, where your expenditure exceed your income. The income they made in that year was 5 billion. The expenditure they made was 66 billion. Deduct one from the other, and you end up with 60.8 billion. And that is a real loss. And that is where the explanation should be to the average Ghanaian, rather than going into these technicalities. And we know that this 60 billion loss, with 80% coming from the DDEP, is only a technical loss. It's a loss on the books. It's not a real loss. So please, let's try and put this thing in perspective. And if we do that, we will be helping the average Ghanaian to understand what has gone on. Because in the absence of that, we just confuse people.
Prof, what do you say to that?
Well, I think that you want to look at monetary policy from a more technical perspective, and also you want to look at it in terms of, this thing just didn't happen in a single month. It's over a certain period of time, and you are looking at it that the central bank ought to be proactive, both in terms of the projections, the assumptions, and all of that. The losses we are talking about here is not just technical. There is actually a 50% haircut on principal. That is not going to be paid back. That is not going to be paid back.
But how is that a fault of the central bank?
Yeah.
Just the circumstances they found themselves in, they had to step in.
When we're talking about the impact of the DDEP on the banks, we saw variations in terms of the level of exposure from one bank to the other. And we made the point that the central bank overexposed itself to the government. That is a decision of the central bank. In the wisdom of Parliament, they set a limit of deficit financing to 5%. This was way abused. Okay, so we are talking about principle, we are talking about the law. We are also talking about the lack of transparency and disclosure around all this excessive financing, which is now a matter of public debate or is now a public evidence. Remember, early part of 2022, when this issue was raised, it was denied. But it wasn't so difficult because we knew it was just a matter of time and the truth will be out there, especially when the government, at the end of the day, made a call to the IMF on 1st July 2022, we knew it was just a matter of time and light will be shown around all of this. And therefore, the evidence is what we are talking about today. So what we are saying is that we have worked so hard over the years in fighting for the operational independence of the central bank. And if you look at the way, the accommodating nature of the central bank, which enables fiscal slippages to go on the way we have seen, in itself doesn't help the effectiveness of the monetary policy that the central bank was doing
I need to ask this.
In bringing inflation down to engineer growth.
You've talked about the independence of the central bank. Realistically, you expect the central bank to say to the government when they came to it, talking about the haircut that it took, 50%, etc., that I'm sorry, we can't do that. Is that a realistic proposition?
No. The point is that, look at it this way. The central bank should have seen this long ago. The central bank should have seen this coming.
And done what?
And taken steps, okay, to limit its exposure. You see, and if it gets to the point and you realize that, you know what, the pressure on me, I cannot, you step down.
When you say step down, what do you mean?
The governor. The point is that, you see, we can justify this and explain this, but we are setting the precedence. We are setting the precedence. And then also, if you look at the level of losses that the central bank has taken, the implication for the moral authority of the central bank and how stakeholders will view the central bank, I think we could have done better to limit that exposure.
Let me ask a simple question. Do you, however, concede that their intervention, no matter how ill-conceived it was, or they possibly been failed, as you've suggested, to forecast and take preemptive measures, however, saved the economy from complete collapse? Do you accept that at all?
We had options from the fiscal side. Evans, it wasn't as though we had no other option except this. We had said this long ago, that we needed the fiscal side to respond appropriately. So for the central bank to have stepped in the way they did, yes, we can explain that, of course, probably if they hadn't done that, there would have been full-blown economic crisis and all of that. But you see, the extent to which the central bank exposed itself raises serious questions. And I think that we will probably need some independent body to investigate all of this and make proposals and reforms going forward, right? It's very, very important because, you see, as a lender of last resort, you don't render it to this extent. The leadership of the central bank had that obligation to preserve that. And I think that wasn't done.
I want to bring in Setekwe into this. Setekwe, on that same point, the central bank also said something that was interesting, and it has to do with your tenure as a finance minister. It says, you'll recall that in 2027 and 2018, the Bank of Ghana incurred similar negative equity from the impairment of legacy liquidity support loans granted in 2015 and 2016 to insolvent banks. In fact, it goes on to say that as far as losses are concerned, this isn't the only time they've incurred a loss, that they've also incurred losses at the time that you were finance minister. So in other words, this isn't new. It isn't actually something that is out of the ordinary. Sorry, please unmute. I can't hear you. Sorry, please unmute.
It's not new, but there's a difference. When the gaps occurred as a result of doing so, when the gaps, because of lack of supply of gas from Nigeria, because of single supply, we took a fiscal decision, ESLA, right? And we started paying down that debt. It is because Bank of Ghana had to pay that ESLA debt because the Ministry of Finance collateralized that debt. It's not new. It's because Ministry of Finance collateralized that debt. As we speak, ESLA has brought in 33 billion Ghana cedis because it has been extended beyond the 3 to 5 years. Are we to excuse Bank of Ghana for that as well? Or should we put the blame squarely, Ministry of Finance, for collateralizing it? And not if you collateralize, you get a lump sum of money. Why was a lump sum of money not used to pay the IPPs? Why was a lump, like we did to VRA? We didn't rush to Bank of Ghana. But remember, we were under a fund program too. And we were compelled to take these measures because we had to observe zero financing, right? Now, let me explain. If I sound technical, this is the point, Nana. Right? You have, let's say you have a joint account with your wife, right? You have a joint account with your wife. Not knowing to your wife, you have been going around in the back and be depleting those monies from the bank. When you're telling your wife, oh, everything is okay, and then you show the wife your statement, and then, expenditures which you may have incurred, you put them in a footnote, they say this one, will be paid later on. You do an offset, and you say this one will be paid later on. Only for the household to wake up one day to realize that there was no money in the bank to pay the school fees. This is the point we are making. If you apply it to households, so if I may simplify it, this is the point we are making. We are saying that the whole nation built up reserves. Because remember that the reserves also were depleted, both city reserves and foreign reserves, right? Even if it is justified that you are going to take that money, we are saying there is a body above all of us, just as we went to Parliament. Because it is Parliament that approves. And you should have gone to Parliament with a supplementary budget to say that given this crisis, we need so much from Bank of Ghana because the law says it's 5%. Remember, the governor declared his own emergency, right? So we shouldn't be making this comparison with other governments and things like that. Yes, it's important because it's a teaching point for us. That's how we said that the ESNA would go off in 3 to 5 years, and it wasn't used for the purpose. Now, the point I was making is that, these issues came out. Remember, we were debating that our expenditures were too high. We were using all the revenue we had to pay compensation and interest. This was debate which Ghanaians were having on a daily basis. And therefore, the rest of the budget was being financed, with loans, borrowing and the rest. And we're being told, we were not told that in addition to that, Bank of Ghana was depleting its reserves. This is the point I'm making until now. And even when it comes out in IMF and the rest. So I hope I'm simplifying the issue. And the point I'm making is that if you want to exceed the budget, it is only Parliament. That's why you have to go for a supplementary budget. And remember that when we talk about the budget, it's not only revenue coming in, it's not only expenditure going out. If the expenditure exceeds the revenue, which we call the deficit, the way you are going to finance it is shown in the financing part of the budget. And Bank of Ghana is there. The extent to which Bank of Ghana can finance that budget is there.
So you also agree that the Bank of Ghana violated these procedures for reporting and also dealing with it?
Because the law is saying that Bank of Ghana can also exceed 5%. And so it was necessary to exceed that 5% and to show that you needed so much resources. You should go back to Parliament. That's what the law says.
Let me bring in Nana on. Let me quickly bring Nana on that because we just have a few minutes. I need to get his thoughts on it. What do you say to that point? Because that point is essential, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
There's a reason why we have procedures.
But I defer to Lord Denning, the Master of the Rolls, who said it's the exception that proves the rule. And this was an exception in that the zero financing had exception clauses in there. That if you are faced with an emergency that we faced with COVID-19 and the Russian-Ukraine war, then you had no alternative but to apply for that exception. Now, Bank of Ghana doesn't report directly to Parliament. They report through Ministry of Finance. So if there's anything that went awry, then it will be rather Ministry of Finance, but not Bank of Ghana.
That is actually not accurate if you read the amended act. The amended act said the Bank of Ghana governor must report to the finance minister and to Parliament.
Parliament, yes. So first finance minister.
Yes.
The finance.
So the point is, why didn't they report after they done to the finance minister to Parliament?
Well, once they do to the finance minister, I presume that the finance minister has the obligation to report to Parliament.
But the law is the law. The law says report to finance minister and to Parliament. So they missed that point.
Yes, but Evans.
Yes.
I want to quote from a Bank for International Settlement document called Bulletin number 68, and here they quote from page 1, page 2, which says that when central banks increase interest rates to curb inflation, their net interest income declines, since a large portion of their liabilities is linked to policy rate. So when Professor Bobkin said that the government or the central bank have alternatives, this was one of the alternatives available to them. It wasn't the only one that he predicted, but there were other alternatives. As we say, there are many ways in killing a cat. And therefore, the one alternative was to go that route. So these laws that they have declared, I think it's undisputed that the bulk, 80 or call it 90% of that laws was uncontrollable. And therefore, how do we blame you when you face an uncontrollable situation, which they face? If it's controllable, then you can blame them for not controlling. But if it's uncontrollable, 80% of DDEP was not initiated by Bank of Ghana. It was initiated by the Ministry of Finance. And if 80% of your loss is attributable to this DDEP, then why should the blame be on Bank of Ghana? I'm not defending them because I don't work there or I don't consult for them. But I think the facts on the 130-page document of their financial report is clear at page 18, where the profit and loss account is there.
And because of time, as you say, why should you blame them?
Yes.
At the same time where we're having all these challenges, then they decide to spend $250 million on a building. That clearly comes back to the concern that the Bank of Ghana itself was not being prudent.
Evans, I think the governor, after issuing that statement on the law situation, issued another statement on the history of this $250 million. True. And it goes back 3 years. So it's not the current year.
Except that, Nana, yes, it goes back 3 years. But the time that they will hand over the site to the contractor to build, it was in March of 2021, at the height of COVID, when the entire world was bracing for an economic crisis, and everybody was warning us that we're going to face these headwinds. And yet, Bank of Ghana should be projecting, should have known that there's no way you should be spending that kind of money at that time.
Well, they should have, but then, I mean, as a human institution, they admit that, yes, mistakes can be made. But in this instance, I think they explained that because the commitment was made way back 3 years ago, there was no way they could have stopped it at that time. And the governor said clearly that if it had been done in 2022 when they faced this 60 billion loss, then it would have been a misplaced priority for them to have embarked on it. So I think we have to give them the benefit of the doubt.
And I need to wrap up on here, but Prof, I have just 30 seconds. You've heard the point there he's made, that you really can't blame them if you look at the numbers. So what should happen now?
I think that, if you look at the connection between the central bank and Ministry of Finance and government, right, it tells you that this is something that perhaps they were conscious about. They knew what they were doing. The lack of disclosure and transparency around it and all of that. So I think it doesn't bode well for building institutions. And it's
what should happen? What do you recommend should happen now?
I'm thinking that there should be an independent body to look at all of this and make recommendations.
Okay.
Because what we are talking about here goes beyond just one regime, even though you can see exceptions between the two main political parties, so that we can learn from this, right? So that as a country, we are guided. And then we take the issue, our allegiance and all those things may not be able to solve all of these things, but we need to look at things
objectively. Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you, Setekwe, and thank you also, Nana Tui Champon. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Press freedom matters because with the press, the voiceless find a voice. With the press, the oppressed are able to raise their issues to obtain justice. With the press, as activists, as members of parliament who carry out oversight, the press amplifies the work we do to ensure that there is accountability and there is transparency. Ultimately, it enhances our governance, and the people get value for money. The people are able to reap the democratic dividend. And to me, this is why press freedom matters. And press freedom must never be compromised. It must never be undermined. And all of us must do everything in our power to defend press freedom, even if it will cost us our lives, because that is the last bastion. It is the vanguard of our democracy. Press freedom will always matter.
Ghana Club goes back to my childhood. Back in 1947, the civil servants who started this club used to meet at what was then the British Council. They didn't have their own place, as the Europeans did then, and had their whites-only European club. And it was only in 1947 that we got given, the governor gave us this place. And, you know, it was
the first Speaker of Parliament, Niyama Olenu, who was the first president.
April 1980. That's when I came here. There was a lot of members as at that time. Dr. Joseph Rata was a member. Professor Adubuain was a member. The late Akosa, that is Professor Akosa's brother, was a member.
Get ready to be inspired and uplifted when we take you on a captivating journey to the heart of Ghana on the flip side of the Living Standard series, where we focused on the struggles of everyday people battered by the economic crisis. Now we focus on the stories of hope. We delve into the lives of average Ghanaians and businesses fearlessly taking on the challenges of a tough economy with determination.
I believe things will get better, that's why I'm not giving up.
Life is a battle. So when life strikes you down, you don't remain there. You rise up, you fight back.
From bustling markets to vibrant neighborhoods, witness the unbreakable spirit of the Ghanaian as they strive to build a better future for themselves and their families. Get ready to cheer on these incredible people who prove that in the face of adversity, life shines brighter every day.
Stories of Hope, a Living Standard series. This and every Tuesday on JoyNews, Joy 99.7 FM, and across our social media platforms.
For crystal clear and thrilling podcasts and live shows, download and listen to us on Apple, Spotify, TuneIn, Google Podcasts, MyJoy Online, Amazon services like Echo, Amazon Music, and Audible, Stitcher, Adom Online, Overcast, and Pandora. Take note of everything. Sign up for the multimedia digital platforms now to stay updated.
Hello, good afternoon and warm welcome to Joy News today on your most authoritative news channel, Joy News. Independent, fearless, and credible. We are coming to you live from our Kokomeme studios in Accra. We are also live on DSTV channel 421, GoTV channel 125, and around the globe at myjoyonline.com. Catch us live on DSTV because we are also free to air. Now, my name is Carlos Caloni. Now, Ghanaian driver shot and a number of trucks burned by suspected terrorists on the Burkina border with Ghana. We have details. Now, from our election headquarters today, Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia optimistic of securing overwhelming votes in return for his loyalty, dedication and sacrifices for the NPP. More in our build-up to the party's Super Delegate Congress. Later on Climate Focus, we get close to the newly elected Vice Chair of the UN Governmental Panel on Climate Change to understand what she brings to the table with a new role as regards influencing change in Ghana's climate issues. We have details of these and more, including business, news updates, sports, world news, and showbiz in this edition. Don't go away. Thank you so much for joining us here. Now, a number of trucks carting foodstuff from Niger to Ghana have been burned at Burkina Faso border by suspected terrorists. Now, driver of the lead vehicle is responding to treatment after being shot in the attack. Before now, several drivers have died in similar attacks with over 10 Ghanaian trucks being burned. Nanaya Ojima of our foreign desk has more in the following report.
The Doli route into Burkina Faso from Niger has been abandoned by long-distance trucks following heightened activities of terrorists in the area. Videos available to JoyNews show many trucks burnt at the border by terrorists earlier this year.
In Burkina, at first we was passing there, and there was a Boko Haram over there. They burned our cars, so many, about 15 cars with onions, and we diverted to Benin.
Niger supplies Ghana with onions, beans, potash, cowhide, and local tea, popularly known as attaya. Following the closure of the Benin border as a result of the ECOWAS sanctions against Niger, some drivers have had to consider other options. The Dambala enterprise owns 35 trucks, which have often been involved in carting food from Niger. For many days, some of the trucks have locked up in Niger. According to Masahudu Dambala, one of their vehicles opted for the Doli route, which is less preferred due to security concerns. The trucks broke security protocols after their inability to secure military escort to cross the border for many days.
They were standing there waiting for combine escort, yeah. So they were waiting for it, and then the escort is not coming. So one of the cars, that one is not our car, decided to follow the road. So when he succeeded, so the rest they say, okay, they too will try their best and see. So immediately they start going there. Those jihadist people come out, try to stop them, they refused, not knowing that there are plenty people there. So they started to start to shoot them. So they stopped, some of them stopped, and some of them go back. And then even some drivers leave the cars and run away. So our car is in front. So when they reach there, they burn the car. The car take like 450 bags of beans. So they burn the car. And then the case is they shoot the driver, but now the driver is alive. So they burn the car, and then they burn like 3 or 4 cars. So the rest turn back and go to Niger.
So where's the driver now, and what's his condition?
Yeah, he's in Niger, but the condition is somehow better. So he's in Niger now.
One of the 3 affected trucks was carting onions bound for the Kwadaso market in Kumasi. All 330 onions in the affected trucks have rotten away after the vehicle was burnt. Masaudu Mazu counts his loss. The leading truck was transporting beans, and the next one was transporting my onions. Those were the first to be attacked. They called me later to break the news to me. I couldn't ask them any further questions. Presently, the transport and import company, Dambala Enterprise, has closed operations to Niger. 15 of their trucks are locked up in the landlocked Niger. Masaudu Dambala is worried about the situation.
If you go to harbor, anything concerning Niger, you cannot take it. So it's only Burkina that you can cross. I can tell you that this is the amount that I'm losing. I can't tell. But if I tell you that this is this, I will lose this, no, I can't tell. The only thing is that I see that the business is rounding down.
Many food importers in Kumasi stand the chance of losing their investments if the situation continues. For Joy News, Nanaya Ojima reporting.
Now moving on, farmlands and livelihoods are at risk in the Upper East region as ripple effect from the spillage of the Bagri Dam in Burkina Faso begin to have a toll in the area. Sanobel, the dam's operators, alerted Ghanaian authorities about the spillage a week ago. Despite not being the usual annual spillage period, the overflow from tributaries to the Bagri Dam has already damaged farmlands along the Boku West and Talensi district. Jerry Asamane is the Upper East Regional National Disaster Management Authority coordinator. He joins us via phone. Hi, Jerry. I want to find out from you, what is the current situation after the spillage of the dam?
About the current situation, as you have always known that when the dam is at its max, the spillage has to begin. But fortunately, like you rightly stated, the spillage has come at a point where it's not at its usual time. We are always expecting this to happen around September, but unfortunately, they have done it earlier. And the simple reason is that the upstream of the dam, that is, they are expecting so much rain to come. So because of the high anticipation of heavy rainfall, they think that the quantity of water that is already there is almost about 246.8 as of yesterday. It was around 2.7, which is almost getting to the 250 that more often they spill. So they decided to do what they call management spillage. That's just to let the water out to be able to prepare for the extra water they are anticipating. That is what they call the management spillage. And it is just one valve that has been opened. The usual opening spillage that always happens is always around 3-4 valves open. That is gates, literally open. But as it is now, the opening, we started on the 18th. The 18th, by 1920, we were experiencing some high volumes of water along the White Volta. It has caused flooding of farmlands along the Boku West district. That is from Galaka, that is in the Sapelga in the Boku West district, that is Zebila, and then the Kobore side, that is the Bindore side, and then the Kalgu, that is the Tansi district. The crops are being affected, and we are in partnership. As it is now, we cannot get on the ground to determine the acreage of land that has been affected. More often, we do this through the experts. That is the agric sector, that is the MOFA or the Ministry of Agric. They have ways of determining the acreage that has been affected.
All right.
Right now, the waters even on the farms are so high that agric officers, even the farmers, cannot get into. And the danger is that at this time, reptiles are disturbed at their various habitats. So it's even dangerous getting farmers or even agric officers to go on the ground and determine that. But the crops are being affected.
All right. So, but beyond what you are just telling us, what is your outfit doing to protect farmlands and livelihood? The fact that it is difficult for these people to even get to the farms and all that.
In fact, there's nothing to do to protect farmlands. The only prayer is what is happening. As at this morning, the readings on the various gauges in the two crossings, that is at the Kobori Bridge and the Falgu Bridge, the levels of rise in the water has reduced about almost 28 centimeters, and that is really, if you get to the distance, you will see that the water is receding. It means the volume of water that is let out from the dam has gradually been reduced. And we are hoping that by the end of the weekend, they will either shut the valve or listen. But for now, the farmers are all at the mercy of the dam.
All right.
And the crops along those riverbanks, the riverbank has already been destroyed. So it is the agri sector that would come and determine, and probably the economic effects of all these things would come later.
Thank you so much.
NADMO, as it is now, is only giving the sensitizations, giving the advices, getting to the chiefs and the people of the communities, advising them not to get to the closer to the river, because one, the banks are all saturated. Farmers who might be risking to get closer to the banks, or even shepherds, that is the small kids that follow distance, their lives could be endangered by collapse of the banks, and that can send them into the river. So
all right, thank
now,
you. Thank you, Jerry. We are so grateful for your time. Now, moving on, as the discussions with the police come to a close, the stage is now set for the minorities' planned protest against the governor of the Bank of Ghana. Now, the purpose of this protest is to express their disapproval against an alleged illegal printing of about 80 billion Ghana cedis between 2021 and 2022 by the BOG for the Akufo-Addo government, which they say has led to a high inflation rate of 54.1% in December 2022. Now, according to the minority, this singular act of the BOG has negatively impacted livelihoods and businesses and pushed about 850,000 Ghanaians into poverty in the year 2022 alone. Now, addressing the media after a meeting held with the police, Deputy Minority Leader Kofi Amabua said the final details and arrangement for the protest have been concluded.
Intention to protest, to express our revulsion on the illegal printing of money at the Bank of Ghana and the malfeasance that has been reported in the 2021 and 2022 financial report of Bank of Ghana. Acts that has resulted in impoverishing close to 1 million Ghanaians. As law-abiding citizens, we wrote to the police service to inform them about our intention to protest on the 5th of September. We provided them a detailed route of the path that we will go through during that protest. We were invited by the Ghana Police Service this morning at 10 a.m. I'm happy to inform you that we're here on time, came with my colleagues, members of parliament. We were joined by civil society organizations, Arise Ghana, and our comrade Bernard Mona. We were received warmly by the police service. We engaged in very constructive discussions on the planned protest. I am very happy to inform you that the engagement was very cordial. The police service made some proposals to us, and we also insisted on our proposals in terms of the route we have. We concluded the meeting that we will go through the route that we have proposed. And so everything is set for our protest, which will be joined by thousands of Ghanaians to express our revulsion at the ugly and corrupt activities that has impoverished the people of Ghana. And this will happen on the 5th of September.
Now, the Ghana Railways Workers Union is this afternoon up in arms against the management of the company for its current sorry state. Now, according to the association, there is a huge debt hanging around the neck of the company, resulting in the non-payment of SNIT contributions of workers and other statutory payment of staff. These were revealed by the Secretary of the Union, Godwin Tama, at a media engagement in Takrady.
Salaries go into 3 or 4 month arrears before some efforts are made to effect some payment. Again, SNIT payments are in arrears from October 2022 till date, which has compelled SNIT to take GRCL to court to enforce payment. The company is owing GCB Bank millions of cedis, while workers' tier 2 payments have also not been settled since May 2022 till date. The limited liability company, to me, is useless because you can't have a limited liability company without shareholders. I don't know if maybe I didn't go to school, so I don't know. But I have never heard of any limited liability company without shareholders. Ghana Railway Corporation moving to a limited liability was just a gimmick, I'm telling you. You see, we have sat down over the years and allowed politicians to play with the railway sector. And this is one of the results that we are seeing.
Now, Mr. Ntama lamented the frantic efforts by the leadership of the union to engage with President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo on the current situation about Proventure.
It will interest you to note that frantic efforts have been made by the leadership of the union to have engagement with the President of the Republic, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, to have interactions on the current situation facing GRCL, but all have proven futile.
Now, the Vice President, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, says the Phase 2 of the Tamale International Airport, which has been commissioned with more auxiliary facilities, cost $70 million. This, according to him, is far cheaper than the $130 million spent on Phase 1. Now, the Vice President made this comparison at the commissioning of the Tamale International Airport in the northern regional capital.
The Phase 2 of the Tamale International Airport is built with the state-of-the-art facilities, including terminal buildings with other ancillary facilities to complement the newly constructed runway for international aircraft operations. The project, funded by the UK Export Finance and KfW PEX Bank of Germany, at a cost of $70 million, is expected to open the area to the rest of the world. The Vice President, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, commended the contractors and consultants using relatively limited resources to achieve big results.
Phase 2 of this project, which we are commissioning today, is consistent of a construction of an ultra-modern terminal building with 400,000 annual passenger capacity for both domestic and international operations, which is equipped with a state-of-the-art airport systems. The terminal comes with a 330 capacity car park. Also, part of this project is a 5-kilometer asphalt access road off the Tamale-Bolga Road to the new terminal building. In addition, we have a multi-purpose terminal building with a state-of-the-art equipment used for hard operations at the moment. And in addition, we have a bulk utility supply area, which is the technical area where all services such as electricity, water, wastewater water treatment for the airport is managed from. All these 4 separate projects cost a total of $70 million. This compares to the $130 million of phase 1 for those 3 elements of that project.
The Minister for Transport, Kweku Ofori-Asiamah, said government's policy is geared towards establishing airports in all regional capitals, adding that feasibility studies have been completed for one to be sited either in the western or central region.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as you may all be aware, government policy is geared towards development of airports in all regional capitals. It is within this framework that over the past couple of years, the aviation sector has witnessed significant development in infrastructure development and service expansion, coupled with the implementation of government liberalized skies policy. It is in line with this policy that the Kumasi International Airport Phase 2 and 3, which commenced in 2018, is about 35% complete, while the rehabilitation of the Sinyoni Airport has been completed and open for commercial operations. We are also pursuing the development of a new airport in either the western or central region or in between the 2 regions, for which the feasibility studies have been completed.
The British High Commissioner to Ghana, Harriet Thompson, said the project has the potential to open up the North's economical world to the rest of the world.
The thing that I love about this project is the potential that it brings to open up the North, to open up tourism to this wonderfully rich region, to open up agriculture, not just the production but the processing, and to get that processed food out across the world. So it's a wonderful day. I'm glad to be here. I'm proud of the partnership between UK and Ghana, between the private sector and government, that has resulted in this wonderful airport, this wonderful facility now being available, and I'm excited to see how it's going to get things moving in the whole of the northern regions of Ghana.
The Northern Regional Minister, Shani Al-Hassan Shaibu, on his part, commended the Vice President for his role in the initiation of the project and many other projects in the North.
For the instrumentality and role he played in the initiation of this landmark project and its execution up to completion. Aside of the well-known significant national projects and programs His Excellency has been involved in the Northern region, the Northern region will forever be grateful to him for his immense role in such high-profile projects such as the Tamale Interchange, the Tamale Interchange Road, the Walwale Tamale Dualization, which is of course, and this edifice that we are inaugurating today.
Now, on your election headquarters today, Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia is touting his dedication and allegiance to the NPP, positioning himself as the suitable choice to lead the party. He pledges to carve a distinct path towards economic prosperity if chosen as the NPP's leader. With the party's super delegate congress just 3 days away, Samuel Mbura from our political desk shed light on his candidacy.
Is an economist with experience at the central bank. He transitioned into politics and was the first to introduce a data-driven narrative in Ghana's political landscape, gaining trust among Ghanaians. His prominence peaked during the 2012 election petition.
Let us put down my analysis and show me one repeated polling station in my analysis. If you are afraid of the truth, then of course you will hide behind these exhibit numbers.
His father, Mumuni Bawumia, co-founded the Northern People's Party with SD Dombo contributing to the birth of the new patriotic party, NPP, sparking arguments for the Dombo faction to lead the NPP, given the historical representation of Dankwa and Buzia.
They will be in trouble. They know we will bring the gates. They know John Mahama cannot take me on in the north. I will beat him in the north. I will beat him in the north. They know it.
However, some contend that politics transcends tribal lines and prioritizes competence. His role in reducing the NPP's parliamentary deficit from over 80% to under 60% in the northern regions since 2008 is highlighted, making him a strong contender against NDC's John Mahama after the 2020 elections. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's candidacy garners extensive nationwide endorsements from both within and outside the NPP. Notably, Minister for Local Government and Rural Development, Dan Botri, is among NPP stalwarts supporting him.
Based on my knowledge and experiences in the party, I have come to conclude that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is the right person who holds the future of this party. So please, I will urge all of you to come out together to vote for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
The Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, is passionately underlining his dedication to the NPP, emphasizing he has never abandoned his responsibility.
I have sacrificed for the party. I have defended the party in good times and in challenging times. I have never wavered or slacked. Never.
He therefore assures that if elected, he will lead the country towards economic prosperity.
Together with you, I want to see a Ghana with an education system tilted towards STEM, robotics, artificial intelligence, digital and vocational skills to cope with the demands of the fourth industrial revolution.
Though several surveys predict a landslide victory for him, the Superdelegates Congress will be the litmus paper to test how strong his signal is to lead the NPP. For Joy News, Samuel Mbora.
Meanwhile, royals from the four recognized gates of the Wala traditional area have thrown their weight behind flag bearer hopeful and Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, urging the delegates to vote massively for him in Saturday's Super Delegate Conference. According to them, among the 10 aspirants, Dr. Bawumia stands tall among all, and given the opportunity, he will be the one to transform the country's economy.
The press conference, which was held at Niriyangpong, a place reserved for the selection of a new overlord of the Wala traditional area, was attended by Nabi or royals from all the four recognized gates in the Wala traditional area that are heirs to the Wala throne. According to the Wala royals, among the 10 competent, fine and respected gentlemen that have expressed their intention to put themselves before the special delegates of the new Patriotic Party NPP is one of their own and Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Governor Jamaldeen Adam Akpala read a statement on their behalf.
After a deep reflection and critical scrutiny of the aspirants, we have come to a firm conclusion that His Excellency Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia is the man of the moment with the requisite qualification, experience, competence, appeals to the voters, temperament, vision, strategy to consolidate the gains made so far by the government of President Akufo-Addo in its march to transform the structure of the economy and accelerate the socio-economic development in today's technological and digitalized global setting.
Now, she is determined to make a strong case for Ghana at the global stage in the climate change research and discussions. Professor Nana Ama Brown-Cloche, head of the physics department at the University of Ghana, is the first Ghanaian to be elected as Vice Chair of the UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC. Now, for Climate Focus, Mahmoud Mohamed Nuruddin finds out what her appointment signifies for the weather and climate change issues in Ghana.
I have worked with the IPCC in various capacities since 2017, and I worked first as a lead author and also a member of the data task force on data on behalf of Africa. I was the only African in there anyway. And I have also worked contributing to other chapters of the IPCC report.
Her working Group 1 for the 7th assessment of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change investigates the physical science foundations of the past, current, and future climate change.
So, Prof, I would like you to update us.
Professor Nana Ama Brown-Cloche and her physics students are overjoyed at her election.
It's already 9 days in office. Yes. And how has the experience been?
I was particularly excited when I heard about her position, her elected into the IPCC Bureau. That is big for Ghana and big for University of Ghana as well.
My name is Dr. Joseph Asari. I know that she has a lot of plans. She has some visions that I believe will bring a lot of progress to.
Though this may sound exciting to students, Professor Cloche says the implications of climate change in Ghana and Africa are what she would present to the IPCC.
Yeah, so obviously being at that level, at the IPCC Bureau, I carry the interest of Ghana and also the interest of Africa into the Bureau. I will be in a position together with my team of Bureau members to decide on the various special reports we need to do our research on, in the world, and also the main report, the 7th assessment report as well.
Coastal erosion, wildfires, among other issues will be tackled by Professor Cloche as Vice Chair.
We know we have so many climate change challenges in Ghana and of course Africa. Ghana specifically, we know obviously we have the coastal erosion that is eating up our land resources. We know also of wildfires that is disturbing our forests. We know about drought that is also affecting our food security. Even rainfall that is not, it's always variable or erratic, is also affecting farmers' livelihood and also food security. There are so many other implications of climate change that is affecting us in Ghana. I will have all of that in mind when we are taking decisions at the Bureau, and also, of course, consider other countries in Africa as well at the Bureau level.
She would also look at the report to see if it is inclusive, comprehensive, and focuses on climate change research.
In my specific capacity as the Vice Chair, I'll be looking at the report if it is reflective of inclusivity, if it is comprehensive, if it focuses on the science of climate change. So we'll have lead authors that will work under me, and I have to make sure that their report is in the right position or direction as required, the quality as required at the United Nations level.
Professor Cloche was the only Ghanaian lead author in the working Group 1, and she contributed to the Atlas Chapters Africa part, as well as other chapters pertaining to Africa. She received her PhD in climatology from the University of Cape Town in South Africa, and her research focuses on climate modeling and impacts.
And now,
Professor Cloche of the University of Ghana's Department of Physics has been monitoring several students involved in climate research.
So this is one of our labs. This is what I teach at the first year level, electricity and magnetism. So these are experimental setup we use to demonstrate the concept that we teach in class to the students, so they have a practical experience of the concept as well. So basically, this is the first year and second year lab where we do this kind of demonstration. So electricity and magnetism mostly in the second semester. In the first semester we teach mechanics, and that's why we get heat and thermal physics as well. And there's nothing much to say really. That you did very well. Thanks for your support. I think the school is very happy with your assistance, and I would say you should keep it up. Yes, you can clap for yourself. You can clap for yourself. I mean, going forward, we'll be doing a lot more of this. The university is trying to do a lot more digital spaces. So we'll be needing your expertise as well going forward. So just to say thank you. All right. And please train others.
The 7th IPCC assessment report has just started and will last 5 to 7 years, allowing the 7th assessment report to feed into the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change Global Stocktake in 2028. A report by Mohamed Nuruddin.
Up next is business with Pius Kojo-Baka.
Hello, my name is Abeku Agri Santana. If there's anything that makes my life so easy, it is my bank. I love hanging out with my boys at our usual fufu joint. But even without cash, we still dey chop better with EcoBank Mobile. No matter the time of day, my bank helps me stay in touch with my beautiful wife whenever she's away. And when my beautiful wife is in town, she never misses out on her favorite TV shows because I'm able to pay up all my TV subscriptions from the comfort of my mobile phone. Whenever she has to get groceries too, my bank makes it cashless and convenient. And the part my wife loves the most is when my bank makes it possible and easy for her to shop from any part of the world without moving.
Welcome to the smart world of EcoBank. Download EcoBank Mobile from Google Play Store or the App Store and discover the smart way to bank. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see S-I-N-T-E-X. Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntax was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntax again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntax gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntax is the answer. Syntax tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to the business segment on Joy News today with me, Pius Kojo-Baka. To our very first story, the Minister of Communications and Digitalization, Esla Owusu-Ekufo, has indicated that government has approved the establishment of a neutral shared infrastructure company to deliver nationwide 4G and 5G services. According to her, this move is to help service providers extend their services to the rural areas and help government achieve its digitalization agenda. She was speaking at the 12th edition of the African Peering and Interconnection Forum hosted by One.
As demand for digital services in Africa increases, businesses are forced to create new sources of value and effectively scaling their digital infrastructure. The African Peering and Interconnection Forum, hosted by Main One, focused on trends emerging in the industry. In an interview, Minister of Communication and Digitalization, Esla Owusu-Ekufo, said government will provide the infrastructure for service providers to extend 4G networks to 80% of Ghana's population.
We've just been granted approval to have a neutral shared infrastructure along these same lines. But government will be working with the network operators and private investors to set up a 4G network and 5G network as well on this shared infrastructure. So we're not going to be auctioning 5G, we're giving it to this network so that all operators can use it. So it's open shared infrastructure, and it will extend 4G connectivity to about 80% of the population. We currently have just about 50% 4G coverage. So it means that existing network operators can utilize this network to extend their services. New operators can also utilize this network to develop, to deliver their services in country. And we're hoping that by that, we speed up the adoption of high-speed broadband internet services across the country.
Country Manager of Main One, Emmanuel Kwarting, added that the forum is aimed at harnessing the power of the internet and driving innovation for economic development.
We cannot overemphasize the critical role that peering plays in enhancing the reach, reliability, and efficiency of this digital lifestyle. As we come together from various parts of the world for this peering forum, we are united with a common purpose to harnessing the power of the internet and content to drive innovation, empower communities, and of course, economic development.
Internet service providers were urged to collaborate and address gaps in efforts being made to promote internet traffic locally.
40,000 entities and individuals in agro-processing and cosmetics have benefited from the West Africa Competitiveness Program by the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. There is more in this report.
The West Africa Competitiveness Program WACOMB was initiated to scale up agro-processing firms to enhance quality of their products as well as gain access to international markets. Speaking to journalists at the second Ghana International Cluster Conference, which forms part of initiatives to showcase innovations in the cosmetics, fruits and cassava value chain, project manager Ebe Mushiali hinted that majority of the support has gone into quality standards for products that are manufactured from these beneficiaries.
Companies are working together, they are partnering with technical institutions, with universities, and they develop products, they become more competitive. A big chunk of the work has gone into standards and enhancing quality and making the SMEs compliant to what the market is requiring. So thanks to this, now the companies, we have assisted more than 43,000 companies throughout the country, and thanks to this now they can have products that are conform to the market, to what the market requires, and they are now selling in some countries in Africa, in East Africa, in South Africa, but some of them are also accessing the European Union market, which is a top-end market, especially for cosmetics.
Chief Technical Advisor for the West Africa Competitiveness Program, Dr. Charles Kwame Saki, explains the scope of work and how it benefited Ghanaian small and medium enterprises.
And that's your business for now. I am Pius Kojo Bakadara. Will be here at 1 p.m. with the Marketplace. Sports is next.
So kidney rice contains all vitamins?
Yes,
12 essential vitamins that growing bodies need.
So we'll grow healthy and strong. And smart.
Absolutely.
Kidivite Multivitamin Tonic contains all the essential vitamins and nutrients needed for the healthy development of children from age 1 to 12 years. Also available, Kidivite Multivitamin Drops for babies under 12 months. Grow strong, grow healthy with Kidivite. Distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
When everybody came out, everybody's looking good, displaying their art, beautiful art everywhere. This is my 5th year coming in a row. So I'm here every August for the festival. It's been amazing being with my black people all day, every day. It's been great.
It's so fun here. There are a lot of art things to do.
So I personally love it. And I love the artworks. I love Charlotte 2022.
It's fantastic. This year's experience is marvelous.
It's amazing. It's Charlotte Festival, y'all. You ought to be here.
The paintings, the people, the Ghanaians were awesome.
Everyone, when you're in Ghana around the same time, make sure you check it out. It's really happening.
Muftaw Nabil Abdullah here with sports on Joy News today. Ghana's 200 meters athletes James Daze and Joseph Paul Amwa missed out on the semi-finals of the ongoing World Athletics Championships. James Daze pulled out of the race with what looked like a muscle tear, while Paul Amwa finished 5th and hit 6th with 20.56 seconds. Paul attributed his low finish to a toe injury he suffered in the last 30 minutes.
I think it was a well-executed race. My coach always told me to execute the turn, but I did it this time, and then about 20-30 meters into the straight, I felt my toe pop. So I don't know. I just tried to get through the line and see if I could get top 3, but 2 other guys came past me, so I got 5th here.
Yeah, because I was looking at the heat map, and clearly, like towards the last 30 meters, you slowed down dramatically. Was that because of the injury?
Yeah, the toe. Because I heard it pop about 20 meters into the straight. So I was just trying to get through the line and see what I'll run. Like I always say, I try to do it like round by round. Not coming out here to target the finals straight, but like to go to the semis before the finals. So this was the first step, but this didn't allow me. I hope it can actually heal before the relay. If it doesn't, I'll just shut it down.
And yesterday I spoke to you. You spoke about this injury in particular, but you said you were kind of managing it. I mean, how long have you had this injury?
About 6 weeks. Yeah, I had it before I ran my last 100 of the season. It was a low meet, like 10:13. That was actually my season best. So I had it, but I was just trying to manage it and ice or whatever I could do. Since I came here, they'd be using the laser on it and stuff like that. So I was hoping that today it was going to behave itself. I actually felt good in the warm-up, so I don't know why it popped in the race. All glory to God.
This is your 3rd World Championships, obviously. Doha, Oregon, and here. And you know, you couldn't make it out into the next round in all of those competitions. I mean, when you look back at your journey into this point, how would you sum up what has happened here today?
I think always I feel like I could make it. I feel like I'm a top athlete just like these guys. But there's always something when I get here. It's either some injury or mishap. I could have a very good season and then all of a sudden when I show up at Worlds, some nagging injuries just show up. But I'm a competitor. I always try to like put myself together and still compete, represent the country in whatever situation it is.
That's your sports for now. We do have more sports choice on myjoyonline.com. Up next is World News.
Refugees and migrants who crossed the border recently hiding in forests. Greece has expressed a deeper sorrow for the deaths in Dedia forest close to the Turkish border. For 5 days, fires have burned near the city and went along the coast. Firefighters are also trying to stop fire spreading from the slopes of Mount Penitha to the northwest of Athens. Their efforts have been hindered by strong winds whipping up the flames and searing heat up to 40 degrees Celsius. Showbiz is next.
Everyone has a story.
In fact, there was a time I decided I have to stop the music.
A story of that unique place that gives them a vibe.
It's a spiritual moment for me whenever I have to record music, because whenever the place is dark, I feel I'm in the studio alone, even without the producer.
Good afternoon, welcome to Showbiz here on JoyNews. Today, now US-based Ghanaian gospel singer Sarah Sings has announced a debut concert and album release dates. According to the Good God hitmaker, the concert cover will feature some of the country's best musicians performing on the night.
For you to experience Kava 2020. It's particularly exciting for me because it's the day that I get to launch my debut album. It is also going to be my debut concert. It is a power-packed day, and I want to especially invite you to come, bring your friends, bring your family members, and it is going to be an amazing time in the presence of God. And I'm blessed and privileged to have great ministers that have, joined me to embark on this encounter. And we've been praying, we continue to pray, and we pray for you that you'll be able to come. My brother, Pastor Denzel, is going to be there, an amazing brother of mine. My sister, Celestine Donko, is coming all the way from Ghana. It's going to be an awesome and powerful time in the presence of God. Minister Tommy Favored will also be there. Powerful woman of God. You want to miss it. You want to experience her administrations. We have Reverend Graceman. We have Pastor Allen, and Melissa Yankee, my own sister, will also be ministering as well. And guess what? On top of that all, the Holy Spirit will be ministering to you. He's waiting to have an encounter with you. I invite you. Again, it's September 23rd, 2023 at 4 p.m. Eastern at Life Chapel International, Newcastle, Delaware. Invite a friend. I hope to see you. Come, let's come out.
Away from Sarah, today we put the spotlight on Papa, a Los Angeles-based rapper who is tapping into the Afrobeat music genre. He tells JoyNews his music is inspired by life experiences, and his new song, titled This Life Is Not an Exception.
Dope tape. I've been doing music for about 11 years, hip-hop, Spanish, now you feel me, Afrobeats. I've been in about 12 to 14 countries. So my music is based off my vibes and my life experiences and just being out doing the world. So make sure y'all tap in, check me out. I appreciate y'all. I just shot this new video, so I had to come to Ghana for the real feeling of the African world and just really tap in. So that's why I flew out there. I'm the first artist from California to switch over to the Afrobeat. That haven't been done yet. And I'm the first artist independently to go from Los Angeles to Africa and shoot a video. It haven't been done. It's your boy Paper. I got a new single out called Like This, Paper, featuring MK Mobster. Like This, out on all platforms. I just posted the video. It's dope. I came to Ghana. I shot in Accra and I went to Cape Coast. It was dope. A nice experience. I enjoyed the whole culture. Check that out too.
She on fire spirit, book her frontier flight.
I'm a big fan of Afrobeats. My favorite artist is Burna Boy. You know, I'm a big fan, so I tapped in with a Lagos artist named MK Mobster. I tapped in with a Master Kennedy, and I tapped in with an artist from Congo named Artist BM. And we made a dope tape. You know, I put them on the album. It's a great look. Come close, baby, take a gun body.
On that note, we end showbiz here on JoyNews today. There's more showbiz news in our subsequent bulletins. Good to see you, Carlos.
Good to see you, Becky. Nice one. So for more news, log on to myjoyonline.com.
Today we're talking about music. If you're ready, let's go.
Look in your eyes, I know that you are the one. I look in your eyes.
Sounds like something you're already writing.
No.
You're kidding.
I just made it up.
The within.
Exactly, yes.
What kind of life is that? What kind of pressure is this?
I told my father I want to be a sound engineer. He slapped me.
Oh, wow.
Sound.
A fifth of the babies who come in will end up dying.
This is impactful journalism, the storytelling that stretches your imagination and shines a light on the underreported issues.
Normally, if you talk, that doesn't change people. Let them see it.
This is impactful journalism. It is fearless, independent journalism that reshapes thoughts and crushes stereotypes.
But I had no more strength in me.
In a political party at a crossroads where destiny hangs in the balance, the stage is set for a showdown of epic proportions. 10 contenders, 5 slots. Who will rise to claim the throne and secure their place in the final 5 with a chance to be the MPP flag bearer? Get ready for a political battle like you've never seen before. The clock is ticking and every move matters. On Saturday, 26th August, all shall be revealed and your election headquarters will make sure you miss nothing. Join the best political team on radio, TV and online from 7 a.m. for the most comprehensive coverage of the MPP Super Delegates Conference, only on your election headquarters.
Hi, good afternoon. Welcome to the Marketplace. Coming up, President Akufo-Addo joins over 40 world leaders at the Brics Summit in South Africa, tipped to be an opportunity for Ghana to get a lifeline from its largest creditor, China. Meanwhile, South African President Cyril Ramaphosa has been highlighting opportunities after could unlock for Brics countries.
The African Continental Free Trade Area, once fully operational, will unlock the benefits of the continental market and generate mutually beneficial opportunities for both African and Brics countries.
Also coming up, government approves the establishment of a neutral shared infrastructure company to deliver nationwide 4G and 5G services.
Working with the network operators and private investors to set up a 4G network and 5G network as well on this shared infrastructure.
And we revisit the story of Abam, the yogurt seller and level 200 student of the University of Ghana who wants to become a geophysicist. Guess what? He's earned a scholarship from Ghana Gas.
After this story, I have received a lot of feedbacks, some from friends and from our supporting company, that's Ghana Gas.
My name is Darryl Kwao. Thanks for joining us. Details coming up. Thanks for staying with us. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa is optimistic the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement will unlock immense economic benefits to the continent and other emerging economies such as Brazil, Russia, India, and China. The president, who was speaking at the opening session of the summit organized economic trading bloc Brics, noted that the alliance is seeking to partner more African countries for mutual development.
We are therefore determined that the Brics partnership, which has been growing in importance and influence over the years, must be harnessed to drive an inclusive global economic recovery. Advancing the African agenda for us is a strategic priority as South Africa during its chairship of Brics. It is for this reason that we have chosen as the theme for this year's summit, Brics and Africa, a partnership for mutually accelerated growth, sustainability, and inclusive multilateralism. We welcome the ongoing engagement of Brics countries with Africa in the spirit of partnership and mutual respect. The African Continental Free Trade Area, once fully operational, will unlock the benefits of the continental market and generate mutually beneficial opportunities for both African and Brics countries.
Meanwhile, President Akufo-Addo is amongst over 40 world leaders attending this year's Brics Summit in Johannesburg. It is believed that the summit provides an opportunity for Ghana's government to engage China's President Xi Jinping as the country looks forward to securing more favorable terms of an external debt restructuring, which remains the lifeline for the Ghanaian economy. Head of our diplomatic desk, Blessed Suga, joins us with more. Blessed, what's the latest?
Well, the 15th Brics Summit is underway in Johannesburg, South Africa. President Akufo-Addo is participating in this meeting where he will be here together with over 40 other heads of states and governments from across the world. Brics, the traditional alliance of Brazil, Russia, India and China, as well as South Africa, says they are moving towards an expansionist approach to embrace more countries, especially emerging economies across the African continent. Is the reason for which the theme for this year is Brics in Africa, which is aimed at promoting inclusive multilateralism. We're right here at the Santon Convention Center, where lots of heads of state are arriving to participate in the first day of engagement. Just last night, the likes of President Cyril Ramaphosa, the Brazilian President De Silva and the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi all attended a business forum where they were making one call: the need for Africa to partner more with the Brics Alliance. It's the reason perhaps for which we have our President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo participating in today's engagements. A raft of issues to be discussed, which will be on the table for all these heads of states who are attending the summit, simply because the world, and by extension many of the African economies, are finding themselves in a very unique position as we speak. Not so good for them in terms of the performance of the economy, mindful of the fact that external factors such as the COVID-19 pandemic and then the latest being the Russian-Ukraine war being a major factor influencing and also negatively impacting Africa's economic growth. Is the reason for which many of the heads of state, including President Akufo-Addo, who are participating in this dialogues, would want to make a case for Africa. Key on the agenda will be about intra-Africa trade, partly which will also center on the African Continental Free Trade Area, which Brics says it wants to be a strategic alliance for. So we have some of the heads of states also coming through here to make a case for that to happen. I've been, putting a few questions to the Global Brics President Busi Mabuza, who spoke to me at the tail end of the business forum here in Johannesburg, and pointing to us that the African Continental Free Trade Area should not be viewed as a competition to the Brics Alliance. There's also been touching on the application by some countries, such as Nigeria, being the most populous nation on the African continent, applying to formally join Brics. I put the thought to her as to whether or not that will be a helpful move for the West Africa sub-region, and as to whether or not countries such as Ghana should follow same and be a member of the Brics Alliance. Here's what she had to say. Nigeria as well.
Absolutely delightful news. Nigeria is the biggest economy on the continent, so yes, they are big brother. And I believe that every nation that is looking for economic opportunity for its people, that's looking for multilateral partnerships with other nations, should really consider the Brics bloc as an opportunity for them. So I look forward to hearing what the presidents are going to announce.
Right. And for Ghana?
It would be absolutely brilliant. Ghana is also a powerhouse on the continent, and with the initiatives that the country has been taking in terms of linkages, trade linkages, and attracting investment into the country, it's absolutely important. I hope that Ghana will at some stage consider, but of course there are always national considerations, so I wouldn't be the one to say to Ghana, please apply, but I hope that at least whatever decision Ghana takes, they'll have considered the opportunity and decided in the best national interests. Every country will have its own unique challenges. What we need to focus on are the opportunities. And I would urge our African counterparts and our brothers and sisters in business and every entrepreneur that we should move away from chaining ourselves to ideological constraints that those countries have. Rather, we should come and say what we want as the African continent is development. This is our time. We are inviting be it the West or the East or the South to come and partner with us. But what I have experienced with the partnership that South Africa has enjoyed with the Brics nations for the past 10 years is that the countries operate from a position not of wanting to impose their ideology, their ideas, their way of doing things on South Africa, but rather they are there to listen to us and partner for mutual benefit. Right. So it's important for us as a continent to be there at the table.
I see. Well, Buzima Buza, it's not the only person I've been engaging here at the Johannesburg Convention Center. I've also been interacting with the South African minister responsible for small-scale enterprises, who's been speaking to me about how small and medium-scale enterprises can take advantage of this Brics Summit.
I believe Brics is an enabler of what we want to achieve in the Africa Continental Free Trade. That's why I said the market that we have as Africa on our own, if we are able to then join hands to say, this is what we're good at. One of the things that Africa is great in, which other Brics countries do not have, is access to mineral resources. Are we leveraging on that to say, if there's this particular mineral in a particular country, the African continent, how do we provide, let's say in South Africa, a manufacturing or processing element of it? And when we do that, then we're able to say, we are coming to you, our Brics family, offering you this product instead of the raw materials that we continue to produce. So for us, it's a complementary platform that will bring more opportunities to the African businesses.
I'm asking the question because of the economies of scale. You take a look at the likes of China, India, very big economies. There are companies who swallow up the very small ones on the African continent.
As I said, if we leverage on each other's strength, we are a big economy. 1.4 billion, 1.3 billion China, 1.3 billion India. Let's not undermine ourselves. What has made us not to be able to really gain momentum is because we've been working in silos as the different countries in the continent. Now the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement presents that opportunity of us joining hands and say, just like India does, as we are saying they're bigger economies, we're a bigger economy on our own, but we have not been smart about how we go about it. We have not invested on our entrepreneurs and the capacity to manufacture. We've not invested a lot in the logistics arrangement. And if we do all of that and we add this that I spoke about, whether you're looking at the people, the movement of people, the movement of products that we must look at enhancing our logistical supply.
All right, that update there from South Africa, where the Brics Summit is underway. Back home in Ghana, the Minister of Communication and Digitalization, Eslo Usukufu, has indicated that government has approved the establishment of a neutral shared infrastructure company to deliver nationwide 4G and 5G services. According to her, this move is to help service providers extend their services to the rural areas and help government achieve its digitalization agenda. She was speaking at the 12th edition of the African Peering and Interconnection Forum hosted by Main One.
As services in Africa increases, businesses are forced to create new sources of value and effectively scaling their digital infrastructure. The African Peering and Interconnection Forum, hosted by Main One, focused on trends emerging in the industry. In an interview, Minister of Communication and Digitalization, Esla Owusu-Ekufo, said government will provide the infrastructure for service providers to extend 4G networks to 80% of Ghana's population.
Just been granted approval to have a neutral shared infrastructure along these same lines. But government will be working with the network operators and private investors to set up a 4G network and 5G network as well on this shared infrastructure. So we're not going to be auctioning 5G. We're giving it to this network so that all operators can use it. So it's open shared infrastructure, and it will extend 4G connectivity to about 80% of the population. We currently have just about 50% 4G coverage. So it means that existing network operators can utilize this network to extend their services. New operators can also utilize this network to develop, to deliver their services in country. And we're hoping that by that, we speed up the adoption of high-speed broadband internet services across the country.
Country Manager of Main 1, Emmanuel Kwating, added that the forum is aimed at harnessing the power of the internet and driving innovation for economic development.
We cannot overemphasize the critical role that peering plays in enhancing the reach, reliability, and efficiency of this digital lifestyle. As we come together from various parts of the world for this peering forum, we are united with a common purpose to harnessing the power of the internet and content to drive innovation, empower communities, and of course, and economic development.
Internet service providers were urged to collaborate and address gaps in efforts being made to promote internet traffic locally.
All right, let's get some quick reaction to this. Let's talk tech with Henry Kobler, who is lead for Eyes of Africa. Good afternoon to you. So what do you make of this move by the government?
Thank you very much, Daryl. So I think that generally this is one of the things which we've been speaking about and urging government to relatively come in to put in much of the infrastructure when it comes down to the digitalization. I mean, this move is one of the excellent moves we're seeing from the government, and we're hoping that they sort of get exciting in terms of collaborating more with the service providers. I think that generally this is one way they could always contribute in terms of building the infrastructure pointers when it gets down to internet adoption and technology adoption in our country.
All right. In other news, we're beginning to see the impact of high inflation on the operations of e-commerce companies. Jumia, an African e-commerce company, said the value of its sales between April and June dropped by, I'll just get that figure for you on the prompter in a bit. It dropped by 25% to $202 million, leaving it with revenue of $48.5 million, 15% decline. The company also said it lost 1 million customers and fulfilled 6 million fewer orders in the first 6 months of this year than in the same period, 2022. Chief Executive Francis Dufay blamed it on high inflation. And we know Jumia because of the successes chalked in previous years. What do you make, first of all, about this first half report from Jumia? Surprising?
Not quite surprising. I mean, generally, Jumia had always been sort of on the decline. I mean, especially from the bit of years. And so it's sort of not surprising. But this is also not surprising in terms of the ecosystem, the e-commerce ecosystem, because I don't think that much of the ecosystem is actually making some level of profit in terms of the purchases that are happening on the platform. And so it doesn't really come across for only Jumia, but I think that most e-commerce platforms that are available as well. So it's not a surprise generally, but I think that it's also not going to have a bit of improvement if we're having the same problems in terms of inflation and all of those problems, which is tackling the main economical landscape of our country.
Well, it appears that there is depressed consumer spending following the high inflation. And so how do e-commerce companies handle this? Because, for instance, here in Ghana, it looks like high inflation is going to be with us for some time.
Exactly. So that's why I mentioned that we're not seeing an improvement in terms of these numbers. And Jumia really being the biggest e-commerce platform in Africa, experiencing this tells you that we're having quite a number of that cut across almost e-commerce platform. I have been running an e-commerce platform. We've seen such declines from on our platforms in terms of the purchases that are coming in. We're having these economic challenges sort of with us. We're having depression in terms of purchases with customers. generally you're having that cut across in terms of normal sales. So when it's coming down to e-commerce platform, it's sort of picking up like that. Again, we're sort of seeing these taxes also now see some reflections on e-commerce, and so you're generally also now going to have customers spending rate on internet services going high, and so generally not necessarily buying of goods, but also in terms of services and subscribing to subscriptions online also sort of going high with taxes and all of those things. All of it, it's coming together to see some level of spending on the customer side. And again, even on the supplier side, we're seeing some level of challenges in terms of stocking their inventories. And so that both comes in from both the supplier side and the purchaser side. Again, the cost of in terms of these, even we're experiencing very low quality in terms of the internet services around, and so all of these factors generally comes into have that. Again, you realize that the quality of service that is being provided by these e-commerce platforms is also becoming expensive by the day. I mean, trying to get support services, trying to get logistics services, sometimes purchasing things online and having the logistics to be able to bring that product to you alone cuts across almost half of the product you're buying, the cost of the product you're buying. And so that becomes a challenge definitely as well. And like I mentioned, taxes are also seeing their ways in subscriptions. I've seen these taxes also reflecting on, let's say, Netflix and music platforms and all of those things. And so as a consumer, if I'm looking at my entire spending on the internet, I will sometimes get scared because I would think that I'm spending so much. Again, the inventory itself is not even available for purchase.
So, I mean, how do e-commerce businesses go about this so that they still remain profitable? Any suggestions?
First of all, I think support services is very important. I mean, initiation of support services to be able to encourage users that could actually convert their visit into purchases could be. I think promotions also gets to be a point, and then also doing a bit of consolidation of products. And so generally I've been able to buy some things online because there are a combination of items which actually comes in bulk, and so purchasing them at a low cost definitely makes it easy for me to buy those products. And so I think that gives customers some encouragement enough to buy. Again, delivery, payment on delivery is one of the options that could also be triggered in, because again, a lot of people don't want to, pay before having the product, and then would actually have that fear using their funds to gain what they could do.
All right, Henry Kobler, thanks for speaking with us, lead for Eyes of Africa. I appreciate your insights. Well, a few months ago on this channel, Joy Business told you the story of Abam, a yogurt seller and a level 200 student of the University of Ghana, who was aspiring to become a geophysicist, but feared his hopes would be dashed because of financial challenges. But Abam's story has changed. He's earned a scholarship from Ghana Gas following Joy Business's story. James Ishen followed up.
That's the work I do to support myself. Pay my fees, then feed myself. I started last year. By then, I was working with Avotic Ghana Limited at Tema, but the salary was too small. It was too small, so I decided to sell yogurt. My parents are there. My parents are there.
They are there?
Yeah, they are there.
How come are they not supporting?
Oh, if they have, they would have supported me. Both of them are into fishery. My mom is a fishmonger and my father is a fisherman.
Where are they
from? From
These were the words of Abam, a 21-year-old student at the University of Ghana who used to juggle between school and manual job of selling yogurt on the street to make money for himself and his education.
That one I would say is not easy. And yeah, so I have to work small to support myself. That is on Saturdays and maybe Sundays. For the Sundays, not all that regular. I only work on Saturday and use Sundays and the non-working and the working days to study.
Abam was on the verge of dropping out of school a few weeks ago due to lack of support. The hopes of the young man of becoming a geophysicist was nearly dashed.
In fact, I can't learn with empty stomach. So I have to, find something. And as I'm schooling too, I can't say because of the challenges I will stop. And the fees too is not easy. Last year I paid 2,106, and this year I paid half. I paid 70% rather. Being a non-resident, I will first of all talk about the TNT. They don't actually know me, and we are in Accra. All of us are minding our business, like we struggle to feed ourselves. So that one, I don't think it has nothing to do with me and my customers. Daily, my average ranges from 60 to 70 cedis a day.
That is how much you make from
selling? My profits, yeah.
So in a week, we are looking at almost 300 cedis plus.
Yeah.
And that's enough for you to pay your school fees and all that?
It's not enough anyway, because out of that amount, I use some to, buy food, then save some for my fees and others.
The goal of becoming a geophysicist has now received a massive boost. He believes VES could go a long way to support his education.
After this story, I have received a lot of feedbacks, some from friends and from our supporting company, that's Ghana Gas. Yeah.
So talking about friends, now let me understand. Did your friends contribute to give you anything? Did you get money from other places at all?
Yeah, my friends helped me a lot. Some encouraged me, some too contributed something to help me and others.
All right, that's the remarkable story of that yogurt seller Abam, who is now able to pursue his dream of becoming a geophysicist thanks to a scholarship from Ghana Gas. Before we go, let's just check out our top stories here on our website, myjoyonline.com/business. Bank fined £5.4 million after energy traders used WhatsApp. It intrigues me. You want to read more about that? myjoyonline.com/business. My name is Darryl Kwab. Thanks for watching. We'll be back same time tomorrow. And if you can, join us on radio for the masterclass in 30 seconds.
In a political party at a crossroads where destiny hangs in the balance, the stage is set for a showdown of epic proportions. 10 contenders, 5 slots. Who will rise to claim the throne and secure their place in the final 5 with a chance to be the MPP flag bearer? Get ready for a political battle like you've never seen before. The clock is ticking and every move matters. On Saturday, 26th August,
Germans and their potatoes, an insatiable love that runs deep. Rethinking classical music, cellist Ebo Salachoe and his cross-cultural compositions. And Instagram versus reality. Does Amsterdam live up to its social media reputation? All that and more coming up on Euromax. Whether as roasted potatoes, potato salad, or French fries, Germans love their potato dishes. You can find this appetizing spud in every form with most German meals. Euromax reporter Hannah Hummel takes a deep dive into Germany's potato culture. What makes these dishes so German?
Potatoes? Why potatoes? Well, Germans simply love them. They crop up in many traditional dishes. And weirdly enough, potato is often used as a slang term to describe Germans themselves, although some do take this as a bit of an insult. But when it comes to the ways that potatoes are grown, cooked and eaten, there are certain rules. This is Germany after all. So let me give you the lowdown. First things first, we have to clear something up. Even though Germany sees itself as the land of the potato did not in fact originate here, but rather in the Andes in South America. The potato came to Europe in the 16th century, but it took some time before there was large-scale cultivation in Germany.
Some 270 potato varieties of about 5,000 known worldwide are approved for planting in Germany. Most of them have feminine names, like Belana, Gala, and Linda. Some people say they were named after the farmers' daughters.
If you're ever visiting Germany, here are some potato dishes you need to try. Roast potatoes, mashed potatoes, potato fritters, and of course, potato salad.
Potato salad with Vienna sausages. It hardly gets any more German than that. To some, it's even the obligatory dish for Christmas Eve dinner.
The average German eats around 56 kilos of potatoes every year. That's about 280 servings, a lot of potatoes. To give you an example of just how much Germans love potatoes, my German grandmother sent me a whole package of them in the post from her own garden. Germany harvests the highest number of potatoes in the EU, and even ranks 6th in the whole world. Not bad, right? Let's take a closer look.
Every year on his family farm near Berlin, Sebastian Klaas harvests loads of potatoes and sells them in his own farm store. So he knows which potatoes the Germans like best.
Well, generally speaking, in Germany, they love the very dark yellowish potato. In other countries, they have them in white or very pale color. We've got one sort, it's actually red on the outside and it's dark yellow in the inside, and that's Laura.
And what's your personal relationship to potatoes?
I really enjoyed farming with potatoes. It's a lot of fun, and also digging them out is like chasing gold nuggets.
That sounds like something everyone should try once.
My first one.
Normally, a machine would do the work, but here the first ripe potatoes are painstakingly harvested by hand in early summer. Then they're sorted and packed into boxes.
In case you find yourself invited to a German household for dinner, here are some very important potato-related words for you. Kapü or Kartoffelpü. This is the shortened version for mashed potatoes, which is very often used by children. Mehlig und festkochend, floury and firm. This refers to the different types of potatoes because you can't use every potato for every dish. Pommes or fritten, short form for pommes frites, which is French fries. Now that we've learned so much about them, it's time to finally eat some potatoes. I'm meeting someone who knows how to prepare them in the most delicious way.
As a head chef, Nico Blumel knows potatoes. So how do Germans prefer them?
Simply the classic boiled potatoes tossed in butter and sprinkled with herbs and salt, and that's all mostly. After that comes the mashed potatoes and whipped potatoes.
What should you watch out for when preparing potatoes?
It's very important to steep them in cold water. Don't toss them in boiling water because then they'll get mushy. Floury potatoes get soft when boiled and low-starch potatoes get firm. Those are the ones used for fried potatoes or soups. The floury ones are for mashed potatoes.
Well, there you have it, the world of the potato in Germany. I had so much fun harvesting them for the first time today, and now I have even more respect for the hard work that goes into them.
Cellist Abel Salachwe combines traditional African music with classical composition, creating a powerful blend of sounds. He aims to inject new life into classical music and is pushing new boundaries in the process. This composer shows us that anything is possible when you put your mind to it.
With unbridled energy, South African cellist and composer Abel Salachwe and the Chineke Orchestra bring the beat into the concert hall.
Where I come from, we tend to not label things in boxes. So when I was given a cello, nobody said, play classical music. You know, immediately somebody said, what sound can you make? And I had to start from the voice. I can make this kind of sound. And immediately I started to explore beyond the bounds of the cello in that sense. There's a thing actually that I love to imitate. It's called the wata. It's a violin from Eritrea and Ethiopia. And it sounds like a whistle, like a flute. It sounds like this.
The Chineke Orchestra rehearses in London. The musicians learn some of Abel Salachwe's latest compositions.
I hope you're all well. So we're going to start today with Kawe. And Kawe in the language of Zulu means hero or warrior. And this is basically about this idea that children have an incredible curiosity and also a kind of wisdom that the community doesn't really get to witness unless they're there. So we're going to learn this by ear. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. That's what I want you to do with your notes. 1, 2, 3, and. Great. Just that. Well, I feel like the survival of classical music is based on it living with other music. I feel like for too long, classical music has been living in its own room with its own people. And I think for it to prosper and for it to be forever here, it needs to live with others. I sing in a few languages. My father is from the northwest of South Africa, and they speak this language called Tswana. And we grew up close to Lesotho, so we speak Sotho as well. And my mother is Zulu.
Abel studied cello at the Royal Northern College of Music in Manchester, England, and still lives there. In 2022, he released his debut album and toured the United States with it. When he started learning the cello as a boy in South Africa, he didn't have one of his own and practiced on a broom.
Sebokeng, this is where I come from. It's a place where there's not a lot of money, but there's a lot of creativity. And I think it's a very important aspect of society to be able to make things for yourself. If you want something and if you imagined it, try make it yourself and see how far you get. Now here we're going to do a little bit of singing. Okay? Let's do the words first. Kale, Kale. Bitso, Bitso. Laba, Laba. Dimo, Dimo. It means in the name of our ancestors.
The 31-year-old is full of ideas on how to conduct an ensemble in a completely different way. A few years back, he was playing as a cellist with the Chineke Orchestra. Today, the orchestra plays his compositions.
Abel is extraordinary. He's a unique artist. And to think that he had all that going on when he was sitting in the cello section, I had no idea. You know, I just only saw him as a classical cellist. I always knew that he had some other sort of thing going on, but everybody is unique here.
It isn't always easy to write Abel's music on paper. So the musicians have to keep practicing the right beat until they get it down. His energy is contagious.
I'm always asking myself what's important. In the music, I'm also looking to take away the space between the audience and the performer. We need to dissolve the boundary in between. So that's what I look for with the music, to make people pretty much forget themselves and be reflective.
Abel Selauchue is making his mark in the world of classical music and bringing together the traditions of different countries with his compositions.
The Dutch capital Amsterdam attracts millions of visitors every year with its beautiful houses along the many canals and a world-famous bike culture. But do the pictures on social media live up to the real thing? Let's find out.
There's no shortage of amazing photos of Amsterdam on Instagram. But does the city really look that good in real life? And is it worth a visit? We check out 3 spots that are especially popular. But let's be honest, not all of the city's famous places live up to the hype. Amsterdam is one of the most visited cities in Europe. On average, the Dutch capital sees 20 million overnight stays per year. The Old Town area is especially popular and was declared a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 2010. You'll find plenty of photo spots in the city centre, including, of course, Dam Square, the main plaza. But how beautiful is it really? The square is huge. If you're exploring Amsterdam, you're sure to pass through it sooner or later. Dam Square got its name in the 13th century when a dam was built here across the Amstel River. That's also why the city is called Amsterdam. Most important building here is the Royal Palace, which hails from the 17th century. Fun fact, the building is supported by 13,659 wooden poles. These days, the palace is merely symbolic. No one lives here. More than anything, the square is a place where locals and tourists can enjoy a stroll.
Where are you from?
Philadelphia.
I came from Turkey.
I'm from India.
I'm from China.
I'm from Sydney, Australia.
So what do you think of the central square here?
Looks very historical, it's very old, it's got a great feel to it.
It's very historic, so it's very nice. Very different from America and India.
I think it looks very exciting, cosmopolitan.
The dam is a good place to start exploring the city. And you can't miss the next spot. The Bloemenmarkt is a well-photographed spot on Instagram thanks to its brightly coloured flowers. But does it really look so good in real life? The floating flower market is an Amsterdam institution. It's been on the single canal since 1862. Thanks to the internet, the Bloemenmarkt has become a major tourist attraction.
And what brought you to the flower market?
On the internet, Googling places to see is one of the highlights of it. So we decided to come and have a look at it while we were walking around. So it's been good.
Well, to see the tulips. Of course, we're here a little late to see the actual tulips, so we get some seeds maybe. We have a wonderful new
little
tote bag we're very excited about. And just, see the people and see the market.
Our impression, however, was that the market's charm has faded a bit, and the salespeople seemed annoyed. We found it a bit disappointing. However, tourists were still visiting in droves. One more tip: if you visit the market in spring, you'll catch tulip season. If you search for Amsterdam on Instagram, you're sure to see incredible photos of the city's canals. The entire old town is crisscrossed by these picturesque waterways. The best way to explore them is by boat. The canals were constructed in the 17th century during the city's golden age, with the purposes of facilitating the movement of goods. Today, you can still admire many magnificent gable-front houses built by rich merchants during that period. We took a boat tour that lasts 75 minutes and costs 16 euros. After a detour over the city's modern port, the tour ends in the old town. We think a boat trip is a great and relaxed way to get to know Amsterdam and take great photos. So what's our conclusion? A boat tour is definitely worthwhile and gives you the chance to take many Instagram-worthy pictures. The same is true of Dam Square, but we weren't quite convinced by the flower market. Perhaps it is better to visit in the spring when the tulips are in full bloom.
We now move on to the Italian port city of Trieste, where coffee has special status. Here, Italians drink more coffee than anywhere else in the country, and they follow a certain etiquette when consuming this beloved beverage. We got a first-hand lesson. This is how a lot of people start their day, with a hot cup of coffee. But are you doing it right?
Oh, please stop. Joe, please stop. What are you doing? No, why are you adding some sugar in your cup? No, please, stop.
I'm here in Trieste, Italy, the unofficial capital of espresso. We want to find out the do's and don'ts of Italian coffee culture, how to make the perfect espresso, and what makes Trieste such a unique place for coffee lovers. This is Marco Bazzara. He's a professional roaster, coffee expert, and my teacher today in all things espresso. Tell me the biggest common mistakes people make with espresso.
The biggest mistakes is the pronunciation. Espresso is not the right one, but espresso it is.
What's another common mistake?
The second one is the way we drink coffee. You can drink it slowly, or maybe you can spray just a bit of liquid on your tongue.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a technician way to define the quality of coffee. Yeah.
Oh, it's strong.
What are you doing? No, why are you adding some sugar in your cup?
Okay.
The problem is that you change the aroma's perception.
What do I do if I want something a little lighter?
You can take a cappuccino, why not? But
this is a very small cappuccino. This isn't what I'm used to.
in Trieste, we used to drink a cappuccino like this one, so in a small cup. The main goal is to perceive the cream as much velvety as you can and the full-bodied perception.
Let's have a try. That's a bit lighter.
That's it. The sweeter it is, the better it will be.
It's said that the residents of Trieste drink an average of about 1,500 cups of coffee per year. That's twice the national Italian average. Trieste is the Mediterranean's main coffee port and a hub for the coffee industry. In the city center, there's a cafe on